ba 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 ba. Okay, it should be working now. Y'all, that issue, remember when my stream kept on crashing a few weeks ago? That thing came back. I don't know why. Of all days for it to come back. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. I'll let you all filter back in again. Come back in, come back in, come back in. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. And thank you for the streaks before. I think there were some streaks before. Let me see. Let me see. What else? Who is there? Let's see. Thank you so much to the 3 stream streak ducks. Thank you for rebuilding. Hi, Sakurine again. Thank you for the streak as well. What the hecky? That's a big one too. What the? Thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. I'm Taehoongie. Hi, Nero. We were on time, by the way. I just want to let you all know we were on time. Yeah, it's my first stream today. Ignore the 9-minute VOD that's in my videos right now. Ignore the 9-minute VOD that's in my videos right now. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Hopefully it doesn't crash. There's so many cool things that I have like actually like literally planned. Okay. Well, not planned, but like little tools. We'll see if I use them. 7 streak, exactly. Hi, Tad. Hi, Pinku. You got a tattoo? Congrats. That's awesome. What kind of tattoo? What kind of tattoo? Hi, Ming. Can we have a shout? Do we have a shout for Nero as well? Can we have a shout out for Nero? Saiba got a 55 stream streak. Congrats. Congrats. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming back. Sorry about the crash again. Yeah, you're back. I know it was kind of a long time, right? Wasn't it, Akitamu? My big Goro fan. Hi, Hyejin. Hi, Hyejin. Hi, Hyejin. How are you? Can we have a shout out for Hyejin as well? Oh, I just had to refresh. Yeah, we just started back up again. At this time of day and this time of year, localized entirely my computer screen. I know, isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? Okay, by the way, this is your chance to get all of your redeems out right now. It's your chance to get all of your redeems out, okay? Like, everything. I'm gonna be disabling a lot of them during the RP so it doesn't distract. We'll see. The receipt I'll have to make quiet, okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Here we go. Hi, Ruda. Hi, Shrimp. Hi, Ruda.
I don't have a big pink.
Okay. This is your chance right now. Yes, I'm back. Refresh. You can tell people in the chat to refresh.
Just
okay.
put the prize in the bag, bro.
What the fuck is happening, Koi? We're just getting everyone to use all their redeems that they want right now because they won't be able to use them during the SMP. They won't be able to use them during the SMP. Otae, what did you want as a pin again? Oh, very good question. Oh, I lost it. I don't have it anymore. Because I had to restart my computer. Tay is in the middle of a Minecraft. Tay is role-playing in a Minecraft SMP. He may not be able to respond to chat as often. And then what else do I say? Please do not share info from other POVs. Thank you so much for being here. There we go. And then we'll do a Taehoo. Hi. There we go. Maybe this. Maybe that works. Hi, everybody, again. Oh, my goodness. 1 out of 5. Damn, I can't get... What did you say, Tad? Get the nuggies out? What kind of nuggies? Nuggies out of my hair? Nuggies out of the fryer? Hi, Nabi, again. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. And this is so chaotic. Yeah, it is. Hi, Joro. Hi, Bento. Hi, Mizre. Hi, everybody. Okay, so, by the way, so server starts in, like, like 9 minutes. But the thing is, everybody, the intro event starts in like half an hour after, half an hour after the server opening, okay? So we have, oh, you can throw them? Oh, you can't throw them? Yeah, I disabled them, okay? I disabled them. Hi, Ari. Thank you for the cheek blow. Hi, Bix. Good luck with the RP. Thank you, Vento. Thank you. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. You visited the restaurant only to find NASA smuggling illegal goods from the carbon space station. That's what we need while he's on hiatus, okay? Hi, Kite. Nice seeing you at this hour. I'm glad. So you won't be hopping on until then? No, I'll hop on. I won't go, like, immediately at 2. Although I might start the game up. Because I have to show you a few things, everybody. I have a few things that I have made for all of you, okay? So we have... in my title, you'll see that there's 2 new commands. One is !radiant, and that'll rate how radiant you are for the day. There's no daily cooldown on it though, so you can kind of just do it nonstop, but try to be respectful for it. So my character is in the Solen order, okay? So I'm like a cleric of the light, right? The sun goddess, basically, the morning goddess, okay? So you can check how radiant you are. By the way, Dumpling, thank you for the stream streak, okay? And then the next one is exclamation mark, I think it's Solen. Exclamation mark Solen with 2 N's, by the way. Rui, thank you for the stream streak. It was someone RPing with you yesterday. And then I've written out, like, they're all quotes that I've kind of like repurposed because I want to work smart, not hard, okay? That kind of have like a biblical, religious kind of feel to them. So those are little quotes that are there. And I forgot, I was supposed to print out these quotes. I was supposed to print out these quotes so that I could have them ready should I ever need to say them in the SMP, but I did not do that because I did not have time. Okay, so radiant. Oh my goodness, exactly. We're so Valorant radiant, everybody. The radiance won't burn the stream, right? I can't promise a thing. Oh, Kitami, I can't promise a thing. Hi, Arie again, and hi, Glitch. How are you doing? By the way, everybody, we have a few credits. I have a few credits that I need to share. Okay, I need to also open this up. Okay, there's a few credits I need to share, everybody, okay? We have time to say thank you to kazpixelart for my Minecraft skin. I'll show it to you all in-game. And then I'll show you all the pngtuber that Frenchie made me, okay? Frenchieaniminis, okay? So cool. Hi, Jungwon. Hi, Yuino. You're gonna have lots of fun today and do great. Thank you, Yuino. Oh, what the hecky? I love you. I love you. I love mwah. Yuino's in it too, everybody. Yuino's in it too. And, what's it called? Who did I miss? Hi, Darren. Hi, Darren. Yeah, I'll show you all. I'll show you all right now. Okay, let me find it. Do you all want to see the pngtuber now, or do you want to wait until we get in game? But I feel like we need to say thank you to Frenchie like right now, okay? While it's less chaotic, you know? Because when we get in the beginning, it might be a bit chaotic because it might you know, it might have a lot of like setup. But look at this, everybody. It's so good. Yeah, Frenchie had a lot of fun. Look at this, everybody. You've never been more tired in my life. It's so worth it. The move. Oh, I'm glad that your move went well. That's awesome. Okay, look at this. We have our little PNG right here. It's me. It's Otae. Otae P. That's my character's name. And so I'm glad we have this here. It's working. Thank you, Akali. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And in the starting screen, by the way, we have fan art that cycles around. Thank you for the fart ripper. I gotta figure out. I gotta figure out what to keep on and what to keep off. Thank you, Larissa. Good luck at work. Good luck at work. I'm glad you love it. Okay, pop in whenever you like. Okay. Again, RP can be hard to watch sometimes because it's long, right? It's like a long concerted effort. So never feel free to like stay the entire time. The VODs will be up like immediately after the stream ends anyway. The PNG is so good, isn't it? Hoongie, is there anything to eat? Yes, River, eat all my burgers. Eat all my burgers because I'm about to get isekai'd. But thank you so much, Frenchie. Oh, you sent the fan art gift? Oh my god, this is so sick. I love this. This is gonna be like a thumbnail, 100%. Thank you, Frenchie. You're an expert at watching RPs. Oh, I'm so glad, y'all. I have a lot of things. I can't blow my load with. Whoa! I can't blow everything right from the get go. Okay, I can't because I gotta be smart with it. But I've made a few things. Okay. No, that was an incredible clip art. I mean, I meant to say it, but I was like, maybe I shouldn't have said it in stream, you know? Okay, but look at this. Like, for example, okay, so I'm gonna go back to the starting screen. I'll show you all, okay? So there's some fan art on the left, but Frenchie just made this. Are you kidding me? Frenchie just made this. This is so good. This is incredible. Yes, you can, Sochi. Oh my god, look at this. This is so good. This is so good, y'all. Thank you so much to Erasure City, Solaris, and kazpixelart for the fan art. Thank you. I can't believe I already have fan art of this character. I love the kiss. I love the kissing there. It looks so awesome. Y'all, again, I'm my character voice, it's nothing crazy. It just literally, okay, let me try to practice it. Hey guys, my name is Otae, and I'm the owner of a bathhouse, and I don't know where my boss is, so I'm just gonna be running it on myself, by myself, I guess. Hi. Like, that's the voice I'm using. This is so good, Teiku. Yeah, kinda. That's cute as hell. Yeah, one time you stream at an appropriate time for my time zone, and you're sleepy. Go sleep, Glitch. I'll be on for a while, I think. Perks to gaining access to the full body character design, exactly. So that's my voice, I think. Is that Mika from Genshin? I love Mika! I love Mika! That's a good compliment. Thank you. Is there a full body rep? I have one. It is so scuffed soul, but I will put it out, okay? I'll polish it up and I'll put it out. Thank you, everybody. Okay, this is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, when we get into the SMP, by the way, everybody, I need to ask you all a favor, okay? I need to ask you all a favor. Please let me know if the audio levels are weird. So, for example, is the music loud? Because I have some set music that I can play, okay? Here and there. I'll put a Spotify playlist up, though, okay? And then second, let me know when the book pops up. When the book pops up, is it loud enough? Is it quiet? And other things, okay? Danganautic, hi! Can we have a shout out for Danganautic, my spelling bee master? And hi, Lero. Hi, Gloomy. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? Do you all like this time for streaming too? You're not late. You're not late. Lero, I literally crashed, okay? I literally crashed, so you're not late. This is basically right on time. And I forgot to thank you, Darren, for the 10 stream streak. Thank you so much. I will see you soon. Oh my goodness, I'm gulping. I'm shy. I'm shy, everybody. Watching the PNG wiggle is so funny. Isn't it cute? Frenchie did such a good job. Again, thank you so much, Frenchie. And thank you so much, kazpixelart. I'll actually show you all the Minecraft skin. I'll give you some time to show it to you. I'm so nervous. Me too. But you know what? It'll be good. I think everyone's nervous. I think everyone's nervous. Hi, Ara. Hi, Ara. Good question, but are you okay with the stream time? That's a very good question. I don't think I'd be able to do it. But I think I'm gonna be doing it at, for this SMP 100%. Why is it you're streaming at a normal time to me, and yeah, I still want to go to sleep? Literally me. Why is it full-blown daylight outside my house, my window, and why do I just want to sleep? Thank you for letting me work on it. No, of course, thank you. I'll make sure to put your credits in the, what's it called? I'll put it as like a Nightbot command, and I'll also put it in like the what do you call it? The panels and stuff. Thank you, Iman. Thank you so much for the sub for 3 months. Yes, Iman, I can't wait for you to play. It's been a lot of fun. I was addicted to it. When I was role-playing with like Scone / Soccerine and Rui and Saiba and Arrow and Anas and everyone, it was actually really fun. Thank you so much. Oh, we got a sub goal too. Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness, y'all. Okay, wait, the server's gonna open up. Should we get there? Oh my goodness, should we start getting this ready? I hope nothing crashes, okay? I hope nothing crashes. Not that I mind things crashing. I just want to have like a VOD that's like in one piece, so I don't need to edit it together. I can't wait to be in episode 2. Let's go, let's go. Okay, all right, everybody. Few rules. There are other people playing you know, in this Minecraft SMP called Adventure Ascension. As a note, it is made by Amo, Aster, and Arisa, and from Glitch Stars, and they work so hard. Lux also did a lot of work. My leader Zach Shadows helped a lot too, and there's another guy or I don't know who, what is their name? Rayan? I'm not sure. I don't know too many people, okay? Because I'm a little baby. But thank you to all these hard people. I will make sure to get proper credits, okay? But thank you. No snitchings. But yeah, no snitching, everybody. Because what can happen is I can get banned. Or no, you can get banned. I don't know. We'll all get banned, okay? We'll all get banned. But yes, thank you so much, Syria, for being here. How are you? Hi, Scripter. Yeah, we'll all just get banned. We'll go blacklisted, okay? But we don't want to be snitching on other POVs. It kind of ruins the fun because, you know, I want to be surprised, and I want other people to be surprised too. And it is so fun. Like what District V and VTRP and all those other, you know, RPs taught me. Is it VTRP? VTARP? I can't remember. But anyways, they taught me that, like, being able to watch POVs from other people unspoilered without the people knowing what's happening, it's super fun. Your lips are sealed. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's called pigeoning. That's such a cool way to say it, actually. Thank you for the lemonade, Bix. Thank you. Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna start now. I gotta start to turn off these rewards because they will be disruptive. So I gotta turn off the review. I'm sorry about the crowd boo. No more applause. No more put the prize in the bag, bro. No more corsage. I'll keep the jacket. One. Head pat we can keep. Posture check we'll keep. Cheek pull we'll keep. Glasses we'll keep. Hydrate we'll keep because you need to take care of me today. Okay, everybody? Please. I only have a water bottle and one little energy drink that I don't normally drink. I actually don't drink energy drinks that much. A lot of my energy is not from energy drinks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Okay, no lemonade, no egg yo, no imposter, no vine boo, no producer tag, no start digging in your butt, no fart verb, no Taehoongie. But we'll keep the 2026 alert, okay? Hi Scale Bats, How are you? Hi Patayana, Hana, how are you doing? How are you all doing? And Nabi, thanks for being here too. Good night, Kali, good night. And Let's Be Kind is here. Seeing the PNG being used, it feels unreal, right? It's so good. It's alive. It's alive. Thank you for the hydrate again. My dehydrate, I'm sorry. Okay. Quick cold turkey. I was never hooked on it. You think I'm that weak? That my countenance and demeanor and composition and constitution. Sorry, it took me like 3 words to get to the right word. That my constitution is that weak? That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, by the way, everybody, let me know if you want my VTuber model on at the same time as my HPNG. I have both on right now on separate sides of the screen. But you know what? Let's switch over right now to my gaming screen. Because it's gonna be like a void. It's gonna be like a void, everybody. You saw my song with Octavio? Thank you so much. It was so fun to do that. I was so shy actually doing it. And hi, Mads. Thank you so much for saying I'm cute again. Like the design, I quickly whipped it together, but Frenchie and Kaz did such a good job. It's such a good job. Tavi mentioned exactly. Void mentioned. Scale Bats, hi Scale Bats. And hi Rin. Sorry, I had to let it rip before you made me hold it. Never hold it. Your brain unconsciously got used to the fact that when Tay streams, you should be going to bed, so it's a Pavlovian conditioned response. That's crazy. And the art is beautiful. I'm glad. Thank you, everybody. Everybody, make sure you check out frenchieaniminis, okay? Amazing artist, amazing animator. Cutie, how are you today? I'm doing good, Simpy. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting all my friends, by the way, Simpy. I appreciate you. The video with Tavi was amazing. Thank you. I had no idea all of you, like, I know all of you are, like, big fans of people, right? Like, I'm lagging a little bit because the mod. things are loading in right now for Minecraft. That's why it's lagging. I'm scared. This better not blow up my computer. Uh-oh, I'm scared. It better not blow. Why does Minecraft blow up my computer? I love all of them. I'm glad to. Yes, I pronounced it right? The song cover was amazing. Both of you sang amazingly. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see. No, it's okay. We're good. It's just rendering everything. Compiling shaders. I need your autograph. I will stand in line whenever that happens. Oh, thank you so much. Last stream. Salutes. No, we're good. It's gonna be fine. I swear. I promise to all of you. Maybe I'll close out of Discord because I know Discord also takes up so much, right? For no reason, absolutely. My PC though is actually really good. I paid good money for this PC. Oh. Okay, everybody. Okay. I don't know what's loading in here. What is that loading symbol? It's not a good. Don't bonk your PC. Minecraft blows mine up too. Okay, so it's not just me. I'm not pushing it to the limit. It shouldn't be pushed to the limit. That's the thing. It shouldn't be pushed to the limit. It is like, is that Mount Fuji? I know, right? It does kind of look like it. I took it off though. I'm gonna take it off. I don't know why the Fugi reacted. Okay, anyways, let's switch over. Okay, let's switch over. Okay, everybody. There's a few things that I want to let you all know. Okay. I have a few things set up. Like I said, I have 2 things that I can show you. I'm gonna show you one. Or do I keep it a spoiler? I'll keep it a spoiler, okay? But please let me know when the thing shows up on screen if it is loud enough, okay? If you can hear the slight sound effect of it, okay? Oh, and if someone can do me a favor, if you haven't done so already, can you redeem your daily order? Because I gotta mute it in OBS. Thank you, Sauce, for changing the game to Minecraft. Mount Fuji. Plus ultra VTuber, yeah, literally. I never played Minecraft, so it'll be interesting. I've never really played Minecraft too. Thank you so much, everybody. You're also beautiful and delicious people. I don't know why I say delicious, but you know what? That's a compliment. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. And hi, Chilling. How are you doing, Chilling? I hear Tay's voice. That's the most important sound. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna put like just a generic D&D music playlist on right now. This is probably, is this too loud right now? Thank you, Shubins. Stay back? No, I'm coming close. Hi, Yoy. How are you? No, it's not too loud? Okay, good. It could be one down. And you know what? I'm going to put it down on my screen because it's loud for me. Okay, there we go. Okay. A little loud. Yeah, I'll probably go down just a little bit more. Okay, because my theme songs are kind of... So I have theme songs, okay? I have some theme songs that will play throughout the adventure. It's kind of too quiet right now. Okay, I'll put it up a little bit. Okay. I can't hear it now. This is why we're not jumping in right now. Okay, wait. How about now? It's like that cell phone commercial. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Remember that one? Or is that Unk? Is that an Unk commercial? Oh my god. Could go up 2 more. What do you mean, dude? It's Otae? What do you mean? Unk commercial? Just watching 2 POV? Oh my goodness. Are they in? Okay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. No one knows that reference anymore? It's like the same commercial as like Zoom. Remember that one? He's adjusting and then reading and then adjusting again. I am. Rin! Hi, River. Everybody loves Marineland. Exactly. But isn't this... That's even older! Hi, Honey. Thank you for the follow, everybody. Thank you. But yeah, for now, we're going to have my VTuber model on the right, and then my pngtuber made by Frenchie on the left, okay? Isn't this opening scene amazing? Taehoongie. But yeah, I'm pretty much a hunk, yeah. Well, Tae's cute too. Oh my goodness, yeah, considering Weeby drew like a DILF version of me. But anyways, I do have, what do you call it? Some Tae themes. I have like Otae, which is my character's name. I have some themes, okay? And I'm excited. If you know, I borrowed a character theme, by the way. I borrowed a character theme. So let me know if you know what the theme is when it plays, okay? But we're going to pop into the server. And as a heads up, the beginning, I have to go through the character sheet and input information. And then the event just starts like 30 minutes. So in like 20 minutes, okay? No, it's okay. Chill. Fall asleep if you want to. I like being background noise for people, you know? And I actually need to pull up my sheet so that I can input this properly. So the beginning, I don't think we're going to pop it right into RPing right away, okay? But just, I'm going to show you my, I guess, what do you call it? My, my character sheet stuff. Okay, let's join. I guess join campaign. I'm scared. I can show you the model too. Yes. Hi, Semi, thank you. And hi, Cotton. Cotton.
Let's fucking go. We're pissing all over. Congratulations.
It's my first RP event ever, by the way, so we'll see how this goes.
Moment.
Thank you, Semi. My heart is pounding. Me too. I'm pounding. This guy does a deep voice. I'm used to happy Tae voice. I know. Oh my goodness. Okay, so my character name. Let me know if the game sounds are too loud, by the way. Okay. My character name's Otae. Pronouns are he, him. My alignment is lawful good. Although that could change. Cleric. Solen Cleric, maybe.
Okay.
I'll put this down. Yeah, I know, right? It's like binaural. Okay, my... By the way, everybody, my stats suck. And I did not put Wiz in the right place. Okay, so we have 8 strength. I'm a little weak baby, okay? We have 12 constitution. 11 dex. Okay, by the way, yesterday I was testing out on the server. I was smacking Roy I Milk, right? And I'm gonna let you all know. I literally I missed every attack and did 0 damage. It's so over for me. Int is 14. My wisdom as a cleric. Yeah, the sound effects are loud. Okay, I'll have to adjust those. I'll adjust those. Wisdom is 12. My charisma is 13. So I know my spellcasting modifier should be wisdom, right? And it should be high, but it's not great. Okay, I'm a cleric.
No, it was like
okay.
Chat was set to like.
For now, I'll probably mute the game. Okay. But there's I'm a cleric, a divine conduit who channels the power of their deity to heal wounds, smite the unworthy, and protect the unfaithful. Okay. I have all these stats. We'll make sure we figure this out eventually, okay? I have spellcasting whiz base, divine burst. Like I have some really cool spells when I hit level 6, divine touch, 30% healing output on all your healing spells, and then I have sanctuary where I can plant a holy zone at your feet. Allies inside can't drop below 1 HP for 30 seconds, 5-minute cooldown when I'm hitting level 12. So many cool little things here, okay? But we're gonna choose cleric, okay? And Semi, yeah, feel free to let me know. I'm excited to know. So I'm going to be in the Solen faction. The light burns away the rot. Soldiers, priests, and true believers who walk in blinding light. That's me. And this oath is eternal. I'm sealing my oath. Oh, wait. I gotta read. I didn't read. I skipped the first 3 pages, and they say you have to read. Okay, you know what? It's okay. I read this yesterday. So I read this. I know this, okay? V to activate your class ability. Listen, it's my ADHD brain. Okay, which I don't know if I have. Okay, bruh, stop. Spells come from spell scrolls. Find them as loot, buy them, or craft them at an inscription table. Okay, scrolls can be added to a spellbook or infused into weapons at the table. Equip your spellbook in the spellbook slot, the icon over your player doll. Accessories. Press R to open the spell wheel and select a spell from your book. Your class restricts which spell schools you can cast. Your school is Holy Fire Lightning. Oh, there's so many loud noises happening in my ear right now. I'm gonna let you know. Okay, so I need to equip my spellbook. Do I even have a spellbook? I hope. Okay, when your HP hits 0. Okay, so this is how death and such works, okay? When your HP hits 0, you're downed, not dead. You have 60 seconds to make death saves. Press R to roll, okay? Nat 20 equals instant revive at 1 HP. Nat 1 equals 2 failures at once. 3 successes equals stabilized. You can self-heal to get back up. If you don't heal within 60 seconds, you're teleported to your shrine. 3 failures equals you become a ghost. And allies can revive you while downed. Hold right-click on your body, cost 3 hunger. Okay. As a ghost, your inventory drops as a corpse, but you can talk whisper range only, but you can't interact with the world. How to come back? Another player holds right-click on your corpse, cost them 3 hunger, travel to your faction shrine and pay golden. An ally at your faction shrine can revive you remotely. Press F at shrine, and you can only be revived at your faction shrine, not at other faction shrines. Hi, Frixie. Thank you for the follow, Frixie. Thank you. Welcome in. I'm trying to beat the allegations of me not reading. Ignore the fact that I accidentally skipped 3 pages. I have a Yuri book, exactly. I read so fast. I try. Revival gives you weakened, reduced damage for a few minutes. Death penalty, drop 20 coins. Okay, 10%. I can read. I just don't know numbers. Okay. Dungeon instances. Walk into a dungeon structure in the world. Press F when prompted to open a lobby, and party members nearby can join your lobby. When everyone's ready, the dungeon spawns a private copy just for your group. Instances have a timer and rotating modifiers that change the challenge. Mobs might hit harder, heal, or explode on death. Difficulty scales with party size. Solo equals easier, full party equals tougher mobs. If everyone dies, you get a grace period to leave. Okay, so yes, there is instancing. There's instance dungeons. It's really cool. Currency and economy. The server uses a numismatic, like number. Okay, see, I'm a reader. Okay, numismatic overhaul for currency. You'll find 3 coin types: gold, silver, and bronze. Earning coins, killing mobs, and completing dungeons. Trading with other players is how you get money here, okay? You can spend coins, though, by going to shops and merchant NPCs, revival shrines to revive a ghost, rare crafting materials, and gold coins are premium currency, only obtained through player trading and rare drops. Where's the in-game shop? When can I swipe? Can I please swipe, please? I would love to swipe. Please. I want to use my credit card right now. I want to have to get the cool hairstyles at Maple Story, you know? It seems so cool, isn't it? English lit major, by the way, come on. Lying so early, what do you mean? Swipe or no swiping, please. So, okay, I'm gonna screenshot this. Someone, I think, already died. I think someone already died. Okay, I need to know this. Character sheet, V ability. Okay, done. Okay, I'm gonna lower the audios, everybody. Okay, sound effects. What what is the sound effects, everybody? What are the sound effects? Help me. Let's see. We should have subtitles. Music and sounds. Maybe I just make this lower. Maybe I make the master volume lower. Maybe that's what I do, right? Let's see if that works. Let's see. Let me see. Options, video settings. Is there anything else? Oh no, ads. Yeah, ads start in 1 minute. I'm so sorry. Okay, but it's okay. We're just at the beginning. You're not gonna miss a thing. You're not gonna miss a single thing. I swear. I promise you. Okay, I promise you. Oh, Frixie, I know you. You're my sibling model. Good to see you. Okay, let me see. Music and sounds. Is it this, you think? Maybe this is it. Because that won't shut off the audio. There we go. That should work. Okay, everybody. I know ads are starting like 10 seconds, but look at this. This is. Oh, thank you so much, Kai. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. Oh, hi, Asuna. I was in your dream. Really? Was it a good dream? I'm a bit nervous. I don't know where there's a lot of people here. Are we supposed to be role playing right now, Asuna? Yeah, so okay, no, that was good. That was good. I like that. I like that, Asuna. That's my friend Asuna, everybody. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, give me 1 second. Yeah, practice with us. I'm gonna quickly set up my voice. People can't hear you all. Okay. It's because, by the way, I forgot to put the volumes. Yeah. There we go. You can hear everybody. Tats! Kai! Thank you so much! Thank you so much! Thank you! Anyways, this is the audio okay now? Everybody? Can you hear everybody?
Yes, I like your moves, Magic Man.
Oh, people are leaving the game.
No.
No one told Kazzy scolded me earlier. Okay, this is kazpixelart's model that they made for me. Isn't it incredible? It has a floating book. And has amazing, like, what do you call it, block bench stuff, like my hair and stuff. It's pretty incredible. But thank you again, Kai. Thank you so much. I got hit with ads. No, I'm sorry. Can we have table flowers for those second ads?
Can I see your name, sir? Every person going into their
my name is Asuna. I was stripped
Nice
of
to
my
meet you.
title, so I no longer have a
I am
surname.
Suri Yapsalat. I come from a faraway village.
Very nice to meet you.
Yes, you
Okay.
too. You too. I like your armor.
How do
it's
I-
very leathery.
How do I
Thank you.
open
I
my...
have no wealth, so I shall use whatever I can find.
I understand. I see. In that case,
How do
will
I
suggest
open
my
this up?
advice, which is to
When equipped.
someday slay a hard-fought foe and take their armor.
Oh, I have spells down here. Do you see that? That's so
There's not
cool.
much I can do
Okay.
outside of that.
All right, I'm scared though that I'm gonna mess things up. But thank you for trusting me, everybody. Thanks for watching. And here we go. I think we're gonna start very soon.
What's your name?
Asuna, wait, yeah. What's your name? My friend, I guess.
I don't understand.
I'm just going by Asuna.
I'm a ranger.
Is that? I feel like you had a different timbre to your voice before.
The fish?
Are you you know, do you know the light of Selene? Are you someone who you know, prescribes to our morning goddess?
I apologize. I do not.
No? Oh, I mean, it's okay. Sometimes it just takes some time to, you know, figure out your belief system, you know? Like, it sometimes, it takes some time to warm up to, into your faith, right? So, I believe in you.
And hope.
Oh, what happened to you?
Resilient copper chain of the wellspring.
Blame the royalty.
The royalty? Are you like someone who was like a prince and then you escaped the castle and you're trying to like live your own life or something like that?
I was a royal guard stripped of my title and power.
Oh,
Call him ugly like that?
that's so rough. Oh wait, look at this. Oh, it's a little ducky. Hi. Wait,
you don't
are you
even-
wearing a hat?
I don't even like a.
Wait, you're dripped
Okay.
out.
They look like a normal person. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Have you not been to the
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Solen, little ducky? Two quacks for amazing, and then 1 quack for good. There's no bad option. I'm just sorry to let you know about that.
I don't even know.
They just left us.
Like to be one-on-one.
It's crazy. That was an answer. Silence is an answer. Silence is communication, I guess. Oh, by the way, my name's Otae. So if you see me,
Here, I'll play it soon for you.
I'll be sure to give you a discount. By the way, because I got recently hired for a bathhouse, and let me tell you, when you get bathed in the holy bath water of Solen, you will be totally cleansed. You know your ailments, your tragic past, those memories, those are just gonna fade away. I swear.
Are massages included in that?
I mean, I can give you a massage. Is that what you want? Like,
Yes.
I mean, I've been told that I have really soft hands, so.
That is what I want. I'll pay extra.
Yeah? Oh. Oh.
And then
Yeah.
I set down my lantern and broke it, so I don't have
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. Give me 1 second. Oh my god. This handsome adventurer is like asking me to massage him? Like, I don't know. That makes me so shy. I don't even have like a massage practitioner's like license. I think I gotta practice some you know, like hand movements or something. I don't know. What's some good massage techniques? I gotta get myself together here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll make sure to give you the best service ever. Okay. I can do this. You know, the Solen shine down. I can do the Solen slammer. Trust me.
found the lantern and
Can
I
you
can't get it.
describe what each service is?
Oh, okay. So the Solen slammer is when I slam you onto the bed, and then
Have you seen it?
you know, I use my elbow, and I drop from a very tall height to emulate the sun's rays, and I just clobber your lower spine.
We're heading out.
It's okay. It's okay.
Not the lower spine.
Yeah.
Come on, small.
Yeah,
Three,
no.
three.
I mean, do you want that too? Whoa, you're kind of decked out. I like your armors. You see, I think you'd survive a Solen slammer. I mean, not that there is any risk to your health.
No.
There's no risk to your health. It is a massage, okay? I'm just letting you all know. It will be a benefit. But you
I
look,
may be interested.
you would be? You see, okay, so I'm an employee of a bathhouse in, you know, where all the cool kids reside. You know, where the Solen
The length of
order
your
people
sword.
live. Wait,
Right.
what does that mean?
Huh?
Oh, that is a long sword.
Well, mine
Thank
is
you.
just very small. in
I keep it well
comparison.
maintained.
I have a book. Does that amount to anything?
That means you are very astute and knowledgeable.
I don't even know what astute means, but I'm gonna take that. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you for the
Believe I
sub.
understand.
You're very jubilous.
I'm very
Need to find
jubilous.
these Solene's people.
I'm a Solen person. I'm a Solen person. I'm a jubilous Solen person. Yeah. My name's Otae. What's your name?
Your name is what now?
It's Otae. Kind of like okay, but it's like Otae.
Otae.
Yeah.
I like it.
Thank
I
you.
Am Sir yaps a lot.
You sure yaps a lot? Wow.
Yes, of course. It is a title that was bestowed to me by my master, Sir Bogbottom the Drunk.
Sir. Oh wow, that seems like a very high esteemed person of power.
Yes.
That's
He was
I,
a bit of a local legend in my insignificant village.
Oh my goodness,
But
but
he was often found drunk in bogs.
Hello, have you seen a?
oh, is he still around, or did the bogs take him?
Unfortunately, he died many years ago. Although I took this armor from the man who did the deed.
Oh wait, did you take him down? Like did you
I
get
did,
your revenge? That's so cool. You basically live like a story already, like a night story already, and like.
Yes.
This is like the epilogue, and you get to be in like my little bathhouse. You can cool down. You can like just get drunk and have fun.
Yes. I can be in your epilogue. I can take a rest at your massage parlor.
What the? That's everyone's so cool here. I'm just a little book boy, I guess. Out of place. Like that's
I appreciate
so
your
cool.
presence, book boy.
Thank you. I got a nickname, everybody. I'm a book boy.
The boy of books.
The boy of books. That's my title. This is my legend, I guess.
Yes.
Sir Yapsal bookkeep. I mean, I can
was
keep
that?
books. I'm just not good at numbers. Yeah. What was that sound?
That was a fancy.
I know you don't believe in Salam, but maybe one day. Okay. I will make it my duty to get you. You know, believing.
Is that your goal, to restore my faith?
Yeah. With the Solen Slammer, with one little hit of your spine from my elbow, bathed in the sunlight, you're gonna be believing. You're gonna be seeing stars. You're gonna be seeing stars. And I think stars are kind of like suns, right? Is that like a? Is that? Can I say that against the church? Is that something against the church here? I don't know. I'm a new cleric, so.
You're doing a great job. If you restore my pain, you shall restore my faith.
Wait, you want your pain back? You want pain? Like, can you not feel
No,
anything?
Like you.
Oh,
you make
like
my lower back feel better. Like,
I
yeah,
see.
with-
Like
with the
restore,
Silent
like.
Slammer.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, trust me. It's gonna be a spectacle. It's gonna be a spectacle you won't even believe. But
Well, it's huge.
it is really big. It is really big. And I'm not talking about Sir Yapsalot's sword. It's yeah, this is a big place.
I want his sword.
You know what? I realized I should be
I'm gonna
in
make it a
first
gold
person.
ticket.
Wait, what are you gonna do?
Huh?
What did you say?
Oh, no worries, no worries.
No worries. Okay. I don't wanna tag along with you too much. I don't wanna be like a little lost puppy, you know. If you wanna separate
I
from
will,
me,
I will,
you can.
I will make my visits to you.
Okay. Oh
I
wait,
like your horns.
you said it that in a very kind of
Maybe they can point me in the
I'm,
right
I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit shy.
Thank you. I keep it well oiled and
No
maintained.
worries, little book boy.
I hope you do
Little
the
book
same for your
boy?
horns.
They have cool stuff.
I'm not that little, am I?
Yes.
Quite fragile and timid.
Oh. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll restore your pain, and I'll restore a few inches to my height. How about that? Did you just laugh at me? Did you just laugh? Thank you,
Of
Seal.
course. To prevent
Apologies,
rusting.
I had a small cough.
This is
Oh,
my
oh,
only
shame.
sword, so you must treat it well.
Some people got
There's something going around.
Okay.
Something going
New
around.
disease,
I'm
perhaps.
really
A new disease?
enamored by
Well,
your
under
sword.
Solen's light, no disease will live, okay? Oh my goodness! Oh! Hi DJ, how are you all doing? This is actually really fun, everybody. I know we're not like actually like officially in, but we're laying down tracks, everybody. We're laying down tracks. And so like, thank you for saying the character's so cute. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the bits too, Gritty, everybody. This world is really cool, isn't it? Glad you're having fun. Yeah. No, I think I'm gonna have a little more of like that kind of character. I feel like it's easier than my first go around, and to have people come out of their shell too. But yeah, it's really cool. I don't remember how to open up my character sheet. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there's a character sheet and everything. It's fantastic. Curious little guy. Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Are you lost here? I'm trying to find, where the city is, and wait.
I am more than lost for one specific reason.
Yeah?
This is not my skin. I don't know how to apply skin and swap things around.
Oh, do you
I'm
have the
actually
skin
lost.
on your little client thingy? Because you might have to upload it to the cloud for it to show up properly too. That's what I had to do.
Yeah, and that I don't know how to do that.
Oh no. Okay. Okay, put it into a. Okay, so when you press like escape, do you see the triangle?
Yeah.
Yeah, click on the triangle. And then
Yeah.
you can do like add a root directory, and then you can collect the image or the file or whatever it is. It should show up immediately, and
Can I
you got
just
to upload
select
to the
an
cloud.
image?
I think so. Hi Duggar. Hi
Because I
Duggar.
tried, like,
Hi
just putting
Duggar.
my PNG of my skin there, and that didn't work.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it should work, I think. But then you have to upload it to the cloud on the right hand side. Hi Davidson. Thank you for the 45 stream streak. Everybody check out Duggar. Hi Petit Pikachu Panda. But we gotta follow these people, Inobo. Let's go.
I'm so lost.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Let's go this way. Use the power. Oh, the spells. I'll try.
Who can help me with that? Eventually.
I'll see if I can. I'm not the most knowledgeable myself. But we'll get you. We'll get you there. You're jorking?
Yeah.
Okay, where's the video, Duggar?
It's better for RP if I look like I should look like.
Oh, I know. It feels way more immersive, right? Duggar, where's the video? Duggar, where's the video? I've been jorking it to your streams every night.
Yes.
I need some compensation here. I need some equivalent exchange going on. Dougie is jorking again? Okay, why? So he did it the first time and I wasn't there? It's kind of messed up. That's kind of messed up, everybody. Not me? Do you hear that animal sound? That's what I sound like when I'm jorking. Okay, I gotta catch up to these people, everybody. They're so far away. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be there. I'm gonna get run down by train. Jork Tua is crazy. Oh, I should be here. Zach Shadows is the faction leader, by the way. Okay, I think I'm so hungry that I can't even sprint, so. Is this the right place? Is this the right place?
I'm dramatically leaning against this
I don't
wall.
believe you.
There
I've
you go.
never left
Curious.
Solen, personally.
Calling out to me the
You
expert.
should.
Like visible diagnose you with tummy ache when you look at yourself in the mirror right now.
What am I gonna do about it?
That was a long trip.
My eyes.
Oh,
What?
how scandalous.
They're having a conversation.
No, go ahead and sleep if you need to. No worries. Hey. Oh, hi. Found your way here too, huh?
I actually followed you.
You follow me? I thought I was like the last one. I was like lagging behind. Oh. Wait, I like your ears. It's really cute.
Thank you, Go-Go!
Whoa, is Gao Gao a particular language? No, wait, that's the sound of a. Is that are you a bear?
I just dropped something over
I
there.
am.
I just found it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a Kuma Knight, are you brandishing your blade for our morning goddess Solan?
Of course. Everything for the light.
Okay, so see my friend here. This is what you can be if you believe in Solan. Okay, like look at that. Do you not want to be all this? Look at that from top to bottom. Decked out.
What if I invested my faith into another goddess?
Okay, I think that would be an issue. Let me show you my book. Okay, let me show you my book right. Let me show you my book right here. Okay. I drew Vesper. I don't know if you'd want to follow this kind of character around. Okay. And in the book there's like a little dick butt version of Vesper. In the book there's a little dick butt version of Vesper. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. Solan's gorgeous and beautiful, and
I've already dedicated my faith.
no, to who? To Vesper?
Yes.
You're on the wrong side.
You're on the wrong side. I show you my book
There is
again.
no wrong side.
What?
Faith.
That's the wrong side.
To the morning sun. Wow, what a beautiful morning.
I don't know. You were.
That's what I'm saying.
Smaller things of life.
I knew where I was going.
Do you know what wakes you up? It's the sunlight that hits your eyeballs, your eyelids, your biological clock, as they say.
You're what? That guides you every morning.
Yes. And you know what?
I'm a raccoon. I sleep in it. I stay up in the night. I'm a raccoon.
Let me tell you, okay? What does that name start with? What letter does that start with?
Oh, there's so many people.
Oh my
F.
gosh.
You can't spell.
An F?
Neither can I. I cannot read either.
Okay, if you believe in Solen, you're gonna know how to spell, okay? You're gonna know how to spell if you believe in
I
Solen.
have no need for that skill.
Why?
Find the light.
Why? If you see a sign that says turn left and you go right, like what, and then you fall off a cliff, like that's gonna be the end of you, you know?
Very quiet to me.
Right, Kumanite? Back me up on this.
Yeah. 100%. The light is the way to go. The light reaches everything.
Yes, you're very.
Make a diss track on J Slat.
It's just earwax, darling.
You know, we'll convince you. Don't worry. I'm gonna get my inroads in on you. Okay, I'm gonna get my inroads.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe
Thank you,
it's not
Simpy.
that he's quiet. Maybe it's just that maybe it's not my introverted nature. Maybe it's just it is just social anxiety.
Oh, I think they're doing a whole little announcement thingy.
Okay,
maybe I forgive you if you let me take a look at that. My goodness.
My vision
It's like ASMR, everybody. You get in the little crowd, and then you just hear people like whispering in your ears.
Yeah, sure, there's a lot of people for this meeting.
Hello,
Oh yeah, it's quite the gathering. No, the memory is fine.
Probably not yet.
I can hear.
Barely.
It's quiet though.
Maybe we can only hear you when we're up here.
I do not believe you can hear me yelling from all the way over here.
Hey, everybody.
Oh shit.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Excuse me. I know this is a lot of people. I know some people are gonna have headaches with a mass of people like this. Just, you know, bear with it. Don't look anyone in the eye. You might get shy.
Okay.
Oh,
Someone look me in the eye so I can get shot.
okay,
Only
but
look
the
at the
fish
tail.
I'm
understands
looking,
and
I'm
the fish
looking.
cares.
I'm getting
Looking
shot.
intensely.
Don't look
I feel like I'm in a mosh pit.
My name really trouble and shy.
What is claustrophobia?
Hey, whoever's grabbing that, pound it out.
Is that a painting style?
All right.
I mean, obviously being
So-
on the
That's
book.
my
book.
Silence! Let's hear what these people have to say, please. All right,
Very
let's just
quickly,
listen to
before
what
we
they have to
begin.
say.
I would like you to ask to not move any muscled string in this to reduce the noise that will be in everyone's ears because they already have to be listening. Don't cast any spells in Town Hall. You will be shot on sight if you do. Do not test me. Thank you. Alright, so, welcome! For anyone that's new here, this is Town Hall. You currently find yourself in the crossroads. Now, we do have some things to talk about. As some of you may know, it has been over 50 years since our very existence was threatened. And I am so proud of the unity that all of you have shown to keep living this vigorously. This even includes the new settlers that have come from across the sea and have traveled here through a multitude of ways. So, Horizon's Edge has always been a symbol of hope to me and the many other survivors of the descent to hell that founded it. Ever since Malcolm has vanished, we've witnessed nature healing, recovering what's been taken from her. The districts are the product of your hard labor and longing for hope in a place that was thought to have been abandoned from it long ago. However, now we are facing a problem. I imagine it hard to have missed on your way inside, but the crossroads lay in ruins. We don't know who the culprit is yet. We don't even know if it's a single person or even like an entity. But I assure you that when they are found, they will be dealt with accordingly. My heart goes out to all the citizens we've lost in this attack. Many have disappeared without a trace, some of which we found beyond saving. Whatever, or even whoever caused this destruction, will pay. Among the unfortunate, we'd unfortunately discovered that our dear guard captain has also fallen. There had been small incidents that our late captain had been investigating, all evidence of which had been destroyed in the blaze alongside him. Should you have any insight into these incidents, I bid you to do the right thing. Now, with that,
Wasn't me, by the way.
welcome our new arrivals from beyond the sea. Welcome to Horizon's Edge, a land that is being reclaimed from the aftermath of Health's influence. You currently find yourself in the crossroads, a shared zone of all, but currently under attack. This is a zone between factions, so no fighting will be permitted here, just so you know. It is a zone that is directly under the control of the city guard, which are our dear law pursuers of all kinds of factions. I am Furishi, an alchemist by trade and descendant of the Koi. As one of the founders, I am your acting atelier leader, the architect, and it is a pleasure to conduct business with you. Now, I'd like you to also meet your other leaders.
Lex worked so hard. I think
Well,
Lex wrote that speech.
if he's the
Yesterday.
boy I am.
I can't hear anything over all the stomping.
That's my oh my goodness, that's my Archon. That's my Archon,
I
everybody.
believe you can
Oh,
go
oh my
first
goodness.
then, dear
I really
Vesperia.
I love Kaz. Oh my goodness. One day I want to be just like him. I just want to be just like him. Can't wait. Thank you for the follow, Alex.
Very loud. I guess that's not bad. Everybody's lively. Hello, new travelers, and old ones alike. My name is Ran Valor. I am the leader of the Vesperine, the listener, the first who heard the Veiled Lady's whispers, and I bring to you her words.
Thank you for the follow, Kata. Thank you.
I wish you all the best of fortunes on Horizon's
Oh, thank you,
edge.
Alex. Thank you. Mwah.
Keep your
Thank you
friends
so much.
close, and your enemies even closer. May the shadows guide you moving forward.
That's... See, I don't know if I would want to follow someone who says that, right? Who would want to keep their enemies closer? That's kind of, you know?
Such
I feel like that's counterintuitive, right? Thanks for the headpad, Alex. Hey, by the way, if you're all just joining me right now, we're doing it Minecraft SMP, so we're role-playing.
Is everyone settled?
Oh my goodness. It's Kaz, everybody.
Hello there.
My gosh, he sounds so good.
Luminous. I'm the leader of the Order of Solen. We'll bring light where it's needed, and order where it's not. Stand with us, and you will always feel the warmth of the sun.
You hear that, everybody? If you stand with Kaz, with Solen, you're always gonna feel the warmth of the sun, and that is, see, like, come on, like, who would not want to be just like him? Okay, like, come on, I just love him so much. He's so important, so important for the new world, you know. You seem so sweet. Thank you so much. Kaz looks so cool, right? Hi, Mocha. Henry's the Loverstrom.
Someone talking?
Elmo is crazy. I'm not Elmo. Oh.
It's very quiet. What the fuck was that?
Right. Anyways, sorry about that. It seems I had a little frog in my throat. Anyways, so now that, you know, I'm so honored to see that both the leaders are well and here together, even if this was a less than fortunate moment to gather on. I am so glad to see everyone healthy and well, and I would like to say our engineers have been hard at work, and I am pleased to announce the opening of the railroad system that from now on shall unite us all. It is a free railroad that you're able to join anytime you want. Just please do not get in the driver's cabin, only get in the passenger's cabins. We have a lovely little fox that's driving it for us, and I really hope that you get much use out of it. There is no fare, no fees. It is just for your own using. If you'd like to join us on a tour now, we will be showing off all the sights, both to new and old eyes. And with that, the meeting is at its end. Good luck. If you'd like to be part of the tour, simply follow me, and I will show you every single faction and what it has to offer. Thank you so much for coming to the meeting, and I look forward to getting to know every single one of you.
That voice is so
Thank
scary.
you.
What was that voice? Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Yeah. Huzzah. Is that what people say? Huzzah? Oh, I think we gotta clear the way.
By the 9 I'm tweaking.
Yes, alright.
Tubers.
Should I?
Follow the duck walking around? What does he want?
Where is this Miss Fudashi?
Hi, Milo.
I'm gonna just like stand
Really?
somewhere and let everyone
Yeah, you
gather
have it
around
on
so I can
lasers.
explain.
It doesn't have
So,
your okay,
welcome to the first part of our tour. Still in the crossroads, I know, but this is jail. If any of you do something wrong, our dear city guard might be inclined to put you in here. So we do have a couple jail cells.
Let me do it.
Any place that you probably won't see unless you're part of
This reminds me of where I put the Tagers if they're misbehaving at the prowl through. Let's be real.
Nice table.
City guard around. I believe I missed to talk about it during the meeting because I had a frog in my throat. But
Oh my goodness, even more claustrophobia. Great.
we will have to elect a new guard captain. I will take care of this later. I will make sure to gather all of the guards together, and I'm going to take down some names of whoever would like to take up his position. But we will figure this out after the tour. So after the tour, there
So
will
right
be
now,
a
Lex
carrier
just
pigeon sent
explained
out
that
to the guard.
we have to elect a new city guard, like a captain of the
Alright,
city guard.
thank you.
Alex, we normally do like variety streams and we do like just chatting and stuff, and it's pretty crazy in here. Today's like a totally new kind of genre of stream that we're doing a Minecraft SMP, so we're role playing as a character in like a fantasy D&D like setting. So it's a bit of a different vibe than my usual thing. But if you want to, you can check my YouTube and my other VODs if you want to see like what other things that I normally do if you like. But it's so good to see you here, Alex. And Pikachu Panda, thank you for being here too. Unknown, thank you.
I'm your man.
We're on the tour currently.
You're doing the tour, really?
Okay. I'll send a ticket. If it works on your side, that's good.
I'm glad to hear everybody's.
I just wanna know all the sides. What kind of persona are you? I am. You can see on the left side of your screen. I'm a little cleric. I'm a little like modest little cleric.
If you manage to put away the grumble yourself.
Hello there, little flower.
Let's see. Where can I find Lex?
What about your name?
A nerd? Stop! I'm not a nerd. I do have my character sheet up on my Twitter too, if you'd like to see it.
The houses that have someone had die in them are like the ones over there. So I feel like you'll know.
lovely.
I think
Noted,
you'll know.
noted.
No,
I buy more than one house.
Roommate?
All right.
Oh, I'm glad that you're
we're
smiling
going
now.
To take our tour to the place of selection.
Oh, that's
I know that one.
Oh,
I know that name.
Some people. Real estate.
praise to be Selene. Just letting you all know, Selene's the right place to be.
Oh, Airy.
Oh, they were already going.
Yeah, I mean, granted, Fu was pretty much a.
Hi, Kylos.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at that train. That train is so sick. Oh god, it just jumped quest section now.
Oh, the train. I see.
That's just natural selection.
Oh, damn. Did we just miss the train?
Our brain might be faster if we
Sire, call for my horse.
Where's Airy? Let's see last Airy. Oh, Airy.
Moving trains. It's dangerous.
Maybe.
Your voice is so cute. No, that's not weird at all. Thank you.
I don't think the train liked you.
50 coppers.
It doesn't matter how train likes me.
At least you got 50. I got 49.
We definitely get closer to the tracks. Definitely get closer. That's
Oh, are we
very
going
good feedback.
under?
Get on the tracks, you
Okay,
say?
don't slip.
Yeah.
Is that how a train works?
No. Oh.
Are
they going under? Do we go?
I wasn't serious.
I think we're falling though. Thanks for the head back, Kylos.
Are we supposed to go this way?
Otae, we're walking right next to each other. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
The bridge.
I'm blushing.
That's not very smart.
Well,
I don't have enough hunger to sprint because I was on the server yesterday just to test things out and they killed me like non-stop. So oh, that's a tower that you can enter. Oh, that's an instance dungeon, everybody. That's so cool. Oh, it's a server restart. I'm pretty sure that's a server restart. It did say it was going to restart in 35. Hi, everybody, again. I hope you're having fun. I mean, we're not, like, in the middle of the roleplay at the moment, okay? But it's really fun so far. The kind of roleplay I've been able to fit in has been pretty good. I'm glad that we haven't crashed. Thank you for the lap compliment. I appreciate it. I never used to like my lap, too. So thank you. Thank you for the daily order, Kylos. Okay, yeah, let me check the server. I think it is, let me see. It is yeah, it's a reset. Yep, it's a reset. We just gotta wait. We literally just woke up to this. Welcome in, Milo, everybody. Remember, everybody, I have an exclamation mark, radiant, which kind of rates the radiance of the day, okay, because it's very in character. And then I have a exclamation mark Solène with 2 N's, okay, and for a random, like, kind of like, quote that I made up with help from quote.com or whatever. So hopefully it shows up. But yeah, hopefully we can get back in there. Thanks to the head fat. Thank you. Oh, you spelled it wrong? There might be a small cooldown, by the way. This is Solène right here. We'll see when it's ready. Should I press it now? I always feel like those brats who just try to like get into a server as soon as it goes down, you know what I mean? Like when Genshin it hits like 7 p.m. PST and you just try to get into the server. Oh no, nothing's wrong. The server's just resetting. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll just try now. Oh yeah, and if the radiant command doesn't work right from the beginning, try again in just a few seconds, and hopefully it'll work. I don't mind. I don't mind if it. I don't think it's spam. It's okay. I want you to feel kind of immersed and kind of have a part in the world too. Honestly, I wanna do a lot of things. If you missed, by the way, what I had up on screen, I did have this show up. Can you hear the pages? Can you hear like the book sound? So that was Kaz Luminous, who is the Archon of the Selene Order, like the leader. And so I have a little, my character has a little bit of a not a crush. He's just he admires him a lot, right? He wants to kind of be him. Any chance to show off his Kaz fan art? I have a lot. Book sounds are there. Good. Oh my gosh, yes. Yep. Thank you. And I showed this one off too because someone was talking about Vesper. I was talking to Asana's character, who I didn't even ask the name of, okay? And I showed this off. I have a few more of these. I'm gonna add way more as the days go on, so stay tuned. Pay attention to what's on the pages, by the way. Some of them might have some interesting little tidbits. But yeah, I'm really proud of this one. I'm really proud of that one. Just as little doodles, exactly. Oh, question? Yeah, what's the question? Asuna, what the? Asuna, oh wait, you have to go, don't you? Thank you so much, Asuna, for the raid. How are you? It was so fun role-playing with you. Little Toongster, I love you, Asuna. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Can we have an awesome shout-out to Asuna? And then, Sauce, feel free to ask your question. I'll find it in the middle, okay? Hi, everybody. I'm Taehoongie. I'm not new, sorry. It's almost a year now. I'm Taehoongie. I'm a Tiger Fast Food mascot VTuber, and I'm the owner of the Proud Through Fast Food Restaurant. Asuna is my manager, everybody. Asuna helps me. Yeah, I'll post these VODs up to YouTube right away. I actually have thumbnails kind of ready already, Sauce, so I got you. Hi, Clownable. Everybody check out Asuna. Asuna and I were role-playing right in the beginning here, okay? And it was really fun. We were kind of like warming up with each other. Asuna is a really good friend. He's super sweet. He's so helpful. We love Asuna so much. So please give him a check out. He had a recent debut. He was streaming Resident Evil 9 recently too. Really sweet guy. Please do me a favor and check him out, okay? He is like one of the reasons why I've been able to do so well in recent times in terms of like being able to publish things and get things out on a schedule. So thank you so much. Big love. Congrats on your recent debut, right? Congrats. Yeah, no, I got you, Sauce. No, I'll get the VOD up there 100%. Okay, big love. Thank you, Asuna. If you need to raid and run like you are because you have the weekly social outing, please feel free. Thank you so much. I hope to meet your character because I don't think my character actually asked for your name. Like your in-character name. So we gotta introduce ourselves with the Selene Slammer. But thank you again, and Raiders of Asuna, thank you so much for supporting Asuna. Please continue to do so. Raid and run, lurk away, tab away, or watch me if you'd like. If you'd like to continue, but we're gonna be doing this for most of the day today. I'll probably end around maybe 7 p.m. PST. We'll see how long we go. Hi, Snowy, and thank you for the 30 bits, DJ. Thank you, mwah, mwah. Thank you so much. Watching you while I rub my belly. Oh my goodness. Are you gonna eat out with your friends? Well, 7 p.m. I don't know. I feel like I could do this for like a long time. I'm not getting no. Go to sleep. I don't know. I just have okay. So today. Riki is having a concert, right? So I gotta be in Riki's birthday calls for 5 minutes, sometime at like 8. I gotta check the times, to be honest. But sometime at around, like, in the hour of the 8th hour, okay? So, hey, it's still 2? It's 3 p.m. It's not too long, right? I think they're still figuring it out. I don't want to hop into the Discord call right now because I feel like it will just be sensory overload. And I get to have some time with you all. I'm going to be eating my friends out. What the... Can we screenshot that? Oh, thanks for the shout out for Ricky. No, not Ricky. Ricky Poppet. But Ricky's so cool. I was able to meet him recently. Thank you for the shout out for Ricky. Ricky and I did Scamline recently. He was really funny. He was really sweet. Also, I think it was an no, that was the one collab that we were in. Yeah. A Ricky Poppet. RIKIPOPPET. I think there's a VT at the end, but I might be wrong. Wait, there's a okay, someone did a Figura model break the server? Oh, so Thank you, Hugh. Hi, Mammons. But yeah, have a good one, Austin. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're well. But I can't wait till I get started. Like, listen, we haven't really started, you know what I mean? We had that, like, basically that group meeting, which is honestly, like, it just kind of, like, setting up stuff for the people in the server, right? Like, kind of like in an out-of-character / in-character way. But I can't wait to, like, kind of start my first day, you know? Because we haven't really done that just yet. Sir Bannock Duke, welcome in. Did the server die? No, it just did a server reset, but we're just waiting for people to get back in. We're just waiting for people to get it back set up. Hi, Wookie. Quotes channel? Yeah, you could put it in the quotes channel. Wookie, how are you doing? I'm so excited too. There's a few more books that I really want to show, but I got to take some time with that. Just came back with a snack. Welcome back, Frenchie. Hi, Raycomi. How are you doing? See announcements. When you get the option of villager player vanilla, hit vanilla or you'll get boobs. I don't know what does this. Okay, I should not be. I mean, that's the one thing I can read out from the Discord. Okay, I can read that out from the Discord. I gotta avoid getting accidental boobs on my model, I suppose. But not that that would be a bad thing. Woo, woo, woo. Hi, Tay. Love you, Tay. I'm so good and fresh, but I literally have fun stream all Minecrafting. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody, check out Mookie. Mookie did my panels down below. Amazing artist, amazing friend. I love Mookie so much. Thank you for the glasses. Thank you. Otae. Otae is crazy. What snack did you get, Frenchie? Let me see if I can join again. Not yet. Okay. Not yet. So I guess we'll wait a little bit longer. Having fun, thank you, Taehoongie. I am. I actually am. It's really fun. But we gotta wait. Wait, what mean? It's restarting. Yeah, it's still restarting. Okay. Nerd? What do you mean, Cammy? You know what? This is a good time to see how Zochi is doing, because I think he's out too, right? Yes, he is. Okay, good. But I hope you're all having fun. It's been a good time. If you don't already know, maybe I can spend this time to show off my character sheet again. Let me find it. Where did I put it? Let's open this up. This is my character sheet right here. Boom. It's a bit big, but I'll keep it like this for now. Okay. So, if you don't know my character, Otae is a cleric of the Selen Order. Having survived a cave-in when he was younger, he attributes his survival to Selen thanks to a shaft of sunlight, helping him return to the surface. Otae is secretly, not really a secret, a big fan of a Selen and Vespership, and because it is a fantasy to his eyes, he doesn't believe it contradicts his faith. He wants to see a happy ending for Selen, the goddess of the morning of the sun, but maybe he's blind to what he truly wants, a happy ending for himself, whatever that means, okay? So this is what he this is his vibe, okay? This is his vibe. The mods love me more than you. How you feel, Tay? You know what? I'm so used to it by now. I would love to VA for Genshin, but I feel like by the time I can do that, I would it would literally be like the second arc of Genshin. You know what I mean? We'd already like go to Celestia and everything. The higher Selena rises, the less shadow doth she cast. Yeah, I was debating like doing like an English accent. You know? You have a question? What's your question, Alex? What's your question? Oh, you're 13% radiant? Oh my god, Wilo. I think I gotta take a shower. Your Toma VA is always so cute. Yeah, I like my Toma voice. There's a hint of Yuri from one of Tay's drawings in the open book pose. Exactly. There's also a version of my pngtuber without the glasses, which I'll set up eventually, too. Toma VA, yeah. Thank you, DJ. Have fun. We'll have fun. What's your favorite thing about playing Minecraft? For me, I'm really bad at Minecraft. So I've never really played it too much too, but I think it's the creative expression, I guess. You know, like how you can like build so many things and you can collaboratively build. That's like one of the coolest things, okay? All flowers in time turn toward the sun. You too shall experience that truth. Goodbye, DJ. Thank you again for the biddies. I think you gave biddies. I can't remember now. My brain. 96% rating. Damn, Frenchie. I think it's a bit of favoritism because you made the pngtuber. 96. 96. 6, 7. I'm sorry. The first person who gets 6-7 radiance, we need to nuke them from the chat. Not very holy of me, literally. Bruh, Raycomi, I'm sorry. Sorry, Yoga, I'm sorry. See, okay, this literally 6-7. 6-7 is literally me. Let me find it. Literally me doing this. Oh, what the fuck? You can't be serious. Patayon, y'all direct your malice to Patayon right now. Director Malice. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. I know, right, Raycomi? You brought it up. I didn't manifest it. Y'all manifested it with your dislike. That's crazy. How am I so holy? The fuck? That's so funny, Patayon. That's so crazy. That's actually so insane. I didn't manifest it. You all manifested it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That was an insane 6-7 radiance. I wish you can clip the whole Twitch screen. We'll get it. Please don't ban me. Okay, Patayon, you got a second chance. You get a second chance. Second chance.
Okay, well.
Oh my goodness. I have to go. Thank you, Alex. Welcome in, okay? So nice meeting you. Thank you so much for the kind words again, okay? Bye, Alex. Bye, Alex. If you want to, feel free to look at my socials, my Discord if you want to see when I go live next. Blah, 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 you know. I feel so weird saying that, but I gotta market myself. That's what everyone's been telling me.
Keep everyone safe right now.
I appear to have spawned in as a ghost, it would seem.
Oh, wow. that is very unfortunate.
We're fighting. Market yourself. Yeah, I gotta. Oh, there's a lot of creatures. Those are creatures, aren't they?
Do you guys see? Do you see that? Do you?
Dog's eating everyone.
Okay, you know. Oh no.
Oh. You're so brave. You're so brave. You're so brave, Kumanite. What is this spell right here? What is this? I've never seen anything like this before.
The local wildlife.
Radiant. Thanks, Bandit Duke.
I mean, maybe don't approach
And also,
it.
there's a raid.
I'm gonna, yeah,
Maybe don't approach it. Maybe don't go in.
Wait, yeah, there's a lot that's going on, to be quite honest.
Alright.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
You know, just old enough.
You look at least, like a very young 52.
Really? That's
Yeah.
young. I haven't gotten that young in a while.
Wait, you're
I'm
older
a
than
bit younger than that.
You're a bit oh. I thought you were going to kind of like saying that you were, you know, older than 52. Yeah, I mean, you kind of look, you just have a lot of experience in your face.
Yeah. I have a lot of experience in things, you know?
Yeah?
I have a lot of experience.
Like what? You like, I mean, I'm not saying this is like a bad thing, by the way. I'm just saying like you have like you look very seasoned, like you someone I can learn from, you know?
I mean, I guess so. Something like that.
Something like that?
What are those things on your eyes?
These are glasses. It's hard for me to see sometimes, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you like them? Do you like them?
I mean, it's also hard for me to see a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't gonna comment on that, but I mean, I don't want to be rude, you know, because I just met you. By the way, I'm Otae, and I'm a cleric of the Solen Order. May Solen's light guide your way.
Oh, you're one of the Solenites.
Yeah. Is that to your liking?
I mean, I don't mind. The name's Gran. Grande Pesos. You can call me Gran.
Gran?
I'm with the Atelier.
Oh, do you have like a business or something? I heard there's a lot of businesses over there. Oh, I guess we're moving.
I guess so.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we can walk inside.
We can walk inside.
So what was your name? You said it was
It's like okay, but with a T, so it's like Otae, you know?
Otae.
Yeah. Does Gram mean anything?
You say.
Not really.
Asked me about my butt cheeks earlier.
Not really, actually. You know, I should have asked my father about that. You know, back in my day, did you know that I came from a really, really, really poor family? My
Oh.
family was super poor, and then I grew up, and then, you know, I had to work hard for my money adventuring, and that's how I lost my eye in a dungeon, and, you know, it was so hard back
Intuition
then.
usually
And,
never fails
I
me,
mean,
but,
you look
well,
real
this must be
young.
a
It looks like
first.
you guys
I'm
have it
experiencing
so
lots of
much
those in the big
easier
country,
now.
but
I mean,
get used to it.
I don't know. If,
I am a common
well,
man.
well, maybe compared to you, actually. Maybe compared to you, there's a lot that I haven't experienced. But you know, that's why I'm out here. You know, I need to get some experience from people like you. Maybe you can teach me a few things. Oh wait, that's a fall. That's a fall. How do we?
First thing is you don't want to fall.
Yeah. That's the first step, isn't it? I think we gotta cross this way. I'm trying to find.
I'm a little old, so I'll just follow you.
Yeah, follow me. I think I can sniff where they went. I think I can sniff where they went.
Is that a skill of modern day clerics?
No, it's just I just rubbed a little bit of tiger balm beneath my nose. I can smell quite a bit.
Interesting.
Nostrils are flared right now.
This tiger balm, is that a cleric potion?
No, it's just a mysterious little like sap substance that I collected. I just call it tiger balm because it just sounds better than the alternative.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Oh!
This guy looks interesting.
I think it's probably dangerous, don't you think? Look at those big teeth.
Yeah, I ain't getting paid to fight that, so I'm not gonna deal with that one.
Are you a good fighter? Do you know how to, you know? Are you like a warrior kind of type?
I used to be a little blade for hire. I had a party back in the day, but you know, age gets the better of all of us, and I'm a little too old to be hooting and hollering and zigging and zagging, you know?
You're zigging and zagging? I wish I knew what it felt like to like zig and zag, actually. I've never zigged or zagged or zagged or zigged ever in my life, you know?
You're doing a pretty okay job of
Am
it right
I?
now.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. I just, you know, I was recently hired to help with like this little bathhouse. And I'm basically just like a water boy, so I don't really know how to, you know, like brandish a sword or you know, things of that nature.
Water boy for a bat? What do you do? Like fill the tubs with water?
Well, kinda. Yeah, I do that, and I bottle it. So if you want some Solen's bath water, if you want Solen's holy bath water, you know where to find me.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The goddess Solen?
Yeah. She of the morning? You've heard of her, right?
You bottle the water for the goddess.
Yeah. Is that an issue for you?
No, but I have a very interesting proposition for you, my new friend.
Oh, what's the proposition? What's that?
I feel like there's a lot of people that would want to buy that bathwater, you know, to spread the word of Solen.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, oh, you could use it. You could use it as like hair oil. You could use it to season your food, right? You can make it's a good soup base. It's a good soup base. But yeah, Solen's bathwater is like.
You know how I told you I have a shop?
Oh, you have a shop? Right. You work in the atelier.
Yeah, how would you like to sell some of your goddess's bathwater there to spell, you know, to spread the good word? Spread the good word.
I'll have to talk to my boss, but then I'll get back to you. That sounds like a really good idea. You know,
come on, this is something you want to do for you. I'm sure your boss is going to be so happy when you come back and tell them that you spread the word far beyond the boundaries of the Solan Order.
Wait. That sounds really good. Like doing stuff for myself. I've never really done stuff like that before. You know.
Yeah, you want to do this for you.
Yeah.
You know? And then imagine you love the goddess. I could tell by looking at you. You love the goddess, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I can make a little deal with you. Why not? That sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You know, I've been around the world adventuring, and I've seen men of faith. They're not like you. They don't really love their goddesses. But you, I can tell by just looking at you. You really love your goddess, and I want to help you. I want to help you spread the word to as many people.
You know what? I think this is the start of a beautiful partnership. I think that's what they say, right? Do we shake on it? Do we shake on it? Is that how it happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how to extend my hands.
Me too. I think we're bound by some sort of weird, religiosity that prevents us at the moment. But you know what? Let me just tell you that because we are under Solen's rays right here, we are bound by that warmth. Okay.
Oh, true. Yes, Solen. What do you guys say? What is a Solen thing to say?
Sometimes, okay. Well, I like to say clear skies as a greeting, but to the dawn is something that a lot of people say. To the dawn,
Yeah. To the clear skies, to the dawn. Yeah.
To the dawn, right?
Absolutely.
I think we're gonna make a lot of Solen, we're gonna make Solen herself happy, but we're gonna make a lot of Solen lovers happy too,
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Who wouldn't? I feel like people would spend so much good money.
That's right.
I mean,
yeah.
Not just that. It's not just about the money, but
Did you say we're peasants?
Yeah, pardon me, peasants. Hey, listen. Would either of you happen to have a saddle or like a lead or an apple?
Oh, me? No. Unfortunately, I lost all my money already.
Are you feeling hungry?
No, but my horse is, and I need someone to walk in front of it with an apple so that we can go to the next town over, and I don't have to walk there myself on my own 2 legs.
Is this like a seat that you've had? Like, it doesn't seem very well trained if you can't move it on your own.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All,
I didn't mean to.
About Bartholomew's like that. That's 1. 2. He's well trained. He's just got too much pride to be wandering directly down the straight and narrow path without some sort of incentive. I mean, that's normal enough for a noble steed.
That makes
He
sense.
seems to like me a lot. He's following me wherever I go.
All right, take me to the next town over.
Oh,
come on, peasant.
Wait.
I don't know.
I'm kind of feeling jealous right now. Is that normal? I don't understand.
Some what?
Some good old hard coin on you.
Oh,
I
I carry some of that. It's in my backpack.
I used to run a horse service back in my old town. I would lead the horses to water, and they'd even drink. I can help you out for a couple of coin.
I don't know how that's at all relevant, but listen, I'll give you a coin if you can get me to the next town over on this horse, so I don't have to walk.
You got it. You got it. All right.
Would bread work? Do horses like bread? I
don't know. Try it out.
Come here. You want to eat? You want to eat this? You want? I fear Bartholomew's is celiac. I think there's some dietary restrictions.
He's on a gluten-free diet right now.
A gluten-free Steve. That's a nice one.
Yeah, he doesn't like grains, wheats, high caloric intake. He hates meats, but he will eat an apple. He will eat the fuck out of an apple.
I see.
Well, if I find an apple, I'll make sure to what's your name? Non-peasant, sir.
Sorry, I thought my reputation would precede me.
Oh.
You might know me as
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you might know me as. I sorry, I didn't catch it.
You should.
I should know. I should. Oh.
You should know. Yeah. Have you never met me?
Oh. You must be broke.
Oh.
No. Actually, I have coin on me, but I came here with very little to my name to find my own fortune outside of the influence of my noble parents. Of course, I am, of course, your prominence, Lear. You can just address me as your prominence if you want.
Oh.
Lear, your prominence. The horse master.
Yes, the horse master.
The horse master.
That's a good title to add into my name. Oh, hello.
I see. Your godliness is still very much involved with the horse.
Wait, I thought it was your prominence, not your godliness.
Yeah, you can call me whatever you want. I mean, your prominence, your godliness, that's fine.
What if I called you? What if we kind of like leveled the playing field and I said, my peasant? Like, how does that?
Yeah.
If I called you my peasant.
I've heard of this before. This is something you pavos like to do. What's it called? Hold on, let me think for a second. Bartholomew's, give me the word. Hold on, I'm communicating with my fans.
You can communicate with
with
the horse?
Oh no, now I'm talking to my fans. Give me a second.
You have fans? Goddamn.
I think he's imagining them.
It is really hot. It is really hot in this climate. So like, I can't imagine.
You know the horse riding guy?
I came across him like 4 minutes ago, and he told me to bring him an apple for his horse. I couldn't find an apple, but I found a cupcake, so I think that's just as good.
I do
I
believe.
don't eat cupcakes, but meh.
I don't know.
He said his horse was gluten-free.
Gluten-free, celiac, low choleric, Well, not to be mistaken with cleric, that's me.
I think it has cholera.
Oh.
I think it fucking natural selection is gonna come for it.
Does it have IBS? Does it have
Natural
IBS?
selection is for the low down, low born, not Bartholomewsis.
Do you know, actually, if Bartholomewsis believed in Selene, I think all the dietary restrictions would just fade away underneath the healing rays of her light. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Nah, that's a bit of a stretch.
Okay, someone who called Lear your prominence, your godliness. I think that's called heresy. I think that's called heresy.
Possibly, but I don't think. At least last time I heard, your goddess doesn't really take care of gluten intolerance.
My goddess is absolutely able to take care of gluten restrictions. Accessible queen.
That's part of the tour, perhaps.
I was, and then I lost track of everything because I got distracted by
Seems like you
a
guys
man.
are obsessed with the gluten intolerance horse, which is a little fair. It's an interesting horse.
That's what I'm saying. It could be a story.
Not high enough ranked for you.
Oh, you're thinking. Oh, well, you should have said that in the first place.
Yeah, I think it understands that it's just too lowly ranked. I've seen this before.
Okay, so we're now all horse whisperers here.
Out in the tree,
That makes sense. Of course, he's jealous of my grandeur. Okay, well, in that case, I suppose I'll, part ways here with Bartholomewsis, and I will find myself a nobler steed. Speaking of, are any of you in the
Bartholomewsis, I'm gonna let you know. I'm not grandstanding like that. I could change your life. I could be.
Yeah, no.
Stop walking towards him, please. We're trying to whisper. We're trying to have a conflab.
I just don't want to walk on my own two legs. You know how it is.
You look strong enough to carry him at least, Gran. I'm pretty.
All right, I'll walk.
Oh.
Well, your godliness is looking quite depressed right now.
That is so sad. I've never seen such a sadder sight.
You can also call it pathetic. That also works.
The horse looks a lot happier though.
I mean,
hold on.
Don't we all?
Oh, I might need some assistance.
Oh. Okay. No, I don't know. I can't use my magic right now.
No, none of that. Here, just carry this for me over to the next town.
Okay, I got you, I guess.
All right, let's go.
Eleni, nice to meet you. My name's Gran. Good to see you.
Okay, it's a bit heavy. What's in here? Obviously, no apples.
Just a bunch of coins, nothing important. Don't worry too much about it. It'll be fine.
Wait, what if I get mugged if I have all this coinage in my purse? Like that seems a bit risky. But then I guess as a devout follower of Selene, I do good, right? So I'm being a good Samaritan right now. Would you say so?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would say you're doing good. Listen, I don't think anybody's gonna mug us. I mean, look at me.
Oh,
as if.
Yeah, I mean, I will be truthful. You do look pretty accomplished. I don't. What have you done? What? Okay, can you name some of your accomplishments, please? Like, I want to know.
Yeah, of course. I've done a lot of things. What about? Well, hold on. Oh no.
Oh.
Are you?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I think
see, I had a bit of a headache there.
Same. I think sometimes the humidity of this climate kind of makes it difficult for apples to grow and for headaches to not, rack us.
Yeah. Hey, do you find it really, really echoey in here?
I find it super echoey. This is why we need the light of Selene. Any in the darkness, monsters breed, as they say.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Light of Solin, Dawn, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Listen, here, tell me a bit more about this Solin person.
Solin person, okay, she is like, let me tell you, she is the most beautiful, darling goddess of Horizon's Edge, okay? She of the morning, she brings light and life and love to everywhere her beams shine upon. She is literally, she's responsible for, you know, me being alive today.
Oh, she raised you. She's your mom.
I wouldn't call her my mom. Maybe my mom. But she's. I'm sorry.
No, wait. Let's reverse a few steps. Hold on. No, this is the sound of me rewinding this conversation.
Wait. Whoa. You can do that. You're able to rewind.
Yes, it's one of my many skills I was born with. One of them actually is the ability to rewind conversations, but another one is to be, well, simply the most attractive person in the room. But let's go back. So she's your mom.
She's my mother of the light. You know, a holy mother. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Hey, listen, is this the town I was supposed to be going to? Is this Solin City or whatever?
This. I wish I knew. Hello, person who's hiding over there. Is this Solin's place? Oh. Maybe I am a peasant. maybe you did clock me, right? Maybe I'm not that important.
I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm sure they mean you no harm. It's just one of the things the peasants like to do.
Yeah.
Now, where were we? Yeah, is this Solin's town or are we in the wrong place?
I kind of feel like we're in the wrong place, don't you think? I feel like this place has been utterly desecrated, probably for heresy against Solin, you know?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
That makes sense. After all, she's like the sun thing or whatever. So she's probably just I don't know, nuked the place or whatever.
Exactly. She wouldn't do that without good reason.
Did you hear something?
No, this person's. Do you need something? Do you need help?
Are you talking to that pole?
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Hello.
Oh, you didn't. Do you know what happened here? Do you know where we are?
I knew I should have eaten that freaking donkey burger. No, I actually don't. This is my first day on the job. I know where the jail is, and I know where that big building behind you is, because, to be honest, that's all I've been to. So, I'm waiting for my, work meeting in a couple of hours, so we can establish our new headquarters and point of operations and boss, because he died in a fire.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. May he rest in the light of Solin.
No, it's fine, because I could potentially get a promotion today.
Oh.
I can't believe he died. That's kind of pathetic, but hey, listen, if you do a better job, that's great.
Yeah, imagine dying.
I'm gonna do my absolute best.
Imagine.
But yes, unfortunately, it is my first day on the job, and by day, I only work at night. And as you can see, it's not nighttime. So I'm kind of lost when it's daytime, to be honest. I don't know what to do or where to go, and everyone disappeared. So I'm just waiting.
Listen, we didn't ask for your life story. We just want to know if we're near Solin's town.
Yeah, do we know where Solin is?
This person knows.
Do you?
Hey, you. Oh, it's my surf. Hey, are we near Solin's town?
No.
I saw it though. Thank you for the resub. I'm sorry. Wait, I kind of like that. I'm sorry.
All right, settle
take
down.
You to my jail cell.
Jail
It
cell?
is
What are you,
getting
some sort of
nighttime,
guard?
so either way, you're not gonna get there in time anymore.
Official equipment.
Don't worry, I have guiding light from you know.
Sir?
I'm okay. It's just listen. I will be okay as long as my faith in Solin remains unshakable. And so.
Hey, look, a train.
Oh, maybe we go there.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I hope this goes to Solin City.
I really hope so too. I feel like I've missed the past 3 trains. They need more time, you know, to board passengers. I would say the service is kind of middling.
I can't see. Oh, am I in? I'm in.
I think we're in. Are they following us? Okay.
Well, let's have a seat, shall we?
Let's have a nice little. Can you help me out? How do I sit?
Oh well, I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to use your your right muscle.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
I just sometimes get nervous about public transit seats. You know, there's a lot of dirt that gets tracked in there.
Yeah, no problem. Hold on, let me think for a second. Here. Chattercaps, what do you think? Like a. Hey, you said you're with Solin, right?
Yeah. I'm a Solin cleric. Ready to spread the word.
All right, big goofy glasses.
Goofy
weird dress.
Weird dress. This is standard issue.
Yes, haircut. Let's
what?
Say,
What does that mean?
68, you think? Chattercaps? I think 68. 68.
What does it? What kind of? I'm sorry.
68. A 100 is talking. 1 second.
Okay. Oh.
What do you think? 68?
Who is he?
Okay. Yes. All right. Fair enough. Oh well, there we are. I think this is our town.
I think this is our town. Okay.
I don't know how to get off.
Yeah. How do we disembark?
I thought it was. I was certain it was by my shift muscle, but I seem to be quite stuck.
Yes.
Whoa!
I think we got it. Okay. It just took some time to detach, I suppose. Can you elaborate upon what a 68 is? It's dangerously close to.
What do you mean? To what?
Yeah, I mean, just the rating just seems a bit. I mean, 68% is kind of like barely passing, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm so proud of you for passing.
Oh,
let's go look around.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Hold on, where are we?
This is. I think this is Solen's place. I think my business is around here, actually.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go to your business. We'll figure that out together.
No, exactly. I might be wrong though. I might be leading you into someone's home, and if that's the case, I apologize. But I do.
I walk into people's homes and smash pottery all the time.
Is this? So you made a career out of that? That's pretty.
Well, I wouldn't call it a career. It's more like a hobby.
Oh, well, what would you say is a career then?
Oh, they have elevators here.
They have elevators here.
Dignified. My career, of course, is just being the best.
Did you get conferred that title by anyone else, or is it? Do you have like name one deed? I just want to know one deed. Like I'm not trying to question your credentials or anything like that. I just want to know. I just want to I want to get excited because I feel like I'm in the presence of some sort of I guess God.
Yes, well, you're not wrong. I am a bit of a god. You're correct. Aspiring, of course. So, actually, this relates to our shared faith in Solin.
Yeah.
You see, I find that, all this business I heard about in this town with the hell opening up and everything being destroyed or whatever, and then these goddesses awakening. The way I see it, they're not really doing their job really well, are they? So I figure eventually there's got to be an opening, right? And why not side with the winning team so that when inevitably the shadow falls, there's a bit of a vacuum? And I figure I may as well step in as the next best candidate behind that, slumbering whatever her name is.
Right. I just feel like sometimes you're just gonna let the goddesses cook, so to speak. I don't think everything happens in a single day because the sun always rises after every night. So I think
it does happen every day.
Exactly, right? So I think we can't just count them out just yet. But if you let's say you did become a crazy and powerful, all-knowing, omnipotent, omnipresent god, what would be your first decree? What would be your first command?
That's actually a really great question. I think I would say my next thing to do would be, I guess, build a shrine in my honor. Maybe a statue, or 4 or 5 or 7.
Oh, would the statue be clothed?
I didn't think about that.
I feel like
god statues usually naked.
I feel like if you are completely in the nude, I think that would provide a very big statement to all those who cast their gaze upon you. I think that's a very faith oriented mindset, If I could see my goddess Solin, just like with beautiful fabrics, very veily wrapped around her person, I would feel like Yes. I would follow her, you know. So and likewise with you, because look at you. You look so handsome with the are those antlers? I'm sorry. I don't know the proper terminology.
Yeah,
Your
no,
horns?
That's okay. Listen, I appreciate you gassing me up or whatever. I have this effect on people, but
Yeah.
honestly, it becomes really tiring.
Oh,
I hear it all day.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You can just say that I'm perfect and move on. It's fine.
Okay, just one time.
Yeah, just once is fine.
Okay, you are perfect. You're perfect. Sorry, that was the second time. I was just stuttering. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I can't expect any more from a 68. All right. So is this where we're staying? Is this like an apartment?
I feel like we've I feel like this is not the place that I wanted to be.
All right. Well, lead the way, and I'll follow you for now.
Okay,
After all, a gracious God knows when to follow.
Exactly. You know what? Let's explore the area some, but if I can get through a door, that is. Sometimes the doors are too heavy set. You know.
Hey, are those part of the locals, or what's going on here?
That doesn't seem right. It is nighttime. That's why I'm saying the monsters breathe in the dark.
Seem aggressive. Hello, fellow peasants. If we could ask for some directions around here.
Can you let us know?
For
what number would this guy get?
Hold on. Chattercaps, what do you think? 8? Yeah, 8.
Okay, at least I'm above this one, I guess. Yeah, is the
of course.
Is the highest rank 100? Can I upgrade? Can I get more? Yeah?
You can always be better. After all, the pursuit of perfection is the next closest thing to godliness.
Okay,
Unless you're already there.
Oh, if I could, do you think I have the potential to get there? Sir Leaf, your prominence?
No, but you can get closer.
Oh, okay. I'll work on that, and then I'll come back for like what do you call it? Like a monthly report or something, like a.
Yeah,
you know?
sure. I mean, after all, as the top of the food chain, it's my job to delegate ranking and tasks down to the lowlier people.
Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. You know, I always thought like people in stations of power like yours, like when they become, you know, at the top of the food chain, as they say, like I always feel like they don't give a chance to the lowers, right? You know. But I mean, I think you're giving me a little bit of hope, I suppose.
Well, you know, sometimes, and this is rare, because most people are born, you know, in their station, and that's where they belong, by divine right, of course. But not everyone can be perfect, and sometimes a lowborn sneaks into a position of power, and they grasp at it desperately by trying to put down other people or not doing their job to give them the chance to move up when they've rightfully earned it through merit. You gotta watch out for those type of false nobles, you know?
Okay, false nobles. Okay, I'll write that down.
Yeah, write that down.
I'll write that down. I've never encountered a false noble before, so I will need to probably get a frame of reference one day. But as long as I listen to you, but let me tell you, I'm gonna just tell you right now though that Solen is my number one. Okay. Even if you let's say ascend, Solen is my number one.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're allowed to have your favorites. I mean, we can't all account for bad taste. But yes, Solen, number one, I agree. Maybe 1.5, but close, you know.
1.5. Okay. I'll work on that with you. Trust me. You know, I run a bathhouse. Of course, I don't know where that might be, but
that would be incredible if we could find that bathhouse. I could really use a bath. After all, I mean, I may have worked up a little bit of perspiration.
I have to admit, Bartholomeus wasn't the most pleasant smelling steed I've encountered in my life.
I agree. Wild horse, not really the most dignified steed, but we make do with what we have.
That's true. I think without those apples, you can't really sweeten the scent, you know.
Yeah, hey, look, here's a sign for the city. Maybe we got to go past.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm new here, so I'm not the best one to lead around, but I always go by instinct, you see? You know, if
there's a local right there right towards us.
We can ask them. And there's a train.
Waiting for the train. Yeah, let's go. Huh. Well, that would take us out of this town, but on the other hand, maybe that's where we want to be.
Maybe we go to the other side? Hey,
so how'd you get into this whole
this whole thing?
How'd you get into this whole Solen business?
Hi.
What made you want to do all that?
Well,
hi. Sorry.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Understand, it's sometimes hard for perfection to perceive the imperfect. Hi.
Are you lost? Are you trying to find a next place to go to. And just to answer your question really quick, Sir Leaf, I
Who's
really,
Leaf?
or sorry, your prominence. Sorry, your prominence.
Oh, okay, yes, of course.
Sorry, just slip at the tongue. I just saw this cute little creature right here, and
Hi, isn't she adorable?
adorable. Is this one of Solen's creatures or creations? Because Solen saved my life. That's what, you know.
Oh, whoa, hey, no touching. Move on.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Oh, did she?
No great loss.
I think she flew. Did we just witness a death?
I don't know. Poor people die all the time. It's not a big deal.
Oh, have you seen many poor people die in your lifetime?
Personally, no, but I've seen the numbers on the pages.
Oh, the statistics. You seem very well-rounded. You're smart. You're worldly. You got beautiful horns.
We talked about this. Just
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I've lived all my life not really having a lot of, accomplishments to my name. So whenever I see someone who's like super clearly, obviously, I'm sorry, perfect, I just get a bit flustered, as you can tell.
Well, I have that effect on people. I'm not that surprised, but it's okay. I'll tell you what. From now on, I'll give you permission to use my name. You could call me Your Prominence Lear.
Your Prominence Lear. Thank you. Thank you.
Will that
Okay.
make you feel-
That'll make me feel
no,
better.
excuse me. Pardon me. No touching. No touching. Go on.
Anyways, it was. I really appreciate it, Sir Lear. Your Prominence Lear.
Sorry, pardon me.
Oh, it's your Prominence Lear. Your Prominence Lear. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Here, I insist. Sit on the inside.
Okay. Oh, a window seat? That is the kindest thing.
It's been a while since I practiced.
Oh no, I just want you closer to the other peasants.
Oh.
Okay.
I see. I'm used to I'm being the divider. You know, I like to be the barricade. I can take hits, even though I might look a bit frail. This book is pretty thick, filled with the scriptures. Excellent. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Got it.
Yeah. Well, who is this?
Go ahead and tell us
A peasant in front of us?
Oh,
Hi.
that's my serf. I sent them on a quest to find an apple, but tragically they failed.
Wait, pay?
You were trying to find an apple as well? I feel like we have a
short. No.
Oh, well, I don't need it anymore. No, it was for my steed, Bartholomew, but he was found wanting, so I left him on the countryside to wallow in his own filth or whatever it is they do out there.
I was penciling it in for next week. My apologies.
Oh, you had to.
Okay.
I feel like there's a significant shortage of fruits in this place. Maybe we'll have to change that up.
Do not leave. This is not
Seem
part
that
of
way.
the door.
This is
not it.
But
This is a random house.
that is a possibility for, a get rich quick scheme. I've heard many people are into those nowadays.
Oh, yeah, get rich quick, huh?
Are you rich?
Do you think so?
My father is, but I came here on my own to seek my own fortune, of course.
Oh right, that reminds me. I do have your coin. I haven't looked into it. I haven't looked into
that backpack. It's a little heavy for me to be carrying around.
And then we could have a proper wedding. Yes,
Oh,
we can.
you don't have the money with you.
Oh
No,
my
I'm afraid
God.
it's
Do you
in my
need some?
bag. No, I'm all right. Unless, of course, you're just paying tribute to my greatness, which I understand. I have that effect on people.
I don't know about it.
It is difficult not to. I have to say, I have my reservations in the beginning because as a devout follower of Solen, it is hard to not.
Who is Solen?
I'm a Solenite. Hi.
A fellow Solen. Nice to see you.
Oh.
See?
Looks like there's a couple other members of your Boy Scout club.
Boy Scout. It's a formal order. Thank you very much.
How does one join this formal order, if I were to say?
Enjoy
want to,
your formal order.
Be a part of this. Hey, I think we're supposed to get off.
I think we're supposed to get off. Yes.
Oh, you may
it's as easy. Oh, this is dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, you're going to want to climb up.
Thank you. That's That's just me not looking where I go. See, that's a silly little novice Solen mistake, you know. The light might light my path, but it is still up to me to look forward.
Have you ever considered that maybe those big dumb glasses are reflecting the light and blinding?
That could be the case. I haven't changed my prescription in a very long time. Oh, hi, Sir Yapsalot.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome
Nice to
again.
meet you. Good to see you.
My friend Book Boy.
Thank you. You remembered. Hi, nice to meet you.
Yes.
His name's Book Boy?
I mean...
That is what I call him, because he's the boy of the books. He has the books that float next to him, and the large spectacles to read them.
Exactly.
Who's your friend, Book Boy? Who's this?
This is Sir Yapsalot.
Yes.
Oh, are you a knight?
I am a knight. I was knighted by my master many years ago, but unfortunately he fell in battle. And he used to tell me that I yap quite a lot, so I ended up getting the title Sir Yapsalot.
Oh, okay. So knighted by a subpar knight who died. Note that down.
Actually,
Failure.
he was not subpar. I'll have you know.
He was a local legend.
Yeah, I'm sure he was great.
He was legendary in his knighthood, but subpar in his manhood.
Oh.
All right, so let's see. Teacher dies.
Subpar in his
what's
manhood.
that? I don't know what that means exactly, but I'm assuming that you meant he was mortal and therefore fallible. Let's see.
Are you by
Shrooms,
chance
what do you think?
immortal?
No, well, not yet. But one day, yeah, of course.
Interesting. What is your name?
I'm glad you asked. My reputation, I'm sure, precedes me, but I understand sometimes my radiance can be blinding to those who encounter me firsthand.
Just like Solen.
So close to a soon-to-be god. My name is Your Prominence, Lear, but you can just call me Your Prominence.
I see.
It takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of time to be able to add Lear. I mean, Your Prominence Lear.
If you work your way up the ranks, like Bookington here, you too can be. You can call me Lear. So what are we thinking, Chatter Shrooms? Is this like a... Hold on. Did you... Which group are you in again? Are you part of the his
I'm part
Boy
of the
Scout club?
Selene people.
Okay, the Selene people. Got it. So that moves you up. Let's see. It's
that moves you
I
up.
think like a 74.
Wait.
74. I like those.
Wait.
All
So
right.
did the Selene qualifier move my rating up? What am I at my base without Selene?
You're a 68 right now.
68. But if I wasn't a Selene,
Oh, you can't expect me to fret over the small things and the little numbers. Don't worry about it. All right.
Oh my
68,
goodness, is that
74,
the
I think we've lost
Archon?
the group.
Not bad.
Hello?
Oh, it's you.
Oh my
Mr.
goodness.
Luminous.
Hello there.
Hello.
This is my leader. This is my leader.
Nice to meet you, leader.
In all his brightness.
Boy Scout Club's troop leader. All right. Hey, listen, I was actually just talking to your friend Bookslot here, and Sir Dead Tutor, I think, was it? What was your name?
Mr. Yapsalot.
Mr.
And that will be
Yapsalot.
Sir Yapsalot to you.
Oh. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I wasn't asking about their whole life stories. I was wondering how I joined your Boy Scout club.
Well, we can find our way back to the Selene Quarter, then we can go from there.
That's exactly where we were trying to get, actually. We were looking for the bathhouse, and unfortunately, you know, it's easy to get lost when we're seeing through such a thick glassed fog as these glasses. So,
yeah, it's sorry. I get blinded really easily by the light because I'm not worthy yet completely of Selene's rays as a and even Father Luminous
Were
right
you
here.
blinded by the steam or by the sights?
By perhaps both. Perhaps both. I would not, count out the steam as well. Maybe that is a design flaw that I have as a bathhouse worker, huh? I'll work on that.
Interesting.
Maybe you should get some wipers to have on your glasses, and they can magically move on their own.
This is why you're a sir, and I'm but a lowly 68 peasant, I suppose. Thank you. I'm learning a lot. Let me just jot this down.
74.
Yeah. You're not lowly or high in spirits, just low in contacts.
Yeah, thank you. That helps me. Just like the sun rising every day. I can bounce back just like that. Thank you. Yes, right? So yeah, you'd be into joining us? Your Prominence Lear?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've a vested interest in the success of, what was her name again?
Solene.
Yes, Solene, of course. I praise the dawn and all that, of course. The thing is, I figure If Solin's successful, then that'll leave a power vacuum for the next best thing, and by that I do mean the best thing. And someone's going to have to step into the position of shadow. Who better than me?
We can have many fruitful discussions back at the base.
Yeah, of course. When is that? Where are we going?
Yeah, would you lead us there?
We're just waiting for the train. It'll be here shortly.
There's a lot of trains here, I suppose.
It's either you walk all the way back to the Slen Quarter, or we wait for the train.
Hold on. Do you mind if I grab your arm real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. I don't think he could carry me the whole way. All right, we'll wait.
I can assure you my delts are strong enough to carry anybody.
I believe you, 74, but just for the safety's sake, I don't want to break down in the middle of the road and then, like...
Thank you for all the follows. Hi, Kazuha. Hi, everybody.
Water or whatever. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the risk. To you, of course, to you. I want to protect you as...
I see.
Yeah.
Do you think you could carry me? Do you think I'm carryable? Do you think
I could carry you?
Yeah?
Yes.
Wait, can you try? Can you try right now? I'm sorry, Father Luminous. I just want to. Whoa, okay. This is the tallest I've ever been.
He picked you up and put you on the bench.
See,
wow.
See,
Wow.
the taller I can be, right? The closer I can be to Solen. So I just, it is a very important moment for me right now. This is a very significant formative moment in my life. I mean, meeting you too, your prominence leader, it was a formative moment, but in the presence of Father Luminous, this has to be one of like the top 5.
Oh, is this like, are you a fan?
I'm such a, yeah. I mean, Father Luminous, like, this amazing, incredible, dare I say, perfect Archon of ours is going to lead us. I'm sorry. Okay, I just got to remember how to breathe.
Sorry. He's really excitable.
He is.
I mean, when I'm in the presence of such a a core of warmth and life and love, basically a manifestation of Solen herself, like how couldn't I be? Right?
I understand you, book boy.
Understand. Thank you.
The train is here. The Iron Stallion.
Well, shall we get on?
Yeah, to the base, right?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking, what? Yes, of course, yeah.
Interesting.
Am I allowed to sit in this compartment with you all, or should I? Okay. Oh.
There you are.
Perfect.
So, how'd you get to be a dad or whatever it is you do?
It wasn't really by choice. I was chosen.
Huh. All right. Well, thanks. Cool. Good to know.
I mean, what is your profession, if you mind me asking?
Mostly I just practice being perfect, which I'm already there. Doesn't take much work when you're born that way, but, I help my father occasionally with merchant business and et cetera, et cetera. He's a wealthy nobleman. You may have heard of him.
So then, by that fact, you were also chosen. Is that correct?
You could say that, but I like to imagine I earned it by divine right. I must have done something right in my past life, or maybe I was just always this way. Unfortunately, the burden of perfection has to fall on somebody, and why not my shoulders to hold it up?
You don't have a father anymore? Something happened to him? Oh, no, you still have a father, sorry. You have a father.
Yeah, I mean, I left him at home, but, sometimes you gotta, get out of the nest to really shine, and unfortunately, he was holding me back a little bit. So, here I am, ready to give my radiance to the rest of the world.
This,
Solen?
Yeah, and Father Luminous here, or Archon, could be your father, in a way, right? If you join us? Like, I mean, that could fill, perhaps... I'm not saying that you have daddy issues or anything like that, but there's a chance that he could fill that void for you, the void of darkness with his light.
Oh, that right? You're in the market to be a daddy?
We have one more stop after this.
Oh, okay.
Well, the next stop is going to be our stop. It's after this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really in the market to pick up a new father or anything. I've got one. He's all I can handle. Yeah, he's a good guy or whatever, but like everybody else, he's flawed, let's say, to put it kindly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody can be perfect. Well, nobody else. Anyway, tell me how you, what do you do? What's your job? How's this whole system work? How do I move up? When do I start getting badges? I need more for my sash.
You have a sash?
Yeah, you can check it. Look here. All right, you can see my many accomplishments. Actually,
Sure, Absol, do you have a lot of badges?
68. Oh.
I don't think I'm familiar with these badges.
I'm glad you asked. I wore them to myself whenever I perfect things. Here's my camper's badge. This is my ranger badge. This is my rogue badge. This is my fighter badge. I got this one for figuring out how to crochet. I got this one for being an exceptional miner. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh, I got this one for being the most handsome person alive. I got this one for making a deal with an eldritch entity that may or may not be an amalgamation of souls or a sentient fungus that now lives inside my host's body. It's a charity thing. I let them roam around with perfection so they might see what it's like.
That is exactly what Solen would do. You know what? You'd be a great fit. I suppose we did a full circle, huh?
Yeah, here we are again.
Maybe that's why I'm a 68, I guess.
That's all right.
If you can come off the train, I can show you.
Oh, I just saw this.
There you are.
Sorry that we got cut short there. I'll regale you of my exploits another time.
Thank you. No, it's
a
okay.
lot of transportation.
Oh, do you need your bag back? Is that what I should...
I'll tell you what. Why don't you hold on to it for just a little bit longer? It's a little heavy for me to be carrying.
No, of course. Sorry. I just gotta readjust all the straps around my person.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you need any help with that?
No, I can handle myself. I swear. You can't make me look like a weakling in front of our Archon here. I'm trying my best to.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right. You're right. 83.
Oh, thanks.
Great.
That's basically, a higher educational institution's version of an A, right? So,
sure, yeah.
I'm sound in body and of mind. Thank you. 83. Someone crying?
Has anybody noticed that? Is there a vision pulsing
Is the world
thing?
kind of pulsating to anyone else?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh.
Huh.
Is that a normal phenomenon around these parts?
So, where's your bathhouse?
Yeah, I thought I had the directions. I'm not the boss of this bathhouse. You saw that too, right? I'm not the owner.
Yeah,
I'm a recently hired individual. And I don't think I got the directions to it.
I see. Hey, listen, that's fine. Where's your place of employer? Whatever.
No.
Oh.
Should be this way.
There we go. We're going to the boss. Our father, our Archon. This is huge. You know what? For your journey to godhood, this could be a very important step.
Yeah, I agree. 68. Hey, what do you think if you had to give him a rating from your very limited and clearly very flawed viewpoint?
I'm inclined to say 100.
Concerning.
Oh. Wow.
Wait, is this the building right here, right before us? Oh, hi.
So is this guy like second in command to Solen, or what's the deal here?
I suppose would you call your brightness second in command?
Am I the second in command?
Second to only Solen. Your brightness, your lightness, your radiance.
In terms of earthly affairs, I am the first in command. In terms of godly affairs, I am only a second.
There you have it. There you have it.
All right.
You speak so well, Archon Luminous. You are so you are everything that I aspire to be. Oh wait, 92. That's pretty good.
92. Maybe 89. Close enough.
Interesting. Anyways, this is where we'll be discussing you wanting to join us. This is Solarium.
Sure, yeah. Hey, let's get in there and get this over with, shall we? I mean, not much of a test when
Yeah,
it's me, of course.
let me just readjust the straps on this backpack. They're
formalities.
digging into my skin.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. Oh, well done.
It's okay. Through pain, I grow. Right? That's the adventurer's way. I've heard.
Hold on. Whoop. Stop.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is that one of the Solin things?
No, that's just no, that's a self-inflicted thing. Sorry, that's my personal. Yeah, don't worry.
Masochist. Okay.
No, I wouldn't call myself a masochist. That's kind of crazy. To insinuate. That's whoa. I'm scared. I think it clocked me a little bit. Everybody, that's not. I wasn't saying I'm a masochist. I'm not a masochist.
So what do we do? We're just gonna take this elevator right here and we go all the way to the top. There's a meeting room that we can go to.
Okay.
Straight to the top, closer to Selene. That's incredible. Everything's so.
By all means. Just to make sure this is safe. You
okay. Thank you. I don't know how to do Minecraft elevators. I think I'm doing it right? Okay, good. Oh wow. I've never been here before. This is incredible. Can I? I shouldn't touch this, right? This is.
Don't touch it.
Okay, I won't. Sorry. I don't want to get my grubby handprints all over it. That makes sense.
It's a little empty right now, but with all of our flock here, hopefully it may turn into a home.
That's what I think too, Father Luminous. You are so wise. You are so wise. I definitely picked the right place. Coming here. Oh, is he coming?
Where is your friend?
That's a very good question. Huh? Do you think he? Maybe he's a bit nervous. Oh.
Sorry about that. I was accosted by a few fans.
Oh
boy, it's hard being popular, isn't it?
Yes, it is hard.
I can't imagine how Selene feels.
Being the leader of your group. Well, maybe that's why she stays on high.
Makes sense.
We have one more, and then we're there.
Okay.
All right then.
Would you like me to test this as well for you?
No, please. Okay. I would love it if you did it first.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wow, this is incredible. Is this where like all this secret like Selene operations kind of get conducted too? Like you have like a whole game plan in case Vesper's followers start to cause a ruckus? Is this where we?
Sorry about that. I was
like a war room.
Fans.
You have fans in there too?
Well, it's complicated. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I suppose so. I'll just be attending because this is not a meeting between me and Archon Luminous here. I'm just here just to.
You're already in. All right.
Yeah. I do believe I am.
Just a fan.
No. Well, I mean, I haven't formally met our Archon here, our Radiance here, but through unofficial ways I've been here. Oh, I suppose we're all here. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, all right. So, listen. Hey, well, I have an audience that follows me everywhere I go. What can I say? Let's
you
get
weren't
this
lying.
Formality out of the way. Yada yada. Blah blah blah. Yes, I know. I'm the best. I'm in charge of everything that isn't what you're in charge of. Except I don't want any real responsibilities. Just to kind of be a part of your little group or whatever.
So, what is your real goal then?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. It's hard to find goals when you're already perfect, but I think my goal now that I've already done everything a mortal can do is, I guess, to be a god. So I figure we need to create a vacancy, which means we got to get rid of whatever her name was, the mediocre one who hides in the dark or whatever. What? I don't know who that is.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the leader of the Vesperine, Rand Valor.
No. I don't. Whatever. She can run her thing, her clubhouse. I don't care about her. Whoever.
Hi, Dinosaurs. Hi, Goldella.
Yes, the Vesperine. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, that's the one. I want to get rid of the Vespin, whatever her name is. Yeah, her.
That's what
You essentially want to fill the void, is what I'm hearing.
I mean, obviously I'm more qualified, but what can you do? Sometimes people get put into positions of power through nepotism, and some people are just born worthy of it, like me.
Filling that void with your light, not a bad idea, right? Like that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, you get to keep worshiping your idol or whatever it is you're doing, and then I go over there and I take her place, and I stay out of your way, and I just make a bunch of peasants build statues of me. Everybody wins.
Well, light cannot exist without darkness, and darkness cannot exist without light, yet this darkness is a little too needy, so I think we do share some common goals. I accept your offer. Welcome to the Selene Order.
Yay.
Yeah. Yes.
Is this
listening to everything you
is
said.
this a hurrah moment? Hurrah?
Like the way this creature talks.
Huzzah moment?
Yeah, huzzah.
Huzzah!
Sun for the sun god.
Yes.
I agree. The dawn is good and all that. Yeah. Woo.
Right.
So now do we throw a party and have a cake, or maybe we can all hit the pool together and have a toast?
I've got wine.
All right, I'll take one of those. Thank you, peasant.
Oh.
Oh, don't mind him. He just calls everyone that. I think it's just an affliction of the mind. Don't mind. Don't mind him.
Ah, I see.
No,
It's a bit-
don't.
bit
Hold
ill.
on. Hold on. 68.
Oh.
You can't speak for me.
Oh, sorry.
Give me 1 second.
Oh.
What are we thinking? What's that on your head?
Oh, it's just a doll that I found on my travels. Isn't it cute?
Okay, still plays with dolls. Hasn't given me wine yet. Bad at taking directions. All right, 57. If I could have that wine.
Not sure anymore.
Oh.
Seems you don't even know my name, so maybe.
Thanks for the
yeah,
follow.
wine
Thank
seems
you.
Quite valuable. It takes a while to age and all of that, and I mean I do have quite a bit, but I'm not sure what would I get in return for my sharing.
Now you get to bask in my radiance, of course. Look at me. I mean, you're already winning. Honestly, this trade is a little skewed.
I do already have radiance, quite a lot from my goddess Selene, as I am a cleric in her service. Could be seen as sacrilegious to.
It's a good point. Hold on, wait a minute. You're a cleric. Didn't you say you're a cleric? 68.
Yeah. I'm a cleric. Nice to meet you. By the way, I'm
Nice
Otae.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Otae.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
I'm
meet-
Laurel.
Laurel? That's a beautiful name. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, of
Well
course.
done, 68. Good
Thank-
job.
thank you.
Ahem. Laurel. See, I knew your name the whole time.
Thank you, Silver.
Now, if I could get that wine.
Well, looking, it seems I have about 30 bottles. I guess I could get one to spare, but none of my special brews.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just need something to drink if that's all right. Oh, thank you so much. And I'm moving you up. Congratulations. 58 is too low a rank for someone who listens so well. You are now a 62.
Okay, I was so
seems like-
nervous.
That's a different number. That's a higher number. I understand. Seems the
Yes.
lower would be the better, closer to number 1.
Really
but-
need to
Closer to 1 would be good. Closer to, you know what? But then I guess, I guess like for example, if we were to convert it to like feet, like height, like if we were like 63 feet, you're closer to Selene's rays and sun. So,
That is true.
so I guess that's how I kind of like work it in my mind. To be quite honest here.
Yeah.
There's a word for this, like.
But
Seems
yeah.
this guy is,
No, of course they can't be perfect. That's like intelligence.
you know,
I think, is the
he
word.
doesn't worship Selene, so maybe not everything in his head is correct.
I have faith in him. I think we can, if we bathe him in the rays of Selene's light just enough, maybe he'll be, really filled with potential. I suppose. Clear mind, clear skies.
You all right about that?
Very true.
So what's
Not sure
next?
if this guy's
Do we
capable
all
of
just
having
go
a
win
clear
now
mind.
in this war, or like what's the plan?
I've been following him around. I've been carrying his bag for him. So far things have been okay. Like I haven't been mugged or slain yet or beaten up. Well, no, I got punched once, but all things considered, not bad.
Oh, I see. Too nervous to meet us in open combat.
Yeah. How about you? How have you been? What was the day like for you
All right,
so far?
So be it, I
It's
suppose.
been great. I've been
What am I to do
exploring.
next?
I
Do I have
found
to, I don't know,
like quite a few chests. I
community
have a lot of
service, soup
gems. I'm not really
kitchen?
sure what to
What's the
do with
deal here to
them.
kind of move up in the
I've got some
ranks?
enchanted books, some rings, a lot of wine.
You could join a party and
You?
go dungeon if you so wish.
Oh my goodness! I only have like
Oh.
16 pieces of bread. Well, you've been.
Oh.
I'm amazed. And you're a cleric. You call yourself a cleric. You're like multi-talented. You can do everything.
Yes. Well, I was supposed to meet up with a party before this, but they went and done. I don't even know where they are.
That's- Wow.
So I only managed to find one of them, and he's run off. I don't know what he's doing. So I decided, you know, I'm not gonna let them rain on my parade. I wanted to explore, so I'm exploring. I even found a dungeon.
You even found a dungeon?
I didn't want to
finish everything off. Make sure
I didn't want to challenge it by myself.
There are dungeons around here, huh? No, I'm too scared. I feel like if I got thrust into a dungeon, well, no, not to say that I wouldn't be disbelieving in Solen's ability to protect me, but I feel like I need someone very, very strong to help me. You know, I don't know how skilled you are in combat, but off they go. Wait, do you want your bag back? I've been I got his stuff. This is a bit awkward. You know what? It's okay. I'm trustworthy. I'm not gonna look into it. I'm not gonna look inside. I would never do that, right? Solen wouldn't want me to, right?
I think Solen would love it.
Would love it. Okay, let me.
Solen's a bit of a, you know, a goss at some points. You know, you gotta look into the back. And this guy, he's trying to become a god like Solen. Is anyone truly raised to her level?
Oh, and when you put it like that, that kind of sounds bad.
Not sure. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll look into it. And I think I just see there's barely any coins in here. He said he was rich.
I don't know. I think that guy is quite good with words, but not much else.
Okay. I'll have to confront him then. I'm gonna give him a chance still, and because you know I think Solen would expect that, right? Like with the darkness, you gotta at least cast your light a few times until all the shadows go away. So if I do give him a chance, maybe he'll explain himself and have a good answer. I'm sorry about the person who ran off without you, by the way. I feel like you are very sweet and kind. I don't think you know. Like why
Thank you.
would that happen?
I revived him once. And
you revived him? You've already performed miracles and feats under Solen's light?
He's gone.
Oh my goodness. You could be next Archon in line. I barely
wouldn't dare to suggest such a thing.
But you know, I mean, I guess metaphorically, symbolically, poetically, you are you, of course not like his radiance, of course, or she of the morning, but I can imagine like you already will be a big name in the Solen order.
Oh, I do hope so. Would you like to go find where your friend has gone?
Sure, let's go. Let's lead the way.
They were looking for apartments, and I have been very interested in them.
Oh yeah,
one earlier because I have quite a bit of loot, but I'm not really sure what to do with it.
It, right?
Get down from here.
I think we go. I think we enter this one at a time. I'll make sure that it's safe. Okay, here we go. Woo!
Do we? I don't. Can we go down?
Okay. I'm gonna be small aside. I don't know how to play Minecraft, so how do we go down? You don't know any? Oh, hi.
Hello.
Oh.
I know you all just got here, but do you happen to know how to get down?
How do you get down? Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah, we have to inhale Celine's bathwater.
Oh,
hello.
Oh, you got it. Oh, that's what I do. That's what I help sell. You know, I've been lost though. I don't know where my workhouse is.
We go up and down.
That's how it happens.
Talk about this bathwater.
How did you get up here? You inhaled her bathwater.
Solen's bathwater is all healing. Like, you have to believe.
Look how murky the water is.
It's because, well, you know, it's full. Yeah, exactly. That grit, that particulate is holy. Are you refuting that anything that Solen's rays touch is not perfect?
Oh no, Solen's perfect. Allegedly, that's what I've been told. I just got here, man.
You know what? I think we all did. I think we all just got here.
Yeah.
Yes. You have a floating book behind you.
Yeah, it's.
That's pretty neat.
I got a lot of things in here. Like let me read a little scripture for you. It's my little catechism. It's my scripture book. Okay. Her light reveals. Her light purifies. Her light unites. Wasn't that inspiring?
Oh wow! Yeah,
right?
I felt that.
Right? You felt that? You felt that in you? You felt it inside? You felt the Solen's light in you?
Yeah,
glad.
wow.
Yes.
Right?
That's very enlightening. Yeah.
See,
Goku has heard humans say something like bars.
Oh yeah, bars.
Bars, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I'll read another one to you all, you know?
Oh yeah, okay.
Men turn their doors to the night. That is why Solen's light is all-encompassing and welcoming.
Oh wow. Wow.
I feel like with just a little bit, you could make that rhyme.
I think so. I think so. I'm just not. I'm not the biggest poet, you know.
If
My
he makes
name's.
it rhyme. He's not gonna be a cleric anymore. He'll be a bard.
That's true. We don't want to cross those lines. We don't want to cross those lines. I'm Otae, by the way. I'm Otae P.
I was
Nice to
gonna
meet
say.
you. Yeah, I'm Otae. What's your names?
I'm Gobu.
Gobu?
Gobu. Yes.
I returned.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, welcome back.
Gobu of the Len clan.
Oh, ooh, there's some new people.
Hello.
I'm Lyos.
You're Lyos.
I'm trying to
Lyos?
save my sister.
You have
Your sister's missing?
shiny armor.
She got eaten by the
Thank
Elder
you.
Dragon, sent by the Vesperine.
Are you one of these city guards?
Wait, your sister got
Yes,
eaten?
I technically am actually. I like to guard in my own little way though. So I like
I'm
to
so
guard
sorry to hear
before
about
she
that.
slay
She
monsters
used her last
before they
mana
get here.
to teleport me over here, and I don't know where this is.
Yes,
But now I do.
Do you think your sister might be I hate to say it, but do you think your sister might be like
Like the length of your body.
gone?
No, she's a suncaster. She should be alive.
Like
Yes, she
she's
must
just
have
like
large
wriggling and writhing around in that dragon belly?
What is your
Is
name,
that
by the way?
is that
Yeah, she becomes the dragon.
You may call
Gobu
Gobu.
is
Oh, that's what
I like you,
happens.
Gobu.
No,
My name
I'm
is
just
Sir
kidding. I have
Yapsalot.
no
Oh.
idea.
Sir
Oh.
Yapsalot.
Oh, you said that so
What's your
convincingly.
name for a human?
I
No,
I
but the dragon is really thick, so you know.
Are you okay?
True.
It's probably gonna take a while until she gets melted or whatever.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I hope. Okay, you know what? I hope to help you get your sister out of there. Okay, because that doesn't seem like a fun time.
Yeah. If you want to fight a dragon,
Unfortunately,
and eat it instead.
Do you think we can eat a dragon? Do you think their flesh is actually yummy?
In the dungeon.
Got here revenge?
I guess that's how you survive, right? Like you can't be like bringing like a whole full platter meal.
my parents.
Yeah,
who
everything in the
disappeared
dungeon is
many years
delicious.
ago when I was a
What
kid.
happened?
You think you'll find her?
Oh, so it's a delicious dungeon?
Right? Yeah, I eat almost all of it.
There's a lot of delicious things in the dungeon itself. Are you like a chef? Are you like a gourmet?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Gobu is
No, I'm more of the one that kills
They
it.
were in this world before I
My
was.
party
Find
members
someone as cool as
disappeared.
Gobu.
before
I'm sorry. Laurel was our sister Laurel here has been experiencing the same things.
Is that your sister?
Yes.
No, like religious sister. We're clerics, like I'm brother Otae, a brother P.
Hello. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Had a moment. I'm back.
Sister, like, slay, sis.
Thank you.
You know?
I don't believe I've
Yes. I like that. Boots. We're shaking the house down for Solen. Oh, did you?
Boots the house down.
Okay, we can.
Holes?
These boots the house down for us.
These boots the house down, it seems. Here,
Okay.
I
What do
shall go
clerics like you
first.
guys do?
We spread the word. We spread the word of Solen. I'm gonna be slipping down here if you'd like to join, but here we go.
Are we gonna suck her bathwater?
Yes, we are. That was a scary fall.
Yeah, that was
That literally made my non-existent lunch churn in my stomach.
58. I'm gonna need my
non-existent.
Oh, wait, 50. Did you say 58?
I meant 60. Oh, right. Oh,
Wait.
you're right. You see it. 82.
Yes. Okay. Let me help you.
Sorry, I totally forgot that you look up to this guy or whatever.
No, I do. There we go. It's there we go. It was an honor.
Great job, 82.
Thank you.
86, because you
Oh.
did such a good job.
Thank you, your prominence leader. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to give you a free visit to the bathhouse the next time I see you. / if I find the bathhouse, that is.
Absolutely. Apparently, I've got a dragon to kill, so I'm gonna go do that, I guess.
Oh, like by yourself? You're gonna.
I mean, you can tag along and watch my work if you want.
I mean, maybe in the future I'll toughen up a little bit. But are you gonna go right away?
Yeah, of course. I don't see why not. Get straight to it. Unlock my permanent floor. I've got a residence at the top of that apartment building over there, and I'm eager to take a little nap. So I figure I can go kill a dragon, pop back by, and just get to the top floor and call it even.
Did you get a Archon Luminous? Did our friend here get a special suite from you?
There is a building nearby that has several empty floors.
Oh.
Ooh, are we free to just kind of take up residence?
Well, Lear over here has the top floor. Everywhere else, though, you know, it's gonna be finders keepers at that point.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a place over there with a bunch of individual rooms if you guys want to kind of squeeze together like a bunch of ants in a hive or whatever it is you Papos do. And then there's the one where you can take all the rooms. Whole floor to yourself for those of noble birth.
Oh.
Oh, noble birth, sure.
I was just asking, by the way. I was just talking and thinking and pondering, you know. I'm sorry. I tripped and fell, and your bag opened up, and I didn't see a lot of things in it. I was trying to close it, but I saw that there wasn't a lot of things. I just wanted to make sure, like, you weren't lying to me about all of your feats, right? Like.
Oh no, I wear the. Oh, hold on. Crouch down.
Okay.
On your knees.
Okay.
Right, see here on my sash, all of these little bronze badges. Those
right.
are what describe my feats, of course.
Oh, I those are a lot of big feats.
You see the one with the little campfire on it?
Yeah.
And the one with the flower? That means that I can identify any poisonous plant anywhere. I got it from a druid. I may as well be the world's greatest druid if you think about it.
Very high jump.
That. Okay, you know what? I believe you. I mean, those badges are physical evidence, right? And it's hard to find physical evidence of things, especially when we're working in matters of faith, right? So you know what? I'm gonna say your promise, Lear. I'm sorry for ever doubting you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just need to get my God's badge, and we're good to go.
Okay. Is that the final badge?
I'm a little confused by your name.
That is the final badge.
Okay.
So where's this dragon at?
Yeah.
Find more hints.
There's so much stuff on this discussion board. I don't think I could ever get bored.
Oh,
looking at it.
where would the dragon be? I'm gonna look at this though.
That is quite amusing, Yapsala. I don't know what that means, but that is
Oh,
quite amusing.
I didn't mean to smack it.
You are.
Where'd 92 go?
Me agrees.
Behind you.
Hello.
Oh, right. Hey, where's this dragon?
Interesting.
Man, I get so nervous being right beside you know, our father Archon Luminous here. But maybe it's a good time to try to find my bathhouse. get some reprieve, you know? This is a gorgeous place. You know, Solin only offers the best to those who believe her. I know.
Are you trying to flirt with the locals?
No, I'm not a flirter. I'm not a flirt. Are you? I've never really experienced anything like that. Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Are you a fellow Selenite? Selenite, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I'm Otae. What's your name?
Oh, nice to meet you, Otae. I'm Kaisu Bartholomew. Last name.
Kaisu Bartholomew. Oh, you have like two first names as a full name?
Well, Bartholomew is not a. That's not a first name, is it?
Is it not? Is it? I don't know. My name's kind of weird.
Bartholomew is a last name.
Oh, is
yeah,
it?
It's a last name.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought
Do you have a last name, Otae?
it's P. It's P. Not like the golden stream. Like P, like PI. Not like P. Oh my goodness.
Like pie?
Yeah, spell pie, but I have to defend myself all the time. Every time I say it, people are like, "Oh, okay, so you're like a piss cleric," and I'm like, "I'm not. Okay, Sir Yapsalot, you can believe me, right? I'm not. I don't think.
To me, you are yellow like the golden sun, not like the golden rain.
Thank you so much.
Well
That's such a
said.
relief.
Well
Yes.
said.
That is
Yes, of
beautiful.
course.
Have you ever thought about being a bard?
Actually, I have thought about this. This is what I was originally planning to go into when I was a kid. That is until I
you're gonna
left
be a
my
bard?
village and was taken in by my master. Then I was taught the ways of the sword.
Oh, that is such a big sword. Like that, I've never
Yes.
seen anything that sky reaching.
Thank you. Yes, it was my master's sword, Sir Bogbottom the Drunk, but he was extremely tall, so he needed a big sword.
Wow.
Oh, how tall is he?
I'm not sure. I'd never actually learned measurement units in my childhood because I never went to some school of any kind, but I believe he would be around 7 feet tall in measurements.
7 feet tall?
I don't know
believe
what that comes
so.
out to. We measured in
Yes.
chickens in my town.
Oh.
How many
7
chicken tall?
feet is
I mean, my father was 8 chickens tall, so
8 chickens tall.
How tall?
Oh.
How many chickens tall would I be? We're talking here, please. Thank you.
Yeah, how dare you? I'm not sure actually. I need to find a chicken somewhere, but that
Yeah, I
might
think
be
we need to
hard.
find some chickens.
Yeah, then I could
Oh.
actually help you out with measurements, but you know.
I see.
You know, I find it hard. Like, are you the type to like not be able to like imagine like a clear apple in your head? Because I can't imagine like a pure chicken in my head.
I mean, I kind of can, but like each home where I came from had like a personal chicken, and you would use them to measure things.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I didn't bring that with me. I didn't think I had that far.
It's sort of like how usually we have feet at home to measure things.
Like
you have feet at home to
like
measure things?
you just have like a pair of feet, like just
your feet, or
Yeah.
Oh, how big are your feet? If you don't mind me asking.
They're about
how many chickens tall
1
are they?
foot long each.
Oh.
Yes.
Is that like half a chicken, or?
Maybe if you looked at a chicken from above, maybe. Or I guess close to 1 chicken.
Can't remember the last time I looked at a chicken from above.
Yeah.
These are the real questions we should be asking 100%.
This
Because
building is so tall, I wonder how many
absolutely.
chickens tall this one is.
This has to be at least 200 chickons.
Probably, at least.
Yeah.
I don't think I've
at
ever seen
least.
200 chickens in my life, though.
In one place. But
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, I
under
have.
Solen's
My town,
light,
yeah.
oh, but see that you've seen it. See, Solen, under Solen's light, anything can happen. You can even have 200 chickens in one place.
Absolutely.
True. All
What?
right.
All right.
I think we should stop all this clucking and start
Yeah,
adventuring.
to be honest,
I
I
like
don't know
that.
what I'm really doing. I'm just kind of wandering around. I'm new to this adventuring.
Yes. Same
I
as
was
me.
a farmer before I came here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, long family of farmers.
Thank you,
but
Bannies.
I want
Thank
to
you,
try
Goat.
and get out of that. Break the mold.
You're a warrior of the fields.
The only
Yeah, that's the way to put it.
The only warriors I know, apart from the ones that I just met, are like the ones. I don't know if you heard them. The Order of IBS. Have you heard them?
I don't think I've met
No,
these
I'm not-
IBS.
not
Yeah,
familiar.
I've met a lot of IBS warriors in my time. They're really cool. They can do a lot.
I see.
But
What
Kaishu,
do they fight?
What do they fight?
Yeah.
They're horrors beyond comprehension, like thigh gripping,
They're what now?
evil darkness, like the darkness,
I
the
believe you said
void.
horrors, not
Horrors.
the other
Oh,
horror of the night.
I as a cleric of Solen, I would not ever be talking about that kind of stuff. I swear, I would never be talking about such crass things. Okay. Yeah. But Kaishu, what do you do just to redirect the light upon you?
Oh, I'm a bard. Yeah.
Oh.
But I don't really know what I can do currently. I'm kind of new to this whole thing. Oh, hi.
Sorry, I just have business with 58 here when you guys are done. You're fine.
Oh, hi.
I mean 82. 82.
Oh, 82. Right.
I see.
I think.
80.
Hello.
I think you went 10 down for my base number. Anyways, yes.
Listen, there's
one
someone
more.
dead over here. Wherever. They
Oh.
fucking beefed it real hard in the desert like a loser. So I figured maybe you could fix that.
I'm down for
Okay,
some adventuring.
I'll do my best. This will be my first revivification.
You guys want to go on an
Yeah, I don't
adventure?
care or know what that means, but
Oh,
let's go.
okay.
I don't know.
I'm on the way.
So what's the deal here? Do we have to like party or can we just kind of vibe? Like
I just gotta eat. Can I eat this? So I'm just a little bit tired from all the steps.
That's quite all right.
Okay, so how do I invite people to this party? Let's see. I set it up. Now I just oh, I see. Okay, so I look at you and I would say, hold on 1 second. I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wish there was a point and click, but that should. Oh no, that didn't summon you. Hold on. No, I spelled that right. How about now?
Does it need to be our brain names, you think?
Oh, possibly your brain name. Sure, yeah, let's try that.
Wow.
Not found. Maybe no space?
There it is. Yes, it is the brain name.
So what's your brain name?
My brain name, it is, should I scribble it on a notepad for you, on a piece of paper
if you
for
could put
me?
that on a notepad and send that to me. That would be great.
Okay, let me just write it down.
Are you coming too?
Oh, where are you guys going?
They're gonna go watch me kill a dragon or whatever, I guess.
Oh, sounds fun. I'm in.
Sure, scribble down your brain name for me.
Oh, it's the
Jotted
same
it
one
down
that's
just
above
here.
my head.
All right, the same one above your head. Sorry, I've got all of my head names completely hidden because they annoy the shit out of me.
Lost. Is that what's supposed to be the apartment building or the one over there?
Does
There
one
are multiple.
does one understand under Solen's guiding light
Try your
how
P
to?
muscle.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
You get the whole floor and design it yourself.
Oh, I tried my P muscle, and it says just to be able to create a new.
I see. All
home.
right, hold on. Let's try this again.
Maybe I'll just get a room in that other place. I just want to
You
drop
know,
off
I
if
think,
we're going somewhere. I feel like I should
92
drop
here
off some
might
of my
remember.
stuff.
Right. Yes. Let me see.
92, how'd you accept that party invite?
When you sent an invite to my brain name, it would pop up somewhere, and you could flex your T muscle to.
Oh,
yeah.
So I'm not used to flexing, you know. So I like to keep my muscles just limber and just stretched instead of I guess bulging like many of my warriors and you know, active people here, physically active.
Yeah, all right. So let's go help this loser who died out in the desert like an absolute chump.
Oh. I'm going to go drop.
Do I have food? I apologize. I think I'm a little bit starved.
Do you need food?
Is that, would that be an inconvenience to you, Archon, sir? Thank you. Thank you.
Take it.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh, that's so good. Thank you so much. I was so hungry this entire time. See, Solen provides, even through our godly, our mortal representation here, our manifestation on this realm. So you picked the right choice.
No, of course. Listen, I've already heard about this Viper and this Solen and stuff, and it seems like between the two of them, only one of them really cares about being, you know, their true self and seeking to be better and stronger and be honest instead of like living in complete mediocrity and comforting themselves with platitudes and kindnesses hidden in the shadows. So who else could I go with?
Oh, wow. You couldn't have said it better myself, you know? But I thought you were perfect, right? So you don't really have you know, lots to improve upon, right?
Well, one can always try to be even better, but I definitely am not one to sit around like others of my noble blood and just comfort themselves pretending that living simply by virtue of your blood right is enough. No, you've got to always try to be better.
You would be a very good preacher. I feel like you'd deliver the right like a quite the righteous homily.
Yeah. I mean, I consider myself somewhat of a preacher in the scholarly study of life. I just tell people about how to stop being completely worthless and useless, and I find that resonates with so many peasants. You know, they walk away in stunned silence so often from me. I think that I really have an effect on them.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't stunned. I was. I guess you inspired me to speak quite fervently. So thank you for that. I guess maybe I am truly a 92, right? Or 82. Sorry. I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. That's definitely what you are, is 82.
Yes.
Oh, look, there they go.
Hello.
Oh.
Do you happen to know where we could reside?
There should be a couple buildings over here on the right-hand side that have empty apartments and or empty floors for you to be able to make your own residence in.
Yeah, just don't touch my floor.
Yes. All right. Shall we go see where the helpless person
Yeah,
is?
you know
Yes.
what? Let's go get that body.
Let's get that body. Yep.
So, do you fondle corpses often, or is that just like a pastime?
I've never really seen a corpse in my life. But I'm equipped. I'm equipped for it. I swear. I promise.
I've attended a few funerals here and there, and obviously, you know, occasionally in the court of my father, a Surfer 2's body would be delivered to as proof of their collection of their bounty and such. So, you know, I've seen a corpse or two, but never really been this close to one.
Oh my
Kinda weird.
goodness.
They look like a fish that's been laying on a table for too long after you took it out of the water, huh?
That is so sad. What happened to you? Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Father Luminous, could you enlighten me on how to bring back our poor friend here back to the realm of the living?
Well, for your specific job as a cleric, you might need to think about slash tutorial in order to remember everything.
Oh, thank you.
You could also try you could try your V muscle. I know that that's a class mechanic at times for some people.
Okay, let's try this. Oh, sorry. I think I'm just a bit flustered. No. I'm trying to feel for the you know you gotta find the cause of death before you actually properly heal, right? Because otherwise an improper healing might be disastrous for the revived one, right?
Right.
I thought I had this. Let's see. Let's find it. V to activate your I'm activating it, I think.
Oh, maybe they're asleep right now and their core spirit doesn't want to come back to their body.
Maybe.
Could that be the case?
Could possibly.
Oh, you're so right. Maybe he's tenderizing the. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. The tenderizing. Maybe I could go a little bit softer on it.
No, sorry. I was talking to my underlings. As a patron, I have to deliver them divine wisdom.
Apologies, Archon Luminous. I think I might be a bit struggling here. It's because I haven't been able to, perform rites of healing and revivification in the past. Oh,
there's. I want to step away from the train track.
Very true. See, you know me, always a foot away from danger, but just always by the light. I'm able to graciously evade.
Yes.
Hey, what happened to that 52?
Press C. Press V.
Weren't they dropping off those things?
Currently exploring about.
Huh. Well, the more you know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how do I take out my map? It seems to be trapped in my backpack.
Oh. I'm sorry, Marie. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? This is so sad. Who did this to you? Blessing of life. I'm not beating her up, I swear. Healing. Hi. Are you able to bring our friend back? Because I feel like I've been juiced.
Oh, I haven't revived someone like this. I was only reviving someone when they were not very corpse-like.
Well, you could always punch their body. I hear tenderizing it helps. At least that's what my underlings have told me.
Do we
perhaps
need to go to the shrine to revive them?
Huh.
Oh yeah, we do have shrines here, your Pominslayer. We do, by the grace of Solen, can bring people back from the spirit realm.
Shrines. Yeah, I've heard about those. Listen, that sounds like a long walk for this dead peasant. Maybe we just kick a little sand on it and walk away.
Would that constitute as a proper burial under Solen's burial rites, protocols, and whatnot?
I don't
Otae,
believe so.
do you know where one of these shrines is?
Do I know? I don't even know where my business is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Radiance.
Well then,
I'm starting to think this
for
bathhouse is a
now-
myth.
Right. I think for now we'll go about on our way to the dungeon, and if we find a shrine, then we'll take care of business there. If we find someone who knows where a shrine is.
Oh, that sounds ideal. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I love this idea. You know what? This is why you're the thinking one.
I'm just gonna close her eyes. I'm just gonna close her eyes right now because I think that's disrespectful. And I just close those eyelids.
A sword.
All right, and I'll kick a little sand on there. There we go.
Okay, and
All right.
yeah, here's a little piece of bread.
Well then.
That'll do.
Did you just drop bread?
I mean, you know how some cultures I've read, because you know I'm quite worldly in a way. They bury their loved ones with things that they hope to bring to the afterlife with them. You know. Right, and so maybe that bread will help her. That sounded very stupid. I realize.
Right.
No, you're right. Hey, since you're giving her bread, maybe we should take the sword off her body. I mean, after all, what's she gonna do with it, right?
Very true. That's very, that there is a point. If Solen's light cannot bring this poor pink adventurer back to the realm of the living, maybe
Well,
that sword can
I'm
be
sure
used.
Solen's light could if we went to this shrine thing you guys were talking about, but that sounds like such a hassle.
True.
And I'm so sleepy. I must rest in, let's say, 23 minutes exactly.
That you have your life down to a T.
Yes, my internal clock is.
Oh. No, where did we go? We had a body to bring back. Oh no. Hi, Kiwi. Thank you for the follow, Kiwi. Thank you for the follow, Silas. Server died. It might have been a reset. This is so fun, everybody. I am so addicted to this already. I understand now. I understand how SMPs are insane. Lead, addicting. I love your character so far. Thank you so much. I'm playing this little, like, goofy little goober, basically, who doesn't really know. Hi, Willow. Hi, Solis Willow. I'm back. What happened? I think the server died. And some people got stuck in a dungeon. Your roleplay is so good. Thank you so much. I hope it's going well. I hope my acting is like authentic and fun and fun to watch. It's Peem. Thank you. Hi Tay. Hi everybody. Hi Kaz. Hi. I love his blue. Hi Gerald. Hi Dux. Hi Yoko. Yeah. Okay. So I thought I knew how to res, but I think it's because the body was dead that I couldn't revive. Okay. Plus, I'm level 1. Love that you're still a freak. I'm not a freak. I'm enjoying your character a lot so far. I'm excited to see where you go. Komori Gujo. No, thank you so much. You know what? I haven't been able to play Otae's theme, but for now, for you all, I'll play you. This is what I chose for Otae's theme. Okay. Here we go. This is what I'm using for Otae's theme. Let me know. Let me know, by the way, if the song is loud enough. All my Lark POV friends think you are really good, but don't know you're such a freak. Lark is so cool. I was able to meet him before the server started. Yeah. So it was so fun role-playing with him. He was a master. He's been doing this for a while, it feels, right? So I felt a bit, but I'm glad. They said you were cute. I'm glad. I fell asleep. Yeah, the server died. It'll be back soon. I know this melody. Yeah. This song is hi Celebel, when I think about this song is one of the songs that can make me cry really easily. Not to say that's a spoiler for what may happen in the future. He is so good. Yeah, he's so good. I really like him a lot. I heard you and came running over here. Hi Vivi. Hi everybody. But this song is really special to me. My Super Bowl, I'm so happy, right? All these really cool indies, and all these other creators popping in, like indies, and I think even a couple corpos and whatnot, right? Really cool. I had no idea how incredibly entwined these servers can bring people, you know? Well, obviously I saw it, but to feel it, the adventures of VTubing, right? Thank you again for all the follows that came in. So let me quickly say them. Thank you, Silas. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you, Norcat. Thank you, Misra. Thank you, Vanny's Room. Thank you, Go Maddie. Thank you, Silver Mountain Water. Thank you, Martin Rains. Thank you, Iki Cat. Thank you, Enticing Thorn. Thank you, Moonfleet. Thank you, Swimming Green Hen. Thank you, Zabosuk. Thank you, Komori Kujo. Thank you, Blue Leaf. And Audie, thank you for the streak. And again, Az, thank you again for the sub. Thank you, everybody. I wish I had internet. This looks fun. Oh, it is so fun, baby. And that's the beauty of RP servers. Yes, the theme, you like it? The music is louder than me? Okay, yeah, I'll put it lower. That's good to know. Is that better? Is that better? But if OTP dies, we ride. I'm looking at the other players and their skins, and yeah, Def overdid it, but that's not a bad thing. No, a lot of people loved it. Oh, and Ducks, this theme is, it's Maya Faye, you know, Turnabout Sisters from Ace Attorney. It's Seaside. It's a Seaside rendition. It's really nice. I think, actually, funnily enough, I think the server shut down because probably a revivification happened, like a revive happened, and it bugged. So maybe it's a good thing that we didn't revive someone. Will we ever find the bathhouse? That's what I want to do before the end of the day. Hi, Gordino. Hi, nice to see you. Hi, Brock. Hi, Brock. Thanks for watching. I was, I don't know. I always want to make sure that I'm entertaining, and I'm glad that the roleplay is fun for you all. It keeps me on my toes. It keeps me on my toes. Like, I'm trying to find ways to, like, open up for things. You're doing so good. Thank you. I don't know. I'm gonna believe you all. Thank you, Shaj. But yeah, Kaz, this is one of my favorite songs of all time. It's always Toes. Tay, you did so well with Liminal Narc. I was smiling so much. So much, sorry. Thank you. No, I'm so happy. My character is meant to be that type, you know? To be able to... Okay, so I wrote in my little notes, I want to be used and manipulated. If I can push anyone's plot forward by being easily manipulated, there we go. I love your character so far. Thank you. Bisexual Lich, thank you for the 5-stream streak. The bathhouse was the friends, exactly, Sally. The interactions are golden. I'm so glad. Y'all, I have wanted to do this so badly. I've wanted to act and roleplay and be in a character and give moments to other people. This is actually a dream come true. I cannot believe we got here. I like your character. Thank you, Gerald. I'm so happy people are seeing you on your skin. Yeah, Kaz, people were like, whoa, this skin is pretty crazy. Yoko, what? Huh? What do you mean? He is a freak. I'm not a freak. I swear. Do not believe what people say about me if you're new here. You did so good. You were so submissive and manipulatable. Yeah, that's what I want to be. Hi, DP Line. No, we love playing D&D characters that are a little stupid, exactly. The skin design is so good, isn't it? W masochism. Do you know what's really funny? I can't believe we touched upon the P. We touched upon the masochism. My character, I'm trying to find ways to make it not me, right? But at the same time, touch upon the inside jokes that we have as a community. And so I hope that it's really enjoyable. Oh my goodness. Lark, Liminal, thank you so much for the fun RP. Thank you so much. I was so happy that we were able to roleplay. Hi, Cooler Crispy. Hi, Chikana. Hi, Norcat. Story Eclipse, Hinkaru. Oh my goodness. Hi, my Haruki, Baby Bat Mochis. Sure CP, Liminal Lark. Thank you for the follow. Seraphim, thank you. Just Red Star, Strawberry Bubbles, SCD, Mortimer's Grave. Thank you so much. It was so nice role playing with you. It was so fun. We've come from you. Thank you so much, Erdorius, Schlen. Did I miss anyone? Mortimer's Grave, I said that. But nice to see you again. Cooler Crispy, thank you so much. Angel Avenger, Everest, Art Decoian, Attack the T, Lavender Phoenix, Saras Punda. Sorry, I've got to catch up. Hi, Lena Hish. Thank you so much. Lark Raid, thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Heidi too. I hope you had a great time. Sorry if I monopolized your time. I always want to be conscious of that, but thank you so much. It was so fun. I'm here to apologize for earlier being the worst person alive. Got to roll for now, but looking forward to hanging out more. No, I can't wait. Thank you so much. It was so fun. You were so fun to bounce off of, and I've never done this before. This is my first time doing it, and to be able to bounce off of you was just a joy. Like, I cannot believe it's already like 4:45 p.m. here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Sarah Spoonda again, Lena, his Have a Merc. Thank you. I think my alerts are just catching up. Your character is so fun. Thank you. I love your character, Tate. Thank you, Bolila. Hi. It's been so fun so far. Excited to see your POV now. Thank you. Your character is so cute. No, we love you. Hi. Otae is so cute. Thank you. Oh my God. You see all your goats in here? Yes. Hi, Zuna. Thank you so much. Lark Raid. Hello. Hi, Hexlon. Did I miss anyone? But Leah, Horizon, Jonesman, Angel Avenger, Hazard Seal, again, Malachite Garden, The Way of the Watt. Oh, hi, Way of the Watt. Good to see you. Avarice is here too. Thank you so much for the gifted subs as well. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's been so fun. I love your character so much. What a little guy. Thank you. Bye, Kaz. It's 6:45 p.m. for you. Aw. I'm putting Otae into a hydraulic press, and I mean that lovingly. Thank you. Didn't realize who you were until like halfway through that. Oh my goodness, yeah. I put a little bit of a voice in. Thank you, Kai, for the gifted subs. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Excited to see another amazing character from you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I'm having so much fun. Again, if you need to raid and run, which you probably need to, and you are, please feel free. Thank you so much. Do your post-stream aftercare, enjoy dinner, whatever you need to do. Lurk away, tab away, do whatever you need to do as well, raiders. Thank you so much for supporting Limo and Lark. What a cool content creator. What a cool person. Absolutely charismatic, incredible roleplay. Able to just bounce off of anyone. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for the gifted sub sauce. Side Lecky, thank you. Thank you. I want to switch Otae. He's very cute. Thank you. Thank you. Right now, this is Otae's theme. I borrowed Turnabout Sisters from Maya Faye in Ace Attorney. That's the theme that I'm going to be using for Otae. If you want to know, on my side, I've been pulling up books. that Otae has. Yeah, so this is what I've shown. Thank you for the 10 bits. Sorry for the first time lag for the bits. Thank you so much. Great choice of music. Thank you. Thank you, Yudi. Thank you, everybody. Please be normal for my ooms. Okay, y'all, people say that I'm a little bit of a freak. But thank you. Yeah, so, hi, Jojo. Yeah, so, when I was talking to Kaz, right? Kaz Luminous, the Archon, right? I had this pull up. I had this show up. I had this. I had this one. I had this. I drew all these, of course, using a little bit of a template. I had this one show up throughout the stream. Thank you for the follow, Genevieve Rysco. I had, I think I showed this one too. JD Anarchy, thank you for the follow. I think I had this one show up too. The yaoi one? Yeah, I'll put yeah, so my character is a big of a big shipper. I have Stars and C, thank you for the follow. Thank you. What else did I show? Oh, I did this one. I love it more. Thank you, everybody. I am so happy to be doing this. Malachite Garden, thank you for the follow. Thank you. The yaoi one, sure. This one? Or did you want the other one? Yeah, so my character is OTP because of OTP. And also because sorry, my Japanese pops out. I'm not Japanese, but I spoke and studied Japanese for like 8+ years. The P is okay. I didn't say this before, but the P is a little pun on P because sometimes we do a little bit of piss tubing here. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. OTP, yes. Otae is now a spirit animal. Yeah. So he's like this. He's this character that just does not. He doesn't have a lot of self-love, right? And so he sees all the ships and all the love out there, and he projects his want for being cared for, and that's why he's so easily manipulated. And thank you so much for the follows again, Malachi Garden, Starseas, JD Anarchy, Genevieve Roscoe. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you for the daily orders, Brad Pumper, Cliff Farming again. I'm not. Hi Bunfua. My PNG tuber is made by frenchieaniminis here, who's just in chat. Amazing, worked so fast. 2 days to make it, and my model was made by kazpixelart. You really saw everyone pull up and said, "Hello, new friends. We pissing here." I'm so sorry. First impression, by the way, below. Thank you. If you're new here, thank you. I guess I should introduce myself though. I am Taehoongie. I'm a Tiger Fast Food mascot VTuber, and I'm the owner of the Prowl Through. We do all sorts of things from variety gaming to yapping, but I'm gonna be doing a D&D one-shot as a DM very soon. Thank you so much for the sub, Leo Horizon. Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm into this. Softo. See, I knew you were the catalyst, the core of freakisms here. Oh shit, hell yeah, yes. We have DM me coming up. Yep. We're having D&D soon. Yes. I want to do a one-shot like series. I want to do a one-shot series where I have a rotating cast of characters and players, right? So I have a whole overlay and everything set up. Everything's set up now. I just gotta plan it, and I think we're gonna do it in April. And then we'll do one like every month or every other month. And I hope maybe one day, maybe I'll invite Liminal Lark over, and maybe we can do a D&D one-shot. But I love D&D. I love roleplay, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much for coming by from Liminal Larks. It was, like I said, it was it was so fun, and it is so fun. I'm gonna miss him. maybe I've fallen in love. I'll be streaming it every week. I love D&D and RP. I'm glad, Willow. Yes, Absolute Cinema sounds great. Oh my goodness, Jet. I come to a Schlen stream looking at Space Hero, get sent to the Wizard of Oz, and boom, now I'm here. Cooler. You know everybody. Y'all should check out the Discord for more antics and community events. Thank you. Hi, Jet. How are you? How are you, Jet? I do love D&D, and he does too. That would whip. I want to see that so bad. Hi, Spell. Hi, Jet. Welcome in. Hi, Nezuko Mad. By the way, sorry if I speak so fast. Dude, that's the realest thing you've ever said. I would love to. Line 2, hi. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. The server is slowly starting up, and I think there's some issues, though. I think we might have to wait just a little bit. But welcome in. My name is Taehoongie. I'm a Tiger Fast Food mascot VTuber, and I'm the owner of the Prowl Through Fast Food Restaurant. How are you all doing? How was your stream, Jet? Rattles my bars one day, surely. Please, no, Vivi, come in. Hello, I'm Barry. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? How was your stream, Jet? How's your stream? It's so good to see you. I've seen you around 100%. Lark might be back on in about 2 hours. He has something to do. I'm excited. I can't go on for too long. I'll be going on for maybe, if I'm crazy, 2 more hours at least. So I might just miss him, but I could pop in maybe later tonight. Maybe I'll stream again. I don't know. This is so addicting. Your fast speech is kind of really nice to listen to because my full attention is still listening and unable to get distracted. Exactly. I've been told that I'm an ADHD viewer's wet dream. Wait, dream. I don't know why I added wet there. I don't know why I added wet there. I don't know why I added wet there. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll line you again. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Spell _XOXO. I didn't mean that. I swear. I promise. I'm doing good. How is you? I'm doing great. I'm Barry. Jet. Hi. It was some good old yapping. I'm glad. I love yapping streams. Y'all, if I ever see you in a yapping stream, I just yap like crazy. I just go fast, like 1,000,000 miles per hour. Amberry, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the hydrate too. Iris, thank you for the follow, or for the first time chat. Welcome in with that Ueno emote. Thank you. This is ADHD soothing for sure. What? I didn't mean it that way. Okay. In this place, the streamer reflects the chat, and the chat are all freaks here. Well, maybe not the new people, but Softo, 100%. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I needed that. I mean, I have ADHD, and this scratches my brain perfectly right now. I'm so glad. Your stream makes my ADHD brain so calm. I'm so glad. I want to be your calmer. You're calmer. Someone who calms. Someone who calms. Someone who soothes and relieves. Calmer. Oh my goodness. Hi, JD again. Calmer. Anyways, Jet, if you need to raid and run, if you need to do some posting after, please feel free. Thank you so much. Today we're doing a Minecraft SMP, so I apologize if I can't interact with chat too much, okay? But thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. And Raiders of Jet, please continue to support Jet. Thank you so much for coming in with Jet as well. I really appreciate it. Lurk away, tab away, do whatever you need to do, okay? I meant calm. I have to defend myself. You know what? Yowie. Or just beautiful man. And for those who like the feminine form, here we go. Another one. Okay? There are still a couple books that I haven't shown yet. Ow, the cheekbone. Hi. Hi, Sue. Hi, Sue. That's a pinch time. Ow, I'm sorry. The digging, though. Okay. Should we start to get back in? Y'all, I'm so nervous in a good way. I like to use my nerves for adrenaline, you know, to try to be as entertaining and, you know, bounce offable for others. So thank you again for enjoying Otae, and thank you for enjoying Lear. Lear's so funny. Are you excited right now? I'm so excited, actually. I'm so excited. Again, thank you for the raids, everybody. Thank you. You've been killing it. Thank you. I don't know. I'm a new VTuber. I'm not even at the year mark yet, and I'm just so thankful to have been given opportunities like this. I've been dreaming of doing things like this my entire life, and I really thank you all for for making this happen for me. I cannot believe this is the life I'm leading right now, and it's all thanks to you all. So thank you. It was hilarious when you said leap instead of leer. Boss is very bubbly. Yeah, go Tae, my year of the Tae. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Year of all. Okay, year of all. Hi, Alex. Welcome back. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we're gonna try to pop back in, okay? Because I think you are craving it. Wait, let's see. Is it an issue still? Is it a problem? Okay, let's try. Let's brave it. We'll keep Otae's theme going on. Free burgers for everybody. Yes. Are you under 18 friendly? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not. I'm sadly not. Sorry, Isabel. IZC Bell. I'm sorry. I'm very. I'll admit it this time. I'm a little bit unsafe here. So please protect yourself. Please be safe, okay? And come back when you're older, perhaps, okay? Because I'm never gonna graduate. I will never graduate. Oh, there's a dead body. You deserve every bit of it, gamer. You're literally one of the most cheerful and supportive people in this space, Vivi. I'm gonna kiss you. Thank you so much. Okay, let me just... A little bit. I am not a freak. Oop. The corpse is still here. We're gonna... You know what? Otae would leave that bread there, okay? Let me know if any audio is too loud or anything, by the way. So thank you. They're just sunbathing, yeah. Oh... I'm sorry that this happened to you. Your pink looks really good, on you. That's a very good fashion choice. Why am I talking to a dead body? A respectable body. May Solen's light guide you from this life to the next. Okay. We joined and the first thing we hear was piss. I'm sorry, they're just sunbathing. That was good. Okay. We gotta find my bathhouse. I don't know where it is. I don't think I should be on the tracks, but, you know, living life on the edge, right? I hope Lear and our father Archon is doing well. I wonder if they're fighting the dragon right now. That sounds scary. You know, I'm kind of relieved that I'm not there right now because I feel like that would have been kind of disastrous. The mythical bathhouse, where must it be? May they find Yuri in the next life? Exactly. May they find this. May they find it. Does anyone know where the bathhouse is? That's my place of employment. Does anyone know? Is it this? Thanks for the head pat, Alex. Binoculars. Would it be in here? The baths are like on the same floor though, so it wouldn't be. Yes, this is my bathhouse. I found my bathhouse, everybody. This is where we take baths. In the graces of Solen, right? Oh, we have like a little outdoor area. Boss really did a good job here. This is it. This is our bathhouse. How do you know where it is? Okay, this place is huge. Okay, this place is huge, everybody. It's hard to keep track. Wait, unless this isn't it. Is this it? Wait, we go upstairs and here, you can see here, there's some like living arrangements, right? But here, this is where the magic happens, everybody. You use it for bathing, and you use it to cleanse yourself of sin and all the evil in this world, right? Are you sure that's not a fountain? No, there is a fountain as well, right? For those who require it, who require just a little bit of like a bird bath, right? But here's where you can really soak up, okay? We encourage people to not douse themselves before going into the bath so that people can, truly contribute to the holy bathwater that Solen would like to dispense across the populace, okay? I'm glad I can finally clock in. If anyone hears me, I'm sorry. I'm just talking to myself because I kind of miss your prominence, Lear. You know, after kind of going through all of Horizon's Edge with him, it's weird not hearing or feeling his presence anymore. It's kind of embarrassing, but it's kind of embarrassing, but he's kind of made me feel kind of special, you know. So, I mean, I've never been someone who was considered special. I mean, I survived the cave-in and everything, and so I guess that is a bit special. But now I'm here, and he recognized me as like a 68, right? So that's more than a 50. I think I like him. I think I do. I just hope it's genuine. Sometimes I've hard time trusting, you know. It'll be okay. I'm gonna make sure that I do him proud and not just. Oh, hi everybody. Oh, how's everybody doing? How's it going? This is my bathhouse. This is Solen's bathhouse. I don't know where my boss is. I apologize for that, but I hope you find the place serviceable.
He had to leave.
Oh yeah.
Lear was
Oh,
it, right?
Lear. Yeah, he's not the bathhouse boss, but I guess in a way he's my boss. Did you like him, Archon Luminous? Did you find him befitting of Solen's ideals?
No, he's definitely an interesting character who shares the same goals as us.
Yeah.
Well, to an extent.
That's good, right? An extent means it's workable, right? Don't you think, Laurel? I know you might think he might be a bit suspect, but I think we can change. We can change him. We can change him, right? We can fix him, right? That's the saying, right? We can fix him.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know. I don't trust that guy as far as I can throw him, you know. But
Otae, did you still want to go into that dungeon with us, or are you fine hanging out here in the city?
I can try. I can't promise that I'd be very adept, but I'll do my best. This is so cool. I feel like I'm like a part of something greater. That's the beautiful thing about Solen, right? Like you can be from any walk of life, and as soon as you get into that sunbeam, you're like one of them, one of you know, the blessed.
Let's go ahead and recruit some more to our party, so that way we'll be
okay.
Well, all set.
yeah, it seems we ran into people who died in a dungeon already, so we should probably get as many as we can.
There people died already?
Hello, Gobu.
Hello.
Are you looking to join a party and go fight a dungeon?
Are
I'm
you
waiting for my party members actually.
Oh, how many do you have?
Right there. We have.
Are you guys gonna go fight a
4.
dungeon?
Yes, we are.
We could
Okay.
combine.
What is the party limit? Does anyone know? We could
I'm
use
not
clerics.
sure.
Right.
Yes, we are both clerics.
I'm pretty good with healing, except if the person's already dead and in the desert. That's just the only stipulation. I've learned that for myself.
Lias, are you alive?
Laios, are you getting hungry?
He's rolling.
He's fighting his demons.
I cannot see. I can't see.
Wait.
What did you do?
Oh, no.
I hit my head.
Oh.
I cannot see.
Don't worry.
Oh, no.
By Solen's light, you can see all. By Solen's light, you can see all.
Is it working?
Did it work?
Bro,
Can you see?
If all means God, and I can only see white. It's over.
You know what? That actually does fit Solen. That you know what?
Is it Celine?
It's
I
so.
can't see.
You know what? Okay. Do you know what I found out, everybody? A very easy way to discern if someone is a true Selenite or Selenite. You have to ask them a question. How do you spell Selen? And if they spell Selen with 2 N's, you know they're a truther. And if they spell Selen with 1 N, you might have a fraud on your hands.
Yes.
Right?
I agree.
You agree? See, am I doing good? Archon Luminous, am I doing good?
Yes, you're doing quite well.
Thank you so much. Wait. I need a little private moment. Give me 1 second. Oh my god, he called me. He said I was doing good. He basically called me like a good boy. Oh, hi. Hi. No. I'm very perfectly content.
That's
Just
strange.
I mean, that's not what I would want. I'm just happy to have my efforts be recognized in the glorious light.
Of course.
Right? Right. How did you
Yes.
find your way into Solen's light? Did Solen speak to you personally?
She chose me personally.
That is so cool. That's so cool. I wish Solen could send me like a cute little letter or something like that, you know. But then I guess I'm sorry not to ask her of things.
Solen isn't. Well, that's more of a Vesper thing.
Oh, is it?
Indirect messages and such. Solen is far more direct. You'll know when she's around.
Like, I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna write this down right now.
You could write a poem about it.
Oh, I'm no poet. I don't even know how to rhyme. But
Well,
yeah,
we might as well try to find more party members, I guess, for this dungeon.
exactly.
Yeah.
Is Leos around? Did he unblind himself?
His blindness is taking toll on him.
That's so that's so sad. You know, I hope one day that he sees the light, just like we all have.
People.
Oh,
Well, he is just seeing the light.
yeah, you might be right on that one.
Would you guys have any interest in going to a dungeon with us? Mayhem?
You, oh, let's see what happens. What are the badges on your guys' users from or about? Hi, Cocoa Butter Shay, sorry. It's like subscriber badges, I think, or just general Twitch badges. Welcome in, nice to meet you. Not again, yeah. Let's see. Oh, it crashed. Just crashed. It just crashed. Y'all, why is Kaz Luminous so beautiful? Like, Laurel is my girl, okay? Laurel is my girly pop, okay? But like, oh my goodness. Kaz Luminous, the Arcline, like, wistful sigh. longing heart to be just like him. Gorgeous as hell. Keeping your options open. What do you mean my options? Gay. Hi soul. Listen, look at this guy. Like, who would not want that Archon here? What fruit or vegetable is the burb on your shoulder? Very good question. It's a kum. In Korean, that's the word for persimmon. So it's a persimmon. So I'm a Korean tiger, a tiger that comes from like Korean folklore, and it plays upon like the folklore art of the tiger and the story between the tiger and the persimmon and magpies and stuff like that. Oh, we actually get here. Love that. Hell yeah. You know what, Soul? Let me flash you some eye candy. Boom. I got you. Let's see. Oh, okay. So I think we're figuring out why the crashes are happening. There ain't no fucking way. Imagine being open in religion. But yeah, no, ask away. If you're new here, feel free to ask me any kind of question. I'd love to answer. Oh, you can also ask me questions about Otae if you'd like. Also, we have two commands. We have !radiant and !solen. You can actually see the commands on my title, on my Twitch title, if you want to see how they are spelled, okay? And the radiant one will give you a percentage of how radiant you are. And the other one is one that kind of just pulls out like a, what do you call it? Like a quote, like a kind of like a biblical scripture for Solen. Hi, Cookie. Are you gay? I don't really have a label. I can, you know what? I just love people. I love humans. I love human beings. And so if I find emotional connection with someone, I think I might be demi, but no real label. Yeah. I have had a lot of guys crush on me in the past. Those are like all my YouTube shorts, funnily enough. But yeah, it stays so cute. Thank you. But yeah, if the command doesn't pop up right away, you can re-type it. No worries. I'm not gonna consider it spam. Okay, so go for it if it doesn't play right away. There might be like a little cooldown in between. Sote in darkness, monsters breed. Sote is crazy. The connection is the key element for me too. Yeah, no, what I want in like a partner or someone that I love is just like, can I imagine just like when I'm really old and wrinkly, except I do my skincare. Okay, when I'm old and wrinkly, can I imagine being super comfortable with this other person? You know, can I play with you, Dunbar Boy? Oh, we're playing in Minecraft SMP. We're playing in Minecraft SMP. And I apologize, I forgot to put this in the title because there's no space in it. But this is also an 18 plus stream. I do speak like crazy things. Hi, Cookie. Hi, Cookie. How are you doing, Cookie? Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Can we have a shout out for Cookie as well? Thank you. Can I imagine happily doing nothing with someone? Yeah, exactly. Can I imagine myself being like in comfortable silence with them on like the balcony or something? You know, that kind of stuff. Like those mundane moments where you can find beauty. Like that's what I love. EP Rotting. Hi. How are you all doing? Let me see. Oh, Cherry Lilies is here too. Hi, Cherry Lilies. Hi. I'm good. I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's so good to see you. Vivi, how hot is it in Japan over there? Atsui no? Thank you, Ado. And thank you for the 2026 Discord roll, Mayari. That 2026 Discord roll is just like an expensive, channel point redeem that you can use to get like a special roll on my Discord to celebrate that you've been here in my 2026 area, the big 26. Did I say area? Era. Evie Rotting, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, thank you are cold as fuck. 寒いの? 寒すぎて苦しいんだよね. Yeah, BB, no. BB, hang in there. We're just waiting for the server to come back up right now. I have the 2025. Yes, you do. What else do I have? Oh, there's a few more that I want to show, but I gotta keep myself, spoiler free. I'm glad that I had a lot of surprises for you, although with the books. Like, I'm glad that that's been a surprise for all of you. That's cold. Hi, Heikiru. Hi. I know what SMP you are playing on. Yeah, Adventure Ascension, run by Amo, Aster, and Arisa Nunes. Amazing work. It's so immersive. I think I might lose my life to this. Like, you will not see me anywhere else. But I do have some collabs lined up next week. It seems Lamb crashes. Yes, Softo. It was Lamb. Can we have a shout out for Lamb, Briel, please? And Kiru, thank you so much for your generosity the other day. I really appreciate it. Mwah, mwah, mwah. So, like, how long until your character dies on the inside? I think my character is truly dying on the inside as we speak. You know, like, in a way, because he's trying to find self-worth in a very toxic kind of way. You know? Let's see. Is it back up? I wonder. Let me check. I think we are in, huh? Okay, we can go back in. Let's see. Hi, Melliflora. Can we have a shout out for Melliflora? Amazing singer. Oh my goodness. Hi, Mella. How are you doing, Melly? How are you? I'm gonna go back in. It's so good to see you, Melly. Oh my goodness. And hope you get some real toxic yaoi. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine, Softo, if I met... Okay, well, Zochi and I met already. I want to meet Lamb. Speaking of weather, I gotta go touch grass now. Bye, Vivi. It was so nice having you around. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you. Can you face review? No, I don't want to review faces. Everyone... Okay, my philosophy is, if you really love someone, whether it's platonic or romantic, that person's face just becomes them, you know? It just becomes them. And how can they be anyone else, right? Please, right? Redwood Vaporeon, welcome in. Nice to meet you. There's this Minecraft rewards thing happening where you get accessories, but for the Twitch one, I need to buy a subscription, but I'm broke. I'm so sorry about that. I know. It's hard to spend money in this day and age. You're so fucking right. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's why... Oh, I just love that. You know, I just love people, you know? I'm saying you know a lot, and it's going into my Otae voice too. As a freak tech, that's messed up. Okay, by the way, ads start in 3 minutes. I apologize. I apologize for the ads. It's just to prevent pre-roll, okay? 3 minutes of ads every hour. I'm sorry.
Yeah, May. Yeah.
I've woken up again.
Nice.
We tried getting...
Hi, Leo. Hi. Check out Leo, please.
Perhaps be interested in me, Otae, and
Gobu
Y'all a
and
party?
and Archon
his
Luminous. Yes, she's
yes,
his Luminance.
join all of you and like the dungeon in the desert.
Let's
Okay.
test out how many.
Sounds
See
fun.
how much we can get.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think we want to amass as many people as we want.
Luminous to come back, but
Well, I
Oh,
think the enemies get
oh,
harder the more of us there are.
from the voices in my head, from the voices in my head, I do believe we are about to pass out very soon again. As a,
Okay.
Oh.
I see.
just want to
We
let
should
you.
probably wait. Yeah.
I'm not sure if we should wait or if we should pass out voluntarily.
Oh, I think she might have fallen.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Maybe we all take a nap.
Can we take a nap? You have like
can
a
all nap
cute
real
little like
quick.
plushie to nap with. Okay,
I mean, the sun isn't
Yes.
showing yet, so.
okay, we're gonna go.
Yeah, maybe
You
maybe
know.
it's because the sun's not out yet. You know.
Yeah.
True.
Our lady.
Our lady-
Lady's man is not blessing us.
Shoddy.
Our shoddy is that official?
Yes,
is that
shoddy
official
is
terminology?
Blessing us currently.
Yes,
Shoddy Celine.
Shoddy hasn't blessed us.
Shoddy
That's
Celine.
fine.
Yeah.
Shoddy Solen? Our shoddy
Oh,
Solen?
great
Their
shoddy, we need your
shoddiness.
blessing.
oh great, shoddy Solen.
Oh, great shoddy.
I love the
Solen.
light of shoddy shining down. Shoddy Solen shining down on me.
Shoddiness.
Yes.
Show
Yes.
Oh, great shoddy
to
of
a
the
great
sky.
nap.
This little
Great
light of
shoddy.
mine, I'm
Great
gonna
shoddy.
let it shine.
Ooh.
I never heard that.
You sure
song.
you ate a
Nice.
bar?
That's a nice
No,
move.
oh,
Tunes and
thank you.
poems.
Sorry, I was
Yeah,
working
you
on
should
that
take my
one.
profession.
Oh, no. I know my place. I know my
That's an
place.
original.
Shout out Shoddy, everybody. Shoddy Solen.
Shout
Shout out Shoddy Solen.
Shout out to
Mhm.
Shoddy.
Shouts out.
Lyaz is really working out over there.
Are you okay? Can you
Oh,
see?
get it?
Practicing his swings.
Ooh.
Oh,
Here, I'll give you
Yes,
some
I'm trying to
motivation.
train
I
my
gotcha.
strength.
why is everybody's swords so like?
Have you ever heard about
Humongous.
the Among Us theme song? I don't know if you heard that.
Thank you for the follow, Rhoda, and thank you
Oh,
for the
yeah,
gifted
yeah,
sub,
yeah.
EP. What the
Yeah,
hecky? Thank you so
I'm
much.
not
Mine
sure
is
how
quite
to
normal
play that.
size.
I might have to
Truly.
learn it
Like-
when I go to bed.
Truly,
Yes.
Shoddy
Ah.
Celine is among us.
Quick restart. You know what? That time's well with the ads. I can't believe. I can't believe we have Shoddy Solen as canonized. Why is everybody? That's what I'm saying, Martin. Why is everybody's sword so huge? Why is it? Why is that? It's like the episode 2 of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. But thank you again for the gifted. Thank you for the follows, everybody. I'm gonna go back to playing. Bye, Mayari. Bye, Mayari. Bye, bye, bye. Don't worry, sizes. You know what? You're so right. I shake your hand, Way of the White. All great sword users for real. Take care. Mwah. Bye, Mayari. And Taehoongie flowers for those in ads. We have like a little thing where we do Taehoongie flowers for those who are stuck in ads. I know, Kaz. Don't worry. We'll be back soon. I think it's the dungeon instancing that is crashing things. Or maybe it's Lamb again. Coco Buttershay, thank you so much. Thank you. In the meantime, I guess, okay, to entertain you all, instead of using just the clicker, okay, for those of you who aren't stuck in ads, I'll play, how about I play a little cover that I've done? Okay, it's just a little duet. It's nothing crazy. Stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that one. How about that? Because we gotta entertain the masses right now. Okay, let me find it. Okay, let's see. And I need to put my during this downtime too. I'm gonna put like a little Spotify play and pause button on my stream deck. Give me 1 second. Thank you for the patience, everybody, with the server. I hope you're enjoying it. It is so fun. Like I think it just like they did a really good job. The lore building and everything. It's incredible, everybody. Spotify. There we go. Hopefully that works. Okay, and then I'm gonna play this. No, that's not it. Let me find it. this one. I have so many tabs open. Oh, okay. I can do this. I can do this. Okay, so I recently did this, okay? And I'm pretty proud of it. I mixed it. I didn't really mix it. I just used BamLab stuff, but I did have this. All good, man. It's been so fun. Yeah, I forgot Tay has a clicker. I don't. Hey, Tay, am I allowed to do a Twitter post? Yes, please do. I'll retweet it. Please, please. Oh, bye, Coco. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we gotta join slow, so it's back up, but I'll quickly play this, okay? And then we'll go back into the server, okay? Just to give people some time to join. Bye, Coco. Good luck. Good luck. Will that be okay for the YouTube VOD? Yeah, I do have something that separates it, but I haven't been putting my Chrome off because of karaoke streams. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'll play this. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Patayon. Thank you, thank you. I'm really proud of it. I'm really proud of it, actually. I'm actually, because like I feel like I got into the emotion of the song. It's a beautiful song. Like, it's actually so stunning. It's so stunning. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. I think we're back. I think we are so back. Okay. Glad you're proud. Yeah, I am. Thank you, Sarah Spunda. Thank you. Okay, here we go. We're going back in. This, I just want to do this all day. I've said this millions of times, but I'm back. Hi everybody. Yeah.
What class are you again?
I'm a cleric of the Selene Order. Don't wear it out. Don't wear it out.
No.
You know.
That's great.
Thanks. Yeah. I've never healed.
For a cleric specifically.
Is that true? Okay. Can I admit one little thing before we get too hasty? I've never healed anyone in my life.
Oh my.
But I could be the first. You could be my first victim. I mean, my patient. My first patient. Sorry. I'm just so used to, you know, victims of conflict and you know, I just word slip, Freudian slip,
Like,
I guess.
You would heal me, right?
Yeah, I would
That's what you're saying?
heal you. You know, like they say I have healing hands. At the bathhouse that I own, can't remember where it was.
You own a bathhouse?
I do. Well, I'm I'm not the boss, but I don't know where my boss is, so I feel like I'm de facto boss.
So you're not like the owner. You're like the worker.
Why do you sound so disappointed?
I'm just very excited.
No.
I work at the bakery over there.
Oh, you work at the bakery?
You know.
What kind of breads do you make? What kind of pastries? Do you make a good croissant?
This is one of theirs. There you go.
Learning.
Oh.
We're working towards it. Oh yeah, that's my.
I was saving it. But you can have it.
Oh my, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see.
I'm sure Celine would have wanted you to have it.
Let me just.
He tumbled.
Oh.
Sorry, I was really excited. I was really excited.
Are you two Vesperine?
Oh.
By chance? I don't think I've seen you two.
Oh wow.
Okay.
What's your name? Sorry. Are you a bakery owner? I'm Otae. I'm Otae.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm May Blossom Drop. I'm one of the workers at the bakery. I don't own it. But
You don't own it? You know what? You seem like you have the confidence to be an owner, at least. You know?
You know, what can I say? I have some boss potential one
You have
day.
some boss potential, just like our shoddy Solen.
Just like our shot, you know, I
True.
really look up to Shoddy Solen.
I look up to
because
Shoddy
there's something
Solen.
about them.
That's what I'm gonna I'm gonna brand the bathhouse water Shoddy Solen water.
Oh, you should.
We
That's
have a Shoddy
great
Solen
idea.
collection.
Honestly, that's a marketable. Like, I think you can make a lot of money.
Right? Okay, you know what?
You should say /real.
Slash real. Okay. I'm learning.
True.
Shoddy Solen bathwater /real /true. Thank you, everybody. I think we're gonna make numbers with this one.
Yeah.
Just remember
soon.
me, okay?
Yeah, I'll remember. I'll remember.
Make lots of money off that.
Oh no.
Issues again?
A rising tide raises all ships in the land of Solen, okay? So if I get successful, we all get successful, okay? And we will all be bathed in the gracious love that Solen provides us all with, okay?
You're so
Amen.
right. Well, we have
Amen.
to do better than the Vespers.
I received word
right?
from the
Vespers?
guild leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Vesper has a
Parties have only
chance.
5 less.
I haven't even gone
Oh.
visited there.
They're
There's
only
not-
5?
Five
So it's
we had
only
our
6
so
people
6 in
total?
yes.
Oh.
We
No.
would be at our capacity when
3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm just lowering the music.
Oh no.
one Bob comes back.
Oh, when one Bob comes back, I can skedaddle then.
Well, that's
'cause I
not
still
for
No, we have
sometime.
5. 6 is the
yeah.
max.
Thank you for
'Cause
the hydrate.
Wait, I have to sleep in an hour. Take a nap.
Oh, I gotcha.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to all be on a party, right, to go together?
But in the dungeon.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
I think in
explore.
the
I need to
dungeon
eat
it has to
monster.
be.
Yes, I believe only
Oh,
a party can
okay,
go
I
into a
see.
dungeon. I believe.
Thank you.
We
I
wouldn't
actually
wanna
needed that
bother
bad so
time.
badly.
Some new adventures. I wonder where my former party member went.
Oh.
I saw him very
This is Kaz's
briefly
amazing work.
earlier, and then he
kazpixelart, who's in
left
chat right now.
again.
Y'all take care. It was nice seeing you again.
It was nice seeing you too, Kaisu. Bye bye, Kaisu.
Nice meeting you as well. What was your name?
Laurel.
Oh, nice to meet you, Laura. I'm Kaisu. Hello.
Nice to meet you, Kaisu. I love your tunes. I hope I can hear more of them in the future.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna practice, and one day I'll be able to
Yeah.
share the greatest tunes with you.
Oh, one day, could you make a song for Laurel and I? You know, the amazing adventures of Solenians, Laurel
Of
and
course. Tell me-
and Otae.
Tell me about your adventures after you've had them, and
Okay.
I'll make a song for you.
Okay, that sounds cool.
Amazing.
That sounds really cool.
All right.
Okay.
Y'all have a good
Best
one.
of
okay?
luck.
Be safe.
Bye. Thank
You
you.
too.
Wow.
See you.
Do you think
I wonder if his Luminous is ever coming back.
I really miss him. You know, there's something about him that's
Yeah.
super like I understand why he's the Archon, because he just like exudes like
Yeah.
charisma and intelligence and like
Mhm.
like I don't know, he's like basically like 8 feet tall, right? Like oh my goodness, that's absolutely insane. And I thought your prominence Lear was tall, and you're kind of tall too with
Oh.
your little doll, right? Like
Yes. My doll extends my height.
it makes you very imposing in a good way. Like I know you are someone of regal stature.
Intimidating.
Exactly. I've never been called intimidating in my life, but one day I'll work towards it.
One
okay.
day.
Mm-hmm,
One
mm-hmm,
day.
mm-hmm,
Once
mm-hmm.
if we ever get to go to a dungeon.
If we ever get to a dungeon, and
we will level up and be so strong and intimidating.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. I fear that the world is not ready for Solen's acolytes to be so formidable like this.
Exactly. That's why we're struggling so much.
Exactly.
Because they need to nerf us, as
They-
the kids would say.
That's what they say. That's right. Look at these kids,
That's
right?
totally what they say.
This is what, yeah, nerf is what you would say, right? Nerf? Yeah?
yes, see,
Yeah?
they're
Are we
agreeing.
Hello.
Oh.
You can talk with them.
I don't want to they're kind of scaring me. They're kind of giving me like, you know,
Oh.
like
Bad vibes?
bad vibes. Yeah, I think I don't want to be mugged. I don't want to be mugged, you know. I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe with these kids. Do you think our father will be coming soon? It's weird because I know I should be like you know, self-sufficient. in the rays of Solan, but he offers us guidance by his own lonesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess
I don't know. I would assume he would return.
right. I would
as he
think
is
so
the
too.
Leader.
But
I do not know.
We'll be okay without him eventually if he doesn't come back. But I want to ask you, why did you decide to come to Horizon's Edge? What brought you here?
Oh well, I was brought into the light of Selene.
Yeah.
As a cleric, as I was lifted up by
Oh.
her light from my life of very much poverty on the streets, as
Wow.
you know.
Did life of poverty in the streets help you bend your head back so far? That was a talent.
Oh,
like,
yes.
oh my goodness. That's a, you know, if they had a talent show, I think all you would do is just bring your head back, and everyone would standing ovation cheer, and you'd win. That's insane flexibility.
A talent show would be so fun.
Right? I think that would spread Solen's light far and wide. You know, sow her seed and such.
Would. The train is here.
Oh.
Have you been on the train yet?
I've been on the train. I was with your prominence Lear and even our father Luminous, and that was a really intimidating time. Not gonna lie.
Intimidating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a little guy, you know, and those two are kind of like I don't know, they're like 9 feet tall.
Of course.
Mm.
Hello,
Apollo. Welcome back from your nappy.
Hey, yeah.
How's it going?
Have your team members returned yet?
No, that's what I went to go look for them, but I don't think they're back from their adventure yet. So I think that's why. Yeah.
Do you think they might have all perished? I mean, sorry, no, they wouldn't have. No, they wouldn't have.
I would hope not.
They're probably okay. They're probably okay. Sorry, you know, when you're younger and you're you know, waiting in your bedroom, right, and your parents haven't come back at the usual hour that they normally do, and you start to think like that they've been eaten by a bear or like a dragon. That's kind of the mindset that I have right now, I suppose.
No, I understand. I used to have those thoughts as a youngling. I get it. I get it.
Wait, how old are you?
I am the ripe old age of 30.
Man, how does it feel to see the world in less saturation?
How does it feel to be chopped and unk?
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm being insulted.
Well, no, I mean, it's a real situation,
now.
right? Hello.
You know, it's a genuine question. How does it feel?
Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you.
'Cause I wouldn't know.
Nice to meet you. You have a child on your head.
Yes.
Wait, you have a kid? Is that your? That's not your kid, is it?
Oh no.
Like
this
not
is just a doll.
Oh.
Oh.
By the way,
I thought you were a negligent mother.
Oh.
My bad.
No mother under Solen's care and light would be negligent, you know? I'm Otae, by the way. I'm Otae. Nice to meet you.
Hello,
nice
I'm
to meet you.
Yoko.
Yoko?
Hello.
Yes, nice to meet you all.
And I think
Laurel.
I think Laurel said your
Laurel.
name.
Oh yeah. My name's Apollo.
Nice to meet you.
Apollo.
Nice meeting you guys.
It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well, Yoko.
And this is Celine.
Yeah, this is our goddess, our she of the morning, Celine. Actually, how do you say it? Have I been saying it wrong this entire time?
I say it Solen.
I can't say I've ever said it out loud before, so I do not know myself.
That's fair. Sometimes I see words and I say something completely different, and everyone looks at me strangely.
I'm illiterate.
Oh, you poor thing.
You know what? With Solen's light, you can read anything. And anything that you put your mind to.
She will guide you.
She will guide you. The words will just gild themselves as you trace your gaze across the page, you know? Like, let me tell you. Like, she can even teach you to do math.
Oh,
well, I don't know how to do that either, so it would be nice to know.
And to be fair, me too. I'm still working on that.
How do you have your lantern on your hip like that?
I have it.
I'm gonna quickly switch to the Discord just in case.
In my area in my brain that looks like a shield.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I understand. Thank you.
That actually
You're
looks
welcome.
really cool.
Thank you. I am really cool.
You seem very cool. I mean, anyone under Solen's light is pretty cool, right? Like, we can all not to undermine or subvert your coolness. Like, you're already at a tier above, but we're all cool.
Well, I'm not exactly under Solen's light, but thank you anyway.
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's just say I am here under different circumstances.
Are you double agent of Vesper? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm no double agent. I am how would I put this? I am on probation.
Oh, for what, if you don't mind little me asking?
Probation, you say?
Oh, you wouldn't happen to have known the Wars of Hell, would you?
Were you a part of that?
Perhaps.
Well, that was like.
Perhaps I tried to bring on the reign of Malkuth and tried to win the world. That was a long time ago.
That was like 50 years ago, wasn't it? Apollo, you have an unk.
Yeah.
Oh.
A new chocolate.
An unk for an unk.
But
thank goodness.
you survived?
I don't know what this unk means.
I just learned it from the kids over there.
Oh.
It's similar to respected elder.
Oh, I wouldn't call myself very respected, but I will take this unk then.
But you survived the Battle of Hell, and I know you probably, from what it sounds like, you did something uncouth. But I'm glad that you're finding the light now, and that you're on our side, right? You're on our side, right? Oh. That
That
did
assured me.
did that?
I think Yoko's telling the truth.
D-
Yeah,
d-
it assured me.
Fair members of Celine.
Oh, hello.
Do I look like a frog?
Yes.
Would saying yes be a good thing for you?
I did not.
Oh. Oh, I think you ruined his day.
Soon.
Get better soon. Get better soon. Get better soon. That's so sad. You know, some people under Solen's light are still destined to be
Dogs.
amphibious, as they
He's
say.
actually he's a member of the Atelier.
Oh.
Clan.
Oh.
Is that how you say it?
That would explain his condition.
I think it's also Atelier.
Oh.
If you're fancy.
You're fancy. Would you call yourself fancy, Laurel? Would you be a fancy person? You came from hell, so I think that's a particular brand of fanciness, if you don't mind me saying.
Who said I was from
fancy.
hell? I just wanted
Oh.
to bring it onto the world.
Oh, do you still want to do that?
No.
No? Okay. That sure convinced me. You know what? I'm glad that you're on our side again.
Yes, of course.
In your eyes, do you think then Solen would bring us into a new world, like a new future? Like, is this the future that you see with us? You know?
I certainly would rather be on the winning side.
And we're going to win. We'll pick the yes, you did.
Actually pick it, but yes, I am happy.
Wait, who picked it?
Then you were given the pretty good spot.
Who picked it for
well,
you?
If you would like to know, Celine actually spared me.
Oh.
And decided, instead of killing me mercilessly for the crimes that I posed onto the war, she would instead give me a chance to redeem myself in this little place of the order.
So I guess maybe if I want Solen to talk to me, I just need to get really badly hurt, like to the point where my limbs are almost popping out of their sockets, and then she will descend and speak to me directly and say, "Hey, Otae, you deserve another chance, and you get to be one of my blessed ones." Is that the case? Is that how it works?
Well, I'm not not so sure if she would actually come to you, but I would certainly love to see you injured.
Oh,
so
oh.
we could try.
Okay.
Oh.
I think maybe we'll try that. We're clerics here, right? We can.
Otae, how about?
I'm
how
not
about
certain
we
about
don't,
this
we-
path.
we
No,
don't
no,
stay.
but
How
I
about
feel
we
like that's a
just-
foolproof
yeah,
plan.
Maybe
no
we
injuries,
wait
no
for his
injuries.
radiance to return, maybe to give you some guidance on this.
Okay, maybe. But hi, people here. Are you here to listen to the word of Solen?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
It's you, Zephron.
Yes, it is I.
Oh.
You made it.
Yes, I think we got a little separated.
Did this friend of
this is
yours
our
come from
talking
hell
about
too? I mean, survive hell too?
No,
As
I don't
far
think
as I'm
so.
aware, I don't believe that he's from hell. I haven't seen him before.
Huh.
Oh, we've been through hell. Like,
Oh.
been through hell.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Would you declare
You were the
to?
one I had to betray, unfortunately, right?
Oh.
I mean, well,
What?
I didn't know about this. I guess this is news to me now.
Laurel, I'm kind of scared,
I like
but
that,
also
get up now.
scintillated. I'm also kind of scintillated.
Yeah, we went on parties.
we
looks like
whispering
someone-
about
You don't
We
remember
did,
me?
we
Oh.
did. I do. It's just that your
Oh.
Someone
outfit
needs
is
to be
a lot,
replaced.
a lot more bold and white. Are you
it's
pretty sold?
I
Yes,
think someone
unfortunately, I
someone
became
needs
a
some
prisoner
help.
of war.
I think someone needs some help, but I'm
Oh.
so broke.
I
I
see.
can't revive anyone.
It's not
Likewise.
bad, is it?
Oh no,
I'm
no.
not broke.
I think it's actually a very honoring title, right,
You
Mimi?
need, I think, 2 silver to revive someone.
Oh, and I only have 50 bronze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard knock life
it's
out
quite
here.
The one that was
pricey.
mean to me that I was
Mhm.
telling you
Only
about. It was this
we
one.
could go to a dungeon.
Should we all just go to a dungeon together? Unless.
What if we all
People are
just
trying
went
to
to
kill
a dungeon
enemies.
together?
But then you harassed that.
Oh, but
that-
is it
that
max
sad man that was
maximum
walking by.
5 people? Because you know, like if we go over 5 people in a dungeon, it's a fire hazard, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
fire
he took
hazard. There's
something
not
that
enough
was
fire
rightfully
escapes and
mine. Was I
stuff.
not supposed
mhm.
to hustle him?
I actually think this is the right answer. Actually,
Apollo.
I think she actually has a
Would
point.
you like to join us in going to a
I
dungeon?
An eye for an eye, of
Yeah.
course.
By
Yeah, eye for
chance,
eye.
though, do you
Remember the gambler that we scammed out of money,
guys have,
Mimi? Like this is,
armor,
yeah,
right?
this is-
To
it's
make sure
fair.
you guys
You're
are
playing the
protected?
same
I
game.
think you're the
I
wrong
only
one
have
here.
these boots.
If you
Well,
don't
to
mind
each their own, I
waiting,
guess.
I think I can get
I
you guys
value,
at least
I value
like
commerce.
some chest
and-
plates
and-
to you know,
It's
be a little bit more
trade.
protected being clerics
Mhm.
and all.
That
Well,
would
your
be
friend seems
lovely.
lovely, yeah.
Just give me.
I wouldn't say
Oh, the
friend.
friend
Give me a
is a
couple
yeah,
minutes, I'll be
it's
back.
a little bit of a
Okay.
strong word, but
Quite of a term.
Oh, I
We're
see,
getting
I see, I see.
armor.
We're getting
It's
armor?
So exciting.
Are we?
We're gonna be so equipped.
Oh, we're so
for
ready
our
to face the world.
dungeon Adventure. Yeah, we're
Okay.
gonna face the
Carl
world.
go.
I have a
We're gonna-
question, Laurel. Do you, in your
Yes.
hands, on your person,
The
do you
sword.
perchance
Yes.
have
Sword.
a spell book?
I do.
Curiously, mine seems to have it turned into a bowl.
I'm sad I missed the meeting.
Oh.
Yes, unfortunately.
I fear I might
what
be
do you
helpless.
mean?
On my person,
Apparently,
I
many
do not
people
see
were
a
hit
book
by
anymore. I
the-
think
the
it's somehow by the love and guidance of Solen's light,
How
it has turned into a bowl.
To his death.
I see a
Oh
book.
goodness!
Oh, you see a book?
I met those guys at
I-
training.
I see a book.
I see a bowl.
Right there on your
The,
hip.
the
Oh,
ones,
yes. My-
the
my
purple
hip.
Ones. Well,
Oh,
Yes.
let me
other
check
than
my.
you.
Well, yes, the ones we were just talking to that seemed to agree with.
Mine looks like
Yes,
a book.
My trader
Oh.
friends, yes.
What? Solen,
Hmm.
I need your guidance,
Can you
please.
Can you still cast spells?
Let me try.
Where is-
I press
Where's our
I
leader?
flex
Where's
a
the
certain
leader?
muscle, right? And then
Where is the temple,
R,
actually?
yes.
and then I
Come to pay
press
my respects.
my
You select which one you want, and then I have mine as G, but I don't know what the regular one is.
oh, let me see what muscle that I can use.
Yes, you might have to search your muscle gallery.
Oh. Oh, okay, I think I got it. I think I know what to do here. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yay! We did it. Oh, we're such good clerics. Solena's gonna be so proud of us. Yes, Father Luminous is gonna be so proud of us too. Let's follow these people because we might have to ensnare them into our party for the love of Solen, you know?
For the love of Solen.
For the love of
glory
Solen. For the
so that
glorious
we
Solen.
can
For, yeah.
level up and be
Yeah.
glorious in her life.
For
you know?
shoddy Solen. For shoddy Solen. as they
For
say.
Shoddy Salon.
Oh, we should probably also pick up maybe a room to sleep in. You know, like just we
I have
because.
already picked
Oh, is this the room? Is this the hotel place?
I want the one on the top
Yeah,
floor. I think it's an
This
elevator.
is.
Oh. Oh, I put myself in a cage.
is this an elevator?
Is that a metaphor?
I don't think that does
let's
anything.
let's do it for our cardio. Let's take the steps for our cardio.
Uh-huh.
You see?
I chose a room on the top.
Oh, how
On
do
the
we
top?
claim it? We just put our name on it?
Most of the top. Like
Okay.
I actually don't remember where my room is. Ah, here
Oh,
it is.
did you find it? Oh, your name's there. I'll use this one. Oh, you know what? We can be neighbors.
Door.
Oh, you can't.
Oh, I can't click anything.
Let me click this one then. I found my house, my little room. I was homeless before. There you go. There you go. Hi, Paulo.
Hey,
can't
here
click anything.
for
What is this? Is this vegetables? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I think you might have. Thank you. Sorry, I know it's hard for me to pick up things. It's I'm kind of weak a little bit, you know. Like I haven't done too many workouts. I'm working on it though. Look at this, and I flex my
thank you so
bicep,
much.
and it's like barely
By
anything.
any chance, can you guys open this door? I can't open the door.
Oh, you.
Or use the lever. I can hit it, but I can't.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's not working. I can't.
Oh, I can't do it either. Is it because Solen?
Wait, can you guys?
Yeah, we can't open.
We can't open it. Yo, buddy, I would love to be one of a fan. I mean, whoa. I don't think I can add people on Discord. Actually, I don't know if I can. Thank you though.
I mean, I can't like click anything.
That's weird. I can't. Maybe okay. Try maybe. I don't know. Try putting your spawn point here again. Maybe.
Yeah, it's I can't click anything.
Oh wait, I can
You
open
can't
it now.
either?
I just did it. Try.
It's not working. I can't.
Thank you,
It could also
Sauce.
be your brain server trying to catch up.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe our brains are kind of, you know, the humidity in this climate is kind of daunting, and I've been even felt my thoughts kind of slow down, and I'm quite the astute and keen person. Some might say.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Was there some doubt that I heard in your tones, everybody?
No.
No?
That was just. That was a.
You're very
that was,
smart.
you know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Maybe I'm maybe feeding, you know, the wrong thoughts, the wrong kind of food, you know.
By any chance, also before we head to this dungeon, you guys have any weapons with you? Or staffs?
I have a cupcake. I don't have a staff though. I have a
skillet.
I have a strawberry cupcake.
Oh my god.
Doesn't it look nice?
My skillet does what? Oh, sorry. 1d8 plus 3 physical damage.
Oh wow, that's a potent skillet. I just have this pocket squished cupcake from Blossom Flower.
Let me bring you guys something to hit with. Hold on.
Wait, how do you have all these things?
Generous.
Yeah.
Where are you getting all
Hi
this
everybody.
stuff?
Hi for fellow
I
Selenians.
had pretty good luck.
Mel,
Oh.
are you looking to go to a dungeon?
Yeah, do you all want to risk your lives for the grace of Solen? I like
we
your.
actually just did, but I'm down again.
Oh, was it scary?
You're one of my party members, right?
Oh, I believe I am.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Good to see you again. Kumanai.
Before, but I don't think I got your name.
Oh, my name is Otae. My name is Otae.
Otae, Gao.
I like that. I might want to borrow that too. I'm Otae Gao Gao.
Oh, great.
Or is that crossing a boundary? Yeah, Gao Gao. Gao Gao. Is that our war cry?
My name is
Gao?
Nice to meet you.
Oh,
yeah,
Could be Gao. I think it's
nice.
multi-use Gao.
And I believe which
Gao
one of the
Gao.
people
Gao
here is
Gao.
someone in our party?
Yeah, Laurel and I have been trying to find a
We're
party.
looking for
Yes.
Selene Party 3.
Oh, I did not. I am meant to be with Selene Party 3.
There are numbers to our parties now. Did I miss the memo?
You were assigned a party?
Yeah, I wasn't told by this Selene that we were assigned a party.
Yeah, I believe it was on the brochure as we're going in. It's mostly seen as more of an ice.
My Laurel friend, do you want to maybe? Do you might want to like quickly take a small little nappy and then? Yeah, don't worry, I'll take care of your doll for you.
Like an actual party?
Yeah, you could say that.
Party 3, I see now.
Basically, I just want to make sure that if people are abusing their power, that there's enough people that are willing.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Do you live here?
I have a house here now. See, it says or apartment. It says Otae P's house. Please don't. Thank you. I don't know how much the rent is, and I signed a paper without even looking at it. But I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I just first come first serve. Oh, sorry if I'm speaking too loud.
Maybe for your birthday.
Oh, the party, yes.
Yeah, the party.
The birthday party.
Oh, there's a birthday party going on?
I will warn you guys that we've been to dungeons. They're pretty difficult. We're trying to figure out how to actually we've noticed some people have been increasing in their what's the term? Their strength, their levels, if you will.
Right.
We're trying to figure out how to do that.
What are these words?
Do you think they're just like praying extra hard to Selene, and Selene is like giving them like extra huge strong muscles and pure skin and extra inches to their height? Like, do you think that might be the way?
Bounty board. You didn't see the bounty board on the way in?
No, I did not see a bounty board.
I'm trying to see.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
trying
there's a
to
bounty
like
board. You
figure
can
out
post
how
any
we can
jobs
get
on there
stronger.
actually, and you can pay.
Okay.
pay
I gotta wait for my friend Laurel.
Whoever wants to complete
I'm
the
just
work
I'm
will
just
simply
taking
do
care
the
of her
bounty and
right
then they'll
now.
find you.
She takes a
You'll
little
get to know
nappy.
worries.
Well, you take.
Oh.
Well, I do
You
like
can even make your own request.
Oh wait, how do you gaze upon the bounty? How do you gaze upon?
There's a bounty board.
Is it outside in the town
I saw
square?
one on the way in by the. I believe yes, I did see it. I saw one next to a
Oh.
tower.
There is a bounty board, Gal down there.
Oh, okay. Oh, hi, Noel. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Hopefully our friend Laurel's okay. But yeah, so you've experienced a dungeon before?
I have, Gal.
Thank you, Noel.
It was pretty rough.
Yeah, like did you pass out? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I did pass out, Gal, so I'm not quite sure what happened for most of it.
I'm sorry to hear. I'm glad that you're okay though. I'm happy that Selene kept you from the brink of death and that you're here with us. That would have been so sad, right? Like we met at the beginning and then I would have like gone on preaching Selene's good word without knowing that you never like made it out of that dungeon. Like that would have been so sad. That would have been so sad. And then that would have given us like a really good or given me, I guess, because I'd be the one alive, like giving me good material to cry about. But then again, I guess that doesn't work because I wouldn't have known that you died. Sorry.
Do you like crying, Gal?
No, I just like a really good story. I just like okay, so I'm gonna admit something. I really like like Selene and like Vesper, like can you imagine them like kissing a little bit, like tickling each other a little bit, like just but not like actually, like it's all fantasy, like but can you imagine them kind of like just like going right? Oh well, you can touch things.
Why can't they actually kiss, Gal?
Because that would be sacrilegious. Kuma Knight.
I didn't know that.
If Selene and Vesper made out sloppy tongue style, that would be sacrilegious and heretical. Heretical.
Tongue style, Gal.
What? I don't even know what that is. It just came out of my mouth. I don't understand.
You're still
maybe something you read about.
I think maybe I am, or maybe it's just something that I read. Yeah. Oh, Laurel, in the time that you weren't here, people were talking about like bounty boards and stuff too that you could maybe get.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's how we get like really strong and muscly or shredded, as the youth would say.
Shredded for Selene.
Hashtag shredded for Selene. Shoddy Selene. Hashtag real. Hashtag truth. Hashtag her radiance blows Vesper out of the water.
Yes.
Or out of the sky? Out of
Yes.
Yes. Let's check let's find the bounty board. How about that?
I think there's one
I think
in,
it's right
the
down there,
solarium.
Okay, let's go let's go there.
Dungeons again.
Because I don't know. I heard from Kumanite right here that the dungeons are like absolutely you know, difficult, dangerous, you know, like
That's
not kind of living. Oh, listen, doors are my worst enemy. Hashtag. Okay, everybody.
Yeah, for a while I couldn't open them. I think there's one.
I think it's
Over here? Oh, this way.
Over here.
If we ever need to put a bounty board poster up, like a little request, right? I feel like we should also include hashtag shredded for shoddy Solan.
Yeah.
I think
Just
we should
so
include
people
that.
know like what our
Exactly.
mission is.
I think that's, you know, I feel like that's like a really good way to like make a catchphrase, you know? Her branding.
We need to think about her brand.
That's what we need to do. That's how we take over this world. Through branding.
Right there, Gal.
Oh, there's a bounty right here? Okay. How do we read it?
There's nothing. There's nothing. Though.
I don't believe anything has been posted just yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that's good, Gal.
Does anyone know how to post something on? Because I want to post you know, for our lady Solan, hashtag shredded shoddy Solan.
I think it's just post.
Oh.
Post. Yeah, I think.
But you
can
have
write
to have
something
a
on
reward.
It, Gal.
Oh, I see it. Oh. What if I okay, oh my goodness. Bye, Frenchie. What if I if I reward someone with a strawberry cupcake? I don't mean to regift a gift from the bakery, but like, you know, I feel like it'd be a big draw. Someone gets a strawberry cupcake
I think the reward is only allowed to be in bronze coins.
Oh.
Yeah,
But this cupcake is like
unfortunate.
50 bronze coins.
Oh, at least.
Huh. You know what? I'm gonna put a little post up.
Yeah, get the board going.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the board going.
The change you want to see in the world.
I want to I'm gonna send a little letter to your prominence Lear, and I want someone to say hi to him from me.
Ah.
I feel like he'd appreciate that, you know? Say to
Maybe he'll raise your number.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, I didn't mean to post it. Okay, I'm gonna focus really hard as I make this posting. Okay.
Yeah. We'll protect you as you do it, Gal.
Yeah, no monsters will reach you. So now we're not doing the dungeons?
Oh, I think we can do the dungeon still, Gal.
That's what I'm saying. That's been our goal this whole time. We were supposed to do the dungeon with 2 other people, and then they went to sleep.
Oh no.
And then
Did it not post? Did it not post?
Because we gotta get credit for Shoddy Solan, of course.
Can I say something, Gal?
Maybe.
Okay. I won't say it then, Gal.
No. Speak your truth.
I didn't understand half of those words, Gal.
Why isn't it posting?
It's because, you know,
I want to say hi.
Clerics, you know, we are.
I see.
Hi, Chico Shark.
And so, you know, it is. It's like earlier how you didn't know what salami.
Do you think? Wait. I have a question. Kumanite, how many people did you go into the dungeon with?
I think there were 5 to 6 of us, Gal.
You know what? Do you think?
Okay.
Do you think? Maybe just the 3 of us? Oh,
I did hear.
Hi. It's
Wasn't
Vesper's
there-
leader.
Oh.
Hi.
Hello, Gal. Welcome to the light.
Welcome to Welcome to the light. Welcome to the light. Clear skies to you.
Yeah. May her radiance be with you.
You're a friendly lot.
Yeah. You know, I know we're not on the same sides of the proverbial coin, but would you say that do you think, okay, if you look at the 3 of us, right? Do you think we'd be able to survive a dungeon?
Nice pointy ears.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet of you.
Charming.
He really likes it if you pat his head.
I don't know about that.
Oh.
Wait, let's
You like that?
let's not be rash. Let's not be.
You like that?
Okay,
Maybe.
How tall would you say?
I-
How tall would you say she is?
Oh, at least 10 feet tall, or whatever feet. I don't know numbers. I'm gonna be completely fair with you, and honest, because I'm, as a fellow Selenite, I would never lie. I don't know numbers, but you seem very respectably tall. Oh.
And this one.
Ooh. Yeah, take a look. Bask in it.
You seem to like really cute things.
Ooh.
Oh.
Cute. Selena's been getting a few new recruits lately, I see.
Cute recruits, right? Cute recruits, I guess. That's a positive.
what
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
I almost stepped on you.
You are wonderful, aren't you?
Now this is cute. This is what I'm talking
That's, I think this duck could do numbers in the dungeon too.
Yeah, would you like to fight in a dungeon with us, little
Ducks
duck?
are very powerful, Gal.
So powerful.
What?
Can you hear us from down there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
But do you think we have a
Oh.
high chance of surviving? Do you think? I spin around.
What?
I smile.
You smile. In a dungeon.
Yeah.
I suppose that's not a bad attitude to have.
Right? I guess if I know, again, like you are on the side of Vesper, but I guess any votes of confidence from you still mean something. Where did you get this hammer?
Look, a hammer.
La. Oh.
Looking for a place to store stuff. Oh, are you a member of Solen?
Adorable.
What group do you belong to?
Yeah, do you have have you dedicated your life to serving the beautiful sunlight and sunbeams of our glorious lady, she of the morning, Solen? Sorry to,
In the library of the atelier. Oh, okay, so
yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to make you feel out of place. Again, even though we are.
You think I feel out of place?
No, but if somehow you did.
I think I feel out of place.
No, I bet you're in the right place, in the right moment, in the right
What's the matter?
I'm sure.
Sorry, it's just.
You're talking really quickly.
I just a little bit nervous.
If you give a duck some seeds, it'll make more
just,
ducks. Right?
What's your name?
I think you
my
need
name's
two ducks
my name's
for that.
Otae P.
I see, Gal.
Proud cleric of the Solen
to
Order,
find this
and
duck clerk.
your prominence is Lear's
It'd be nice to have more
82.
ducks, Gal.
Well, I have no idea who that
Oh my gosh,
individual
it's
just
Mel.
mentioned is.
Hello, Gal.
Oh, I never, I didn't know of him too when I first met him. But yeah.
Did you guys end up going to the dungeon?
Yeah. Majority of us
It's a
died,
shame
and we
someone
cannot
like
find our
you
bodies,
has to
so now
fall
it's
to
gone.
Oh.
That
That
happened to
much.
me
Myself is
too,
gone.
Gal.
I mean,
Oh.
How did you recover your?
I have
your
drawn
stuff?
a few
I didn't.
pieces of Vesper before though. I've drawn a little bit of her.
Oh.
I've drawn. Okay, can you keep a secret?
Now, yeah,
seem
now.
like they could fight a
Okay,
bunch.
so I have drawn. This is not me like condoning this, right? But I have drawn
I don't think this is a
Vesper
weapon,
and Solen
count
like
as
kind of
power
like
as
maybe like
well.
holding hands a little bit. I think it's
Yeah,
kind of
maybe
cute,
it's
right? And I do have
Yeah?
some modicum of respect because
You want to show me?
yeah, here you go. And I like open up my book and I show you one of the good drawings. I show you one of the good drawings because you see how they're like caressing each other really like closely. Actually, I'm really proud of this one.
Is this about this? Is this where the
Oh.
the tongues came in?
No.
it's just hands.
Okay. Okay.
Everybody
Okay.
look at
All right.
the
You want to
Help,
see?
Gal.
You want to see? Okay, I'll show you a new one. This is the latest piece that I drew. and it's a piece of Solen, Vesper and Solen. They're in the magnet pose, in Vocaloid magnet kind of formation. They're cradling each other close.
You gotta be careful not to show that to
yeah.
Mr. Luminous.
I mean, it's just a fantasy, right?
Luminous would love it.
So
we have a few choice words.
I just
Luminous is asleep right now, so can't hurt him, you know.
True. Do you think he can see? Can you see all as you know your as avatar of Vesper? Can you see all? And Leos, hi, good to see you.
Well, sight isn't exactly my specialty.
Oh.
I do hear things.
Can you hear when my when I get really hungry and you hear the
No, but I can hear the amount of things formulating in that little head of yours.
Oh.
None of which are written in the holy texts.
What kind of things do you think are in my head? What?
I don't think
more
them.
than what you put on the
I know them.
What you know? What on the paper? I don't have any uncouth thoughts. I swear, I'm not that kind of person. I'm a benevolent little acolyte that wants to serve Solen to the.
You're a little Solen acolyte, right?
Yeah.
So pure, so innocent. You would
yeah.
never think of hand holding.
No. Hand holding is one of the cardinal sins.
Think about what it would be like to put your face next to someone else's.
No, I would never imagine that. I would never do that. I would never. No, never. I put my hand over my heart. Okay, I would never do that. You can trust me.
They shine very bright.
I like
hungry
and
yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I guess. Thank you.
No, I lost it.
Was it inside the dungeon? Or?
Did these people just are they reeking of death? Like, did they pass out or something?
I wasn't able to figure out a way to get it back.
Perhaps.
Are you going to another dungeon?
Oh, I've never been, but I'm kind of scared if they come out like this. That's kind of scary.
You didn't try that? Okay.
I don't know if I'm ready.
It's not so bad getting hurt.
You know, that's true. Only through pain and maybe self-flagellation can you find growth.
Just a theory. We just explore instead of going to a dungeon, and like, because there's structures, I found structures that aren't dungeons but they have loot, and we could fight some mobs and get experience, so maybe we could level up that way and then fight the dungeon once we're a little stronger.
I'll leave you lovely solid nights now.
Thank you for the follow, go man. Thank you.
It was nice meeting you, Gal.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll go
May the light of
fight
Solen
things.
be with you.
Yeah, may the light of Solen be with you. Thank you for your kind words.
Adorable little Solen knight.
I like your large.
Thanks.
Yeah, where'd you guys get these big shoes from?
Yeah, I would maybe disband. I think it was in the dungeon we went to.
Ah, but I thought you guys lost all your stuff.
Yeah, one person got out of the dungeon and they were able to recover their stuff.
Oh,
yeah, some stuff made it.
Okay.
One out of the 5 of us got
You
out.
guys know a ranger?
Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much, go man. Thank you. Thank you so much. And hi, Cotton Candy. So good to see you. And it was so good having you in the Cobblemon yesterday.
Rangers to use.
I love flashlights.
Okay.
Any stat boosts, but
you know what? I think Laurel, I think it is a good idea. I think we're gonna go clear the badlands of the evil the monsters that breathe in the darkness, as one would say.
I love killing evil monsters.
Oh, you sounded very excited about that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the daily order.
You have to defeat the darkness always, Gal.
Oh, I guess then we could be in a party, right?
Yeah, party.
Party. Oh, that's really good. That's like my name.
To leave the dungeon if we go there.
A party?
I think.
Party with Otae, and we're gonna be slay for Solen. Yes! Oh my goodness. We could be bards. You know what? We could be bards. Kaisu can join our little group, our co-ed group.
I might
I would love that.
on the way up.
I mean, I'll help you join the band too, Gal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it just be the 2 of us
What do you
then?
bring to the band?
I think so.
Explain.
I mean, unless we can convince these guys to help us.
Look,
but...
Gal, at the audience.
You just gotta like pucker your lips a little bit. You gotta like strike a little like. You can be our visual. Yes, the visual of the group.
Yes,
You can be the
yes,
magne.
visual, very important. The magne.
Give me the magne. So yeah, how are you two doing? How are you two faring?
So, we need a little help from you.
We can help, Gal Gal.
By Solen's light, we got you.
Armorless and weaponless.
And this
now.
might help you as well.
Oh, yeah.
We want to head back into the dungeon to
Okay.
attempt to get our things back.
Okay.
Let's do this. We can do this with you, okay? I think we're infallible.
Let's
I think
do this.
let's do this. You might have to
think
lead
we
us
got
though.
this.
That's fine. We
Yeah.
can join your party for now.
Oh, we don't have
assuming you
one
have-
actually
There's
made.
such a convenient
have one?
5 of us.
The convenient
Yeah.
five. This
Well,
is
you
meant to
can
be.
Make it with your, I think, flexing your peak.
Yeah, I'll flex.
P?
Are you saying to flex my
Or
P?
pi
P?
key? Get it?
Kaishu,
No,
that
no,
that
I would
I'm
never-
not that
I
kind of
would never say
person.
anything
I'm
like
not that kind of person.
No,
I'm not,
I know.
I wouldn't flex my
Which
PP in
one is
public.
flexing,
No, I get it. I get
Gal
it.
Gal?
I
You
didn't
don't
mean anything
know?
like that.
If you
No.
if you don't do it at the right time, it might just you just don't want to find out.
That's so scary, Gal Gal.
It's okay. Fear is what compels us to the light. Fear is what keeps us
True.
out of the darkness, keeps us out of the shadows. Okay?
That is
Yeah,
true, Gal
absolutely.
Gal.
Right?
Yeah.
See,
Speaking of shadows, I don't like how it's so dark.
Am I? Oh wait,
Yeah, I
I'm
wish it
doing
was
it right.
daytime.
I thought I was doing it wrong. Okay, wait.
That's a nice waning gibbous.
it is kind of pretty. Am I
I'm
allowed
sure
to
you
say
joined the
that?
party, Otae.
Am I allowed? Oh, thank you.
And wait, get my.
No, you got it.
I'm in the party.
All right.
Yeah, the party.
I got you, Links. Hi,
I
Alice.
appreciate you guys helping us. Thank you.
No, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
for a fellow
All right,
Selenian,
Is that everyone?
Selenite. Yeah.
Yay.
Is that everyone?
Selenite?
Yay! Let's
I
go.
think that sounds right.
Let's
Yeah.
do
Let's
this, everybody.
go.
Let's go.
Shoddy followers.
Was this the same one you died in? The same
Yeah,
dungeon?
the one right in
Wait,
front
you
of us.
I don't know
died?
if you can get your stuff back too.
You said you died? I thought we're not dying, right? We're just getting like very significantly, majorly hurt.
Recovery mission.
We never die.
Yeah.
We,
after
Heroes never
away
die.
for a
That's
limited amount of time.
Yeah, my soul just got separated from my body for a little bit.
that
Gal
sounds
Gal.
like that
that
sounds
happened to us, too.
oddly very close to what death is.
Well, it came
It's
back.
similar, you know?
So I think it's okay, Gal Gal.
Okay.
He just got a bit closer to Selene, you know?
Is that what we have to do? Like if someone like just chokes
Yeah,
me
what
out
else
to the
matter?
point of like almost barely passing out, does that get me closer to Slan? Is that what happens?
Some might
something
describe
like
that
that.
as seeing God.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's this way. It's over here.
Yeah. I think if they were to take it too far, you would wake up and see Selene.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh, Tower of Dread. See, this is a different dungeon than I thought.
Just be
we were
careful.
Here
talking
lies
about.
Shido. Oh
is
no.
this a different one you were thinking
Don't.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, earlier when.
Sucking.
Oh.
Oh.
I mean,
Yes, please
we
save
were
me. Someone
able.
give me food, please. I need to
Oh,
get
I am about to
Going
die.
to the dungeon.
Oh.
I'm about to
This
die.
is so scary.
I
so
believe
we
I
don't,
need some
we don't
food.
have weapons,
That's muscle.
so
Gal
I only have potatoes.
Yeah, I don't have weapons or armor or anything, so I have a couple hearts left. Oh, thank you.
I gotta remember how
I
to do
need
this
some
again.
food, too, because I am not recovering anything.
I can heal you. Where are you? Here you go.
Oh my.
How does one flex their spellcasting muscle again?
It's a button, or it's a thing for me, but I don't know if it'll be the same for you.
Oh God, that hurts.
Oh no.
I'll slap him.
We should be able to.
I'll get you.
Yeah, you can get them up.
I'm
Oh.
reviving you, Gal
A little
Gal.
bit fallen at the moment.
Don't worry, we'll get you. You
Don't
come
worry.
back.
Just don't
You're almost there,
don't-
Gal
I
Gal.
found it.
There you go.
Guys, I'm not really sure about our chances in the dungeon anymore.
No,
Well,
you have to
it's
believe.
just a recovery mission.
Wait, I
that's all.
can heal you
We're
now.
not trying to defeat them.
I might need a single spare
no.
of food.
It's gonna be harder than I thought it would be.
I got you. I dropped some bread on the floor. I'm sorry about the dust. That might be there. Who needs food?
Goodness. Okay, that's a
Oh,
lot
Lord.
of
I'll need a
creatures.
bit of food.
Oh.
Yeah, I may need some food or else
I don't
I'll
have
starve.
I don't have a weapon.
Who needs the food? I can drop stuff here.
I need some Otae.
Okay.
Oh,
Does that help? Does that help?
Wow, you have a lot.
Yeah, listen, Solen provides, okay? And if you you know, believe in her. Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh, my brain slowed down there for a
You seem to be
second.
having a bit of a
There we are.
malfunction here.
A little bit.
I need some of that.
Oh no.
Oh, did you not pick up any?
No, unfortunately, it didn't seem to work for me.
I have you.
Oh, there's so much violence here. I'm so not used to this.
Once we get rid of these, can someone protect me while I rest, please?
Yeah.
Just give us one moment, Milk. We just gotta deal with this, and then.
Where are you, Leos?
Don't try to fight it. Just
Oh,
just
no.
don't risk
Thank
it.
you, Gal.
Same with you, Lives. Don't. Oh god, I'm.
I got you. I fortified you. Sir Yapslot, I got you.
Covered.
I'm trying. I'm really...
Oh, they are so strong.
I have a place where I can get.
Veteran zombie. Oh, you are a zombie.
Oh,
I got you. Any second.
Oh, where, Roy, where? Sorry, Kumanai, where are you?
No, I'm so sorry. I was trying. I was trying.
Do you need some healing?
I have.
I got you.
Silver
Don't worry.
resurrection.
My hungry friend.
We have to head to the shrine.
Okay, Gal.
We'll have to wait. No, it's okay. You did your best. Why are there so many?
Oh god. I've been downed.
I think that maybe there's really strong. Oh, are they coming out from the dungeon? The evil is spreading out from the dungeon, the underbelly of evil?
But let's just ignore them.
Oh. Oh, I got one. I killed one. I killed one. I'm doing something.
See the voices? Oh,
Where is my body, Gal?
the capital.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be too long. We're not that
Okay.
far away.
All right, let's just go.
I'm a little more competent than I thought, maybe.
Yeah, we can head back.
Ow!
Otae!
Ow! That hurts so bad. I'm not a combat cleric. Do you need healing? Who needs a little touch me up?
Honestly,
I mean.
might have to go back on a solo mission at this point.
If only we had.
Oh, thank you, Laurel. You need one too? Oh. Okay, we gotta get Kuma Knight back. That was kind of scary. I've never fought like that before. Oh, we gotta get you back. We gotta get you back, Kuma Knight. I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry, Gal. I should have been the ones protecting you.
No, you did protect. Yeah, SMH.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's okay.
You're right, Gal. I'll have to work.
I got a creepy gift.
You got a what?
I got one of those creatures dropped a creepy gift. Should I open it? Do you think it's an omen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Open it.
I'm trying to open it. And it won't let me open it. Maybe it is cursed.
Maybe you have to place it on the ground.
Oh.
Oh, I mean like.
Oh, I see. Can you open it?
You're right. Right click to open. But nothing happens. Quite the conundrum.
Quite the conundrum, I do believe. Well, thank you for bringing back my creepy gift back.
Of course.
Thank you.
You've got to hold on to that.
It's true. I gotta hold on to a lot of things, like my faith, right?
I'm starting to become a little worried about our chances in the dungeon, seeing as we couldn't even make it inside the dungeon.
Yeah, that was I fear if what is roaming around the dungeon is like that powerful, then the dungeon itself might literally be a suicide mission. And Father,
I would agree.
right? Father Luminous wouldn't send us there, right? Like Father Luminous wouldn't just do that, right? Thanks, Alice, for the lyric. Thank you.
Maybe that's like a more difficult dungeon.
That might be true. That might be real. I think that is probably not the beginner's guide, right? The beginner's start.
Maybe that's not the beginner's dungeon.
Hopefully our friend Kumanite's coming back though. I feel bad. He took all those hits for us. But you did say, we look at us though. Quick, we have to be proud of each other, We stayed standing.
Yeah. We survived. Okay, I fell down a little bit, but I got back up.
But you got back up, right? But the thing is, you're still here standing, and we were surrounded by all these like heroes, and we as clerics, we stood our ground.
As clerics.
As clerics. Could I have used my fortify spell? Yes. Could I have healed a bit faster? Sure, but
it's okay.
But it's okay.
Your best.
Thank you.
Okay, are we all healed up? Ready to head back?
We are, Gal.
Are you guys sure you want to do this with us?
It's okay.
It's okay.
We will overcome.
We'll
just
feel
go
bad
until
getting
where
you
you
guys
guys
killed over
died,
this.
and then we can leave.
No, I feel.
We need to go to almost the top though.
Yapsalot is.
Top of that structure.
I think we could just
pretty
get
much
some
at the
loot,
top.
Gal, and then we can leave.
True. Yeah.
We don't have to go all the way to the end, Gal.
Well, just Yapsalot will have to, but I'll. You guys don't have to go all the way.
No, I will.
I might need someone to.
I will come with
escort
you.
me,
I will
'cause
escort.
You lost your
I
stuff.
will
I see,
die very quickly.
No, we walk into that dungeon together and we exit together. Okay.
Yeah.
Otae.
Appreciate
We'll be with you to the end, even if it's all the way to the top, Gal.
Yay.
Hi, Starvey Donut. Did I say hi to you already? Hi. This city has a lot of stairs.
Romantic situation up there.
Oh, is my brain slowing down? Hi, Shoyu. How are you, Shoyu? Did anyone else's brain kind of experience a little bit of like brain fog?
What did you say?
Did anyone else's brain experience a little bit of brain fog, or was it just me?
Yeah, I also had a mental lapse, maybe.
Thanks, Shoyu. I fear this is probably the effects of what happened 50 years ago. It's kind of crazy that this, this realm is standing as it is. But
Yeah.
how old are you? Were you around during the time of the battle?
Oh, I was not. My parents probably were, but not me.
Oh, are your parents still around now?
I'm 25.
I'm like, I think I'm 23.
They're alive back at home.
Okay.
Yo,
Are
you think you're not sure if you're 23?
I don't know my numbers, I can barely even,
no, it's okay.
count to 6.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I get
Yeah.
it. Well, where'd you say you're from again?
Oh, me? Well, I'm from a faraway region a little bit. I came here by train because I heard. So when I was younger, I was in the middle. Like my family's a family of miners, right? And I experienced a cave-in, and I basically thought I was done for, but then.
Oh wow!
But then the light, right? The light. I saw the light come in, and I was like, oh my goodness,
the light saved.
That saved me. I found my way back out, and ever since I heard Solen probably like just saying, hey, you need to serve me, you need to work for me, and I was like, yes, I will do anything for you. So that's why I'm here.
Oh, I get it. Now you're cleric. Yeah, that makes sense.
Did Solen say your singing is so beautiful? Please sing for me.
No, she didn't say that. I wish.
You know what? As one of Solen's clerics, I will say your voice already, just speaking, is quite beautiful. So
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's so nice of you, Otae.
What, did you give me a sword?
Yeah.
I have another
Thank
one.
you.
I have a wooden sword, Galgal. That's better than a
team
pet.
has
Cake.
I don't have any.
Oh, you gotta.
Is that
You had
Lady
cake?
Suckin'?
Did
Oh
you
my
make?
God.
Did you make?
It's me, Lady Suckin.
Good to
How
see
may
you
I help
again.
Nice to meet you, Lady
And it's
Shuckin.
No,
London.
no, just.
It's nice to meet
you-
you.
Oh, I'm Otae. I'm Otae, the Solenian cleric.
Otter?
Did you drop your sword?
Oh, no, Otae, like okay.
Your name's their son, Otter. You know what,
actually
Otter? That is a great name. A
Yeah?
strong name for
Oh,
Solan.
Oh, thank you. Sure. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll take that. People will fear me. People are gonna get intimidated by me.
And I will make sure.
Thank you.
What was
This is all I've ever wanted. I've never.
Any extra?
I can be as like cool as you because you look very accomplished
I don't
and pretty
I
interesting.
have never died once.
No, I just heard they were
ever.
giving
Ever?
wood swords out,
Dying is
so-
cringe.
Okay.
As the kids say.
You know, as we've said here, my party and I, Shoddy Solen would never let one of us fall. So
Shoddy Solen would not let any of us
No.
fall. Shout out to Solen.
shout out
God
Solen.
praise the sun.
Hashtag truth and hashtag real. Praise the sun. Solen's shake that ass. Yeah. Is that a move?
We are praising Lady Solen. and
You're
her
praising.
ass.
So these
God praise the sun.
God-
Praising Solen, Galgal.
Praise be. Praise be. Praise be. Praise be.
Indeed.
Oh, it's the bunny.
Oh wait,
Interesting.
It is me. Hello.
Oh, these are not the things.
But I
you
lost all
I
my
see.
stuff.
you lost all your
Yeah.
things?
I don't know. Oh,
Well,
Well, call me Chris says.
I felt Solen guiding me, and she requested my presence
I
over
see.
here. So she
Oh,
took me
God.
in her
Are we
little arms and
Are we ready to do this?
I'm about
I'm ready, Galgal.
I have not
She
I
seen
may
my
be
sister
armorless,
yet.
but I now have a weapon.
I feel very.
Yeah, we still need to find your
Let's
sister.
go.
Oh, I'm scared.
Alright.
That sounds. That
think
was
you
a
have
scary
to-
sound.
have to-
It's not an instance thing. This is just straight up. Okay, I'm.
No, there is.
understanding.
There isn't.
Oh, wait, but is it at the very
Oh,
top?
fine, okay.
Is that? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I say we be very careful.
Like
Yeah,
everyone,
from prior
Galgal.
I say
experience,
we be very careful.
Okay.
Oh god. Oh. Okay.
Bad feeling about this.
Not looking good for.
Oh god.
Sir Absolute.
Oh god.
Don't worry, I'm healing you. I got you.
I'm fortifying. Getting my thing.
Trying to find enemies to smack.
I really do not do a lot of damage.
Don't worry. Who needs some healing? I think I got you.
That.
Oh, that was pretty good, right? That was pretty good. We're doing fine, right?
Okay. We're doing great, you guys.
Does anyone need Solen's light to heal them? Oh,
We are healing.
Laurel, we're doing so good.
We are slaying.
Ugh, I'm poisoned. Ugh. Heard a creeper.
I'm also poisoned.
I'm healing.
Oh, thank you.
I see
Oh,
I'm having
Kunite.
the same problem as I had earlier where I cannot open things. Oh no.
Then hold in there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Milk, how are you dead again?
You try to resist.
Oh, ow.
Oh no. I seem to be facing a
Does
slight
anyone have
problem.
a pickaxe?
Yeah, we need a pickaxe to destroy the spawner.
Oh, am I getting poisoned right now?
Perfect.
Okay.
Have a present.
Are you right, Otae?
I think
My right click button is broken.
Oh.
I'm getting some brain fog a little bit.
Like
Yeah,
I
same.
can't place a crafting table to make a.
Oh, we may have had.
Oh
to do
no.
that outside.
Well,
Oh,
that's gonna be a
it's
bit of
unfortunate.
a problem. Do we need a pickaxe?
I'm not sure.
I think we can just keep going until we get our bodies and then leave, right?
That might be the case.
Okay.
That we could just do that.
I don't see. My body would have been here though, and I don't see it.
I miss my
I
kumanai.
don't think we're gonna get our bodies back.
Well, we can do this.
Did you hear what I said? Capsulot?
Can't get your bodies.
If we maybe go up high enough to where I am, if I don't see my body, then it.
Because
then
mine
it's-
was right here. I
It
died
might.
right here.
Really?
Yeah. 'Cause I almost made it out before they got me.
Huge guy out here.
We're doing pretty good, Dux. Hi, welcome back.
Shoddy if
I might have to
if
just
our
pray to
bodies
the
are still
gods.
going to be there.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Oh. They're so persistent.
Yeah, they really are.
That was crazy.
I think I might ask the god and see if
Yeah,
our
I would
bodies
do
are
that.
actually going to be there.
I think that's a good plan.
If I slept,
Oh god, the zombies are after me.
would I leave
Not like this.
Alright.
Don't worry, Kaisu, I got you. Thanks for the follow. I love Wembu.
in my
Watch out, Laurel. I got you.
Sorry, I'm
Oh.
trying to fix something.
You're
I was
okay, I just want to make sure
I was
you didn't
flying a little bit there.
Attack, destroy.
That was a very close
Use
one. I got your back. Don't worry.
If I just change it to something, will that work?
Oh, I found cookies. Oh my god. You want some Otae?
Yeah, please. I love a cookie. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, let me know what the gods say.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here, let me look around real quick.
Thanks for the hydrate. Thank you. I love Wembu. Thank you.
Okay. That doesn't work.
Yeah, to revive someone, you have to bring them to a shrine. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get someone's loot back. We're trying to get someone's
Maybe I
loot
just need
back.
to find the right button conflict.
Which problem are you having?
I can't I can't open chests or like.
Oh, this inverted
do
gravity.
anything
Okay,
like
so
that.
this is really cool because it is like
mean,
an
like,
instance
does it
dungeon. It's
open
like
and
kind of
then
like
it
an
immediately
MMORPG.
closes you out?
Look at this.
No, it
Look
doesn't
at this
open at
beautiful
all. Like,
Cyclops.
I go to touch
Holy
it
moly.
and then nothing happens.
Holy.
I don't
Can
have that.
can I sneak a
My
peek?
problem
Can I
is that
sneak a
when
peek?
Yeah,
No, I'm just
mine-
kidding.
it's not. Yeah, it doesn't open.
Right
And
now,
then
my
there's
party members are
probably, like,
asking
I can open
asking like
doors or anything. Like, I don't know if
the
it's a
server leader,
problem
you know,
with
like,
my
hey, what's going on
shrines or-
with how
error,
revives
yeah.
and loot retrieval
yeah,
works.
I tried changing it, but it didn't do anything.
Hmm.
When you leave the instance, your corpses are teleported to where you are when you leave them. Highlight Rebo. Oh, there's more.
Sorry, gamer. Do you have any form of suggestion for a solution for this?
Oh,
What's wrong, Go?
there's another little zombie.
Oh, sorry, I forgot my open mic is on.
Oh, it's so strong.
I have news.
You got news?
What's the news?
Apparently our bodies are supposed to be outside.
I'm floating again.
They're
Oh,
supposed
no.
to be where?
Our bodies are supposed to be outside.
Oh, so like we
But
don't even have to
I
be
did not
here?
see
I did not
them
see
at
it.
all.
Maybe they were.
Huh.
about-
What's that? Oh, what is that? Veteran.
How do we do that?
Outside where, like outside in the spot that the instance.
Oh, we got some
Oh, wow, there's
awards.
the rewards we would have gotten.
All right, we got
Ooh.
four.
No, I think we got them though. I
Oh,
think we
I
got
leveled
them.
up.
You leveled up.
I
Congrats.
Yeah.
leveled up actually.
Wait, did you?
that
I
surprised
did not.
me.
Whoa!
Congrats.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess we kind of figured out how it works, right? These
A little
Sort
bit.
of. Yeah, so
Guys,
apparently
I
if
think
you
we
die
should try to
inside,
do- I think we should try to do the dungeon in the desert. Maybe that one might be a little easier.
Okay.
I'm not seeing
Maybe.
as many people
Maybe.
die.
Yeah.
I'm down, Go.
I'm down to do that. Yep.
If I can figure out
Yeah.
how to fix this problem.
I know. You might do you need to take a nap and then wake up again, you think?
I did that
Oh,
earlier and it fixed
Right.
it for like 5 seconds.
5
I might have
seconds.
to ask the gods for assistance on this.
Yeah.
Did it? How did you know that you leveled up?
Oh, if you look in the top left corner where it says your class and then the number next to
yeah.
it, after I collected my rewards, I saw the number go to it too.
That's really cool.
Yeah, mine did not do that. Yeah.
Interesting.
What
Oh god,
happened?
there's a fly.
Oh, let's go. I want the corpse fly to be
I don't know.
near us.
Yeah, where would our body?
Thanks for the follow, Kiki Dream Arts. Thank you, thank you.
The long sleeps interrupted things.
Oh, maybe. That could be it.
Okay, wait. I can open like bodies. Like I can open this corpse.
But depending on what you want to explore or discover, it's just not opening.
Yeah.
Seeing what?
Yes. Guide me.
Hello.
I am not seeing a body anymore.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not
Do you
seeing mine
know-
either.
I think cooked, and that's
Oh, God.
okay.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Because
here they may
Selene
be
allows
cooked.
us to restart anew.
That's so true. That's so true, Lady Suckin.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
every
so
day.
easy to start anew, and you know. Yes, every day.
Every day the sun rises, and that's an honest to God fact, right? Like, oh,
Oh my god.
oh, it's a child. A child. Oh,
All right, thank you.
And I'm so weak.
Yeah, I don't think our stuff is.
don't worry, Lady Suckin, I got you.
Sun rises.
cooked.
Thank you. Thank you. You are so kind.
Of course, of course. Listen, an acolyte like me, I'm destined for greater things.
You have
She died
convinced
in the
me.
dungeon.
I did
You-
not do that. I would never.
She did. It was rather pathetic.
Oh.
Oh, you're so lucky you're on my party right now.
Slaps you in the face with tail. Slaps you in the face with tail.
Are we all okay?
Whoa, whoa.
Oh my god.
All right, shall we head back to Selene to revive Milk for the 50th time?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Gal Gal.
No, don't
guys have,
apologize.
You guys have the silver for that?
Oh.
All right.
Do we have the silver for it?
What is that? Ew.
Ew.
Protector, Gal Gal.
A creature.
That thing is tough.
Oh.
Spirit.
There we go.
There we go.
Get out of here.
Creature feature. Very subby of him. What do you mean? Put the child, I wish. There's some. This is scary. See, this is what Vesper brings. This is the rot of Vesper in the dark.
I can heal you.
I agree, Gal Gal.
Right?
I don't know if it hit you or
destroyed.
not. I think I have to be
I don't
close.
think so.
I think it's like whoever's right next to me.
I think
I'm
I.
saying it's on cooldown, but it doesn't look like it's on cooldown.
Oh no.
There we go.
This is pretty though. This little like roadway is pretty nice,
I like the flowers, Gal Gal.
right? I hope this world stays like this. You know, when all is said and done. Hope when Selene takes over, right, and reimagines the world in her vision that some of this stays. And there is light in the dark. It makes it really pretty. And that's why I believe in the Selene Vesper ship within reasonable bounds.
Oh, I'm gonna have to find armor.
I got you, Sir Lapslot.
Before.
There you go. Oh, it's so sturdy.
That is a strong one.
There we go.
You're so strong, Sir Yapslot. You're so brave. You
Thank
just took
you.
that down by yourself. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
I wish I was like you.
Is it a nice place, Galgal? Maybe I'll make my house there too if there's room.
It's just a door.
It's just a door.
Oh. You just have a
Well,
door.
it's just a little tiny room.
Well, the housing market is a bit, you know, it is a bit rough nowadays.
Very true. Very true.
Man, okay, I'll have to claim one soon then, Galgal.
I see. Well, I think I'd like to go find more weapons so that I don't leave less equipped than when I started.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Where else could we go to find stuff? You said there was a sand place that looked not too difficult?
Yeah, the desert. Desert has like
I don't know
a,
if it was like difficult or anything, but I do know of like another dungeon.
Okay.
and it might be less
you
crowded.
Should definitely make pickaxes.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a good idea.
That would be
That's a
good,
idea.
Galgal.
I have a
Alright,
few iron
I do
ingots,
have another
and
silver.
that's about
I can
it.
revive milk.
Okay.
I think
that's
if you wait 2
Or do you
minutes
wanna
and
just wait
30
the-
seconds, Galgal,
Oh,
I have a feeling my body, my
gods will
soul is
bless you?
getting pulled back into my body, Galgal.
Like all the way back?
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I think
where I'll
so.
end
I
up,
think that's
Galgal.
the hard respawn or the hard you know.
Oh, okay.
Stop becoming a spirit.
Do you like being a spirit? How would you rate your experience of being a spirit?
0 out of 10, Gal.
That's
0
a
out
low
of 10.
rating. It's a low rating.
Yeah, you can't protect anyone when you're a spirit, Galgal, so it
True.
sucks.
Problem with my rings or something? Sorry.
I see.
I just take off everything on my person. No.
Is there maybe a shop we could go to get some more stuff too?
Do you think there
Not
is
sure
a
they've
business
set up
nearby?
yet.
Yeah, maybe it's not set up.
We could travel to
Kuma
the
is just
Atelier.
haunting us.
The
Oh, the
initial
atelier?
business
Yeah.
atelier.
Oh, we could do that.
Yeah,
That'd
yeah.
be a good idea, I think.
Yeah,
They might have
we
businesses
could.
set up already.
It's pretty close by here as well, Galgal.
Yeah, I think I took the train here on the tour, or the train there on the tour.
Did you?
The gods are
I got
speaking
lost
to
during the
me.
tour. Got lost on the tour, sadly.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah, it
ditched
was
the
a little
tour once we
confusing.
got to Selen.
When I was in school as a young little guy, right? I remember I would always like sneak off during field trips when they were doing like you know boring like museum tours. I'd just be like, no, I'm gonna go you know look at cooler things. Maybe hit up the local coffee shop.
I didn't know you were allowed to do that, Galgal.
I was maybe I was a little bit of a rebel, you know.
I see.
But then I got quickly like disciplined and punished like really hard, and so I never did it again.
I see. All right. I am down to go on a shopping spree.
Yeah, I think we had there. I think that sounds
Yeah,
good.
I will admit, the one thing I do have that I did not lose is in my backpack. I have 2 stacks of bronze.
Ooh.
You're so.
So that has to be worth
I've
something.
got some bronze left.
You're so
That has to be worth
resourceful. That's.
Yeah. It is the one very useful thing I ended up putting in my bag.
Well, I'm glad
So
that you're on our
When
team.
you die, you keep everything in your backpack?
Yeah, so your
milk,
backpack
maybe
stays, it seems, but your body does not. Yeah,
Okay.
so
Maybe I should put
now I know to
stuff
keep
in
all of my good
backpack.
stuff in my bag.
Yes.
Is the bag the single row or is it the bigger compartment?
If you
it's
press
bigger.
B, you should have a backpack.
Oh, I
equip the
see.
one you got
Oh,
to start?
I see. No.
Oh, maybe it depends on
Well.
what class you are.
Yeah, that could be
Or
it
what you
too,
got.
maybe.
Did you give? Oh wait, you have backpack.
Oh.
I was gonna say if you gave
Oh, your prominence
what's his
Lear.
name?
Your prominence
Your-
Lear.
Yeah, Lear, your backpack, but no, it seems
No,
you
no.
have one, so you didn't. Ooh.
All right, I will. I'm gonna go somewhere. Wait.
To the Atelier?
I was trying to see where Lyaz went to. Well, yeah, I do want to go there, but I
Oh, you
just
gotta find
wanted to
Lyaz,
see,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because we were trying to party together, but
Okay, and I guess Kuma Knight got sucked back into his body.
yeah, I think he came back wherever that is.
Wherever that might be.
Yeah, somewhere. Should we wait for them to come back then?
Sure.
Oh
Or
my goodness. Duck.
Duck?
Duck is gone.
oh, was that was that the duck with the hat?
Oh, Milk may know where everyone's stuff went.
Oh?
Milk said they might know?
Yeah, might know.
I see. Yeah, I was
Maybe
told
there's
they should be at the entrance, but there was
maybe
only
there's
about
a
2 bodies
place
there.
that if you're in an instance, maybe everything from there goes to a certain place.
Maybe.
Might be onto something.
Like mayhaps where we all woke up when we first got on here. Or, you know, got to this world.
To the very start,
Maybe.
where
You know what I
they
mean?
let us.
At the
That could be.
Well, the
Should we
train
take
is
that
here.
train?
Let's take that train.
Yeah, let's take it.
And if not, then
can I make it?
The markets.
Well, is it Atelier the Crossroads?
Oh, what?
Oh, is that the?
Oh,
well, I mean,
don't
they're,
be
they're
on top of
close
the
to each
train.
other.
It's not letting me in. I don't know why. That's odd. Oh, it really seems to.
I can use
want me
these
to
doors.
go up
Yeah.
top. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
I hope I'm not left behind here.
Maybe
There we
take a
go.
seat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello.
I'm
there.
tripping.
Make sure you sit down.
Hi. What is your name?
Oh.
Well, I'm only serving a purpose here. I'm the oracle.
Make sure you sit
And
down.
I
I'm
tell
trying to
people
find
their
a
future
seat.
if they
Wait,
wish
you're
to
the fortune
hear.
teller.
Oh,
What
there
is
you
my
go.
future?
Hi.
Would you like to know?
I would.
Are you
Well, tell
a
me
fellow
little bit about
Selenite? Are you a fellow
yourself.
Selenite?
Well,
No, I'm just on
actually
train
very
my
new
way
to
to the
this area. I
Atelier.
didn't
I'm
even
part of
really
the
know much
Atelier.
about the
Oh.
My name's
Order
H.A.
or the
Mont. The
Vesprit
P is
until very
silent. I'm a
recently.
merchant.
But
H.A.
I arrived
Mont.
yesterday,
Nice to meet you.
and
I'm
currently on the
Otae.
quest to find out what
I'm an
happened to my
acolyte
family,
of the Selen
because
Order.
recently
It's so nice to meet you.
it was given to me by my old
Can I
master,
ask
Sir
what you do
Bottom
for
Dweller.
business?
But
I
my family, I
see.
believe, might be
Well,
passed
right
away.
now I'm supposed to be
so I'm
selling,
just here in
you
search
know,
of adventure
equipment,
and maybe some
spells,
answers.
accessories,
I
but
foresee
you know, since it
big
is just
change
our
in your future.
first
Something
day,
drastic is going to
Right.
happen
I
to
still
you,
am lacking on
and
my
you're going
things.
to have
Currently,
to
all
make
I
a
have to sell
difficult
is just a
choice.
level 2 fireball for
my.
wizards, which
See?
Oh.
yes.
How?
thank you.
Oh, for wizards, huh?
No problem. But I
I'll be
see
aware
That
of
makes
that.
that
sense.
within you,
But
Yeah, sadly, I do
you have
believe
the
it's only
strength
for wizards. I'm
make
not
that
exactly
decision.
sure. I am not very
Thank you.
verbal in
Oh.
magic myself.
in all those magics, yeah. You know what? To be fair, me too.
And,
I'm not the
you might
best
be
cleric
kissing
in the
some
world,
other
but
boys.
you know, one day if you want to, if you want to maybe do business with me, I have a little bathhouse in the Selen solarium area, and we sell holy bath water. So if you think that might be a very affluent business venture for you, you could come find me.
Interesting.
I mean, I bet there's magical properties to it, to be honest. And hi, nice to meet you.
I know how to get back to the
Hi,
crossroads.
thank you nice to for the meet offer. you.
Atelier.
Yes, hello, Monkey.
Oh, Lockney.
My
Hello,
plastic
good
surgeon
sir.
came through. Yes.
Oh, you're a plastic surgeon? That's you can do
Oh,
that?
yes. Oh, yes.
Where are you going to right now?
I have no idea. I wanted to find you, and I found you. My objective has been completed.
All right.
I'm on my way to the Atelier right now. I kind of want to see what's going on over there. How are people doing, and to meet some more people as well.
Is this our stop?
I've been going around
No,
doing some.
No, not yet.
Instance dungeons.
not yet.
I seem to be having some
There should
trouble
be a
with.
stop right
Wonderful.
outside.
I got
the
some nice
crossroads.
things. Nothing
Yeah.
too crazy, but it's always nice to.
It's nice to have something.
Yeah, yes. I haven't found spells yet, except for one, surprisingly so.
Oh.
Where'd
found a
you?
slumber melody?
Oh, is that a spell too?
that
Where'd
for-
you find your spell?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
I found my spell in the villager. I believe it's called the villager castle. It's right next to the burning area at the start.
Oh.
Oh my.
Maybe that's what I'll do.
I do believe the
Yeah, I'm
spells
experiencing some
themselves are a bit more
turbulence.
Turbulence.
They're a bit more rare than
Turbulence
other stuff.
incoming.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Oh, and
you're
that is
taking
a
one up
nice stop.
on the business.
Yeah,
Is this our spot
probably
here?
one more.
One more?
This is
Okay.
definitely
I
our
think
spot.
one more. I think one more.
One more, maybe
Does it
two.
look Oh, well met. Nice.
Hey.
Again.
No, you don't. I probably need to reset.
Oh
Yeah,
wow!
yeah.
I like your hair. It's very how do you call it? Viscous? Is that the word for it?
See you looking different.
Yeah, that is the
technically, this
description.
is,
Yeah, there you go.
I mean it in like the most positive
Atelier?
ways.
Atelier?
Atelier?
I take no offense. Just to see.
Wait, let me.
Sorry.
Yes, this is the atelier.
Oh my god, please.
Ah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
The atelier.
Oh,
Oh, my
wait,
god.
Did we lose somebody?
I
think
feel I
someone
saw
got
a
hit
body.
by
No,
the
I think
train.
someone got hit by a
Okay, we got
train
it.
as well.
We're good.
I think
almost feels like a rite of passage
you know,
at this
I
point.
think he might have missed his stop.
I'll have you know, I have yet to
I
be
think
hit
so
by the
too.
train.
by Solen's light, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be okay. Like I feel like they're fine.
And specifically at the Solane or get hit by the train.
I guess that makes sense. We do have a platform. Without a way to
I
get
mean,
out, but we
I
do
saw,
have bridges.
Saw Lady Suckin get hit by a train and she walked it off like it was nothing. So
Yeah.
I also saw this.
Wait, Lady Sucking got hit
Yeah,
by a
so they
train
know
and
that
lived to tell the
we are-
tale?
yeah,
Oh,
it was
Yeah.
really impressive actually.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
we're here at the crossroads.
I wish I could do that. Okay.
Alright, this
Well,
has
nice
gotta
meeting
be
you
it.
all.
I guess
But
we're
I'm
only
Otae, by the way.
Nice meeting you.
Success.
Nice to meet
This
you.
way.
I heard
Oh my
There we are.
goodness.
We've made it.
So I got my
Oh.
I got my stuff back, Gal.
Oh, you did?
Welcome.
Yeah,
Oh.
from the first time, Gal. That
Oh,
I
that's
supported
good.
My body.
Really?
Okay.
Oh.
So it was all
How did you
worth
do
it.
that?
This way, Gal.
Yeah,
Oh.
I do remember now.
There's a whole underground secret tunnel? Wait, I've been in there. I've been in here,
did
never
you
mind.
go through here?
I've been
I
in
was
here, never
just-
mind. it's you know, so much has happened already.
It's alright, I forget things too.
Right? Like sometimes you just get hit too hard on the head by one of those creatures.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm. How are they so fast? Are they just like better athletes than us?
I think so. I mean, I'm a bard, so not like I'm getting much exercise
Yeah.
really.
I think if we bounce on it, I think it
Yeah, if we
increases our
bounce on it,
agility.
It actually increases our speed.
That's a new technique. Why haven't they installed this in like?
I haven't tried bouncing on it.
I haven't tried either. I think this is something new. I think we figured something out.
Oh, I
Oh.
seem to have a hiccup there.
I got a little hiccup too. A little bit
Maybe
of.
if we bounce on it crazy style, we'll be even faster.
I think if we maybe bounce on it crazy style, the brain fog would become so massive that we might end the world. You know? Do you
True.
think that might be a possibility, or is that just
I
like
do think
fanciful
that
thinking?
could
Right?
happen.
Well, me and my friend
Oh.
bought a
I know this
dragon,
guy.
It didn't go well. I
Oh.
survived, but the other one didn't.
And he's holding a piece of bread
Oh no.
Yeah.
as his
He
last
died a
little
hungry
like.
death.
That's so sad.
Man.
I close his eyes.
I bet he was starving to death. Are you saying our bodies are just maybe in
It
this
may
area?
have been where we, you know, like our point of reference that we appeared
Our
at.
point, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Our spot of arrival.
My buttons still don't work.
Oh no. Okay, well, we're just trying to find Sir Absolot's old belongings. Is that what we're trying to do?
Yep, Gal. That is
Oh.
correct.
This is kind of hard. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, don't you think? There's lights over there too.
The darkness is bad.
That's what I'm saying, Kumanite. And now it's raining. Okay? This is not a good setting. This is not a good sequence of you know, happenings. I feel like this is an omen.
I think so too, Gal.
I'm gonna see if I can, find a building or something. Maybe I should go back to the atelier. I'm gonna go off on my little adventure here. Oh, that's... Oh, I thought that was our duck friend. Okay. You know, I think we're gonna be fine here. Just getting through the rain a little bit. Just gonna eat a little bit of bread here too. That was a broken character moment. Listen, I did not. That was such a stupid joke. Okay. Oh, is that Gran? Hi.
Is that Otae?
How have you been? I feel like I've lived like a million lives before meeting you again.
How have you been?
It was good. I mean, I fought a few things. I met that your prominent Slayer, with his horse Bartholomew. Yeah. I was basically helping him out for most of the day, and then yeah. How about you? What have you been up to?
I set up my shop. I got called old and bald by youngins.
Oh.
I made money. I ran a casino. I went bankrupt. I opened up the casino again. I have money again, and now we're fully stocked.
There's a casino?
Yeah. Well, it's a little work in progress currently. After I went bankrupt, I was a little too excited. Didn't think of all the loopholes, but I can show you my shop if you want to check it out.
Yeah. Can you show me? Can you show me?
Yeah. What are you doing around these parts?
I'm just I was trying to help someone discover where their belongings were, but then I decided to take a little detour because I just I want to meet some people. I wanted to see how you were doing,
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, so this is the shop. We got some items, some wares
Oh.
up right now, and still working on getting some more stuff up there currently. But we're working on it. And the casino, it's still being built. It's still a little in shambles. Not much to show up there.
Whoa.
But look at this. I want to show you something.
Yeah,
really cool. You ready?
I want to see.
You see these two aisles right here?
Yeah.
Bath water ready.
Oh, we're gonna do this. We're actually gonna do this, huh? We're gonna
Absolutely. I got them all right there.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited because I finally found the bathhouse. Again, I don't know where my boss is, so I'll probably I don't know, figure out a few things on the next day. But I'd love to get you some water from my baths and make sure that they're really nicely cloudy for you, okay? Because if the amount of particulate that's in the bottles is directly correspondent to how much holiness is within their vessels.
I understand. Yeah, I actually have a relic here that somebody said it was from the goddess Solène.
Solène? Like actually, like directly from her?
Like directly from her. They told me that it was directly from her. I'm not sure if it's something that you'd be interested in. You know what? I would be. Say if you wanted to purchase it, but for you, because we're
are you sure?
business partners on the house.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
Oh my
absolutely. Think of it as a token of good faith.
Thank you. That's
Yeah, of course.
It's directly from Solène. I pop open the cork, take a little whiff of it. Who gave this to you?
You know, there was another group of people here that actually came into my shop, and I mentioned about the Solène bathwater, and I said it was by the most devout follower of Solène, and you know what they told me? They told me it could not be. It's not possible. And I was like, no, trust me, I've seen many people in my years as an adventurer, and this person's the most devout. And I let them know, and they gave me that, and they said, you know what? Nothing can beat this. And I told them, I'm sure that Otae will be able to get enough bathwater to beat that so easily because no one is more devout to Solen.
That's what that's what I believe in too. You know, this low golden concoction has nothing against my, or nothing on my holy bathwater. Like this is something. It is a relic, I suppose, but it is I feel like it might not pass a few inspections.
That's fine. That's fine. That one's for you. That one's for your own.
Thank you. I'll keep it safe and use it at the most opportune moment. Oh.
No worries. No worries. No worries. Welcome in, everybody.
You have a lot of customers. You're pretty popular.
It's been pretty busy lately. It's been pretty busy lately, especially this bad boy. You want to see something really cool?
Yeah, I want to see. I want to see. When you talk about bad boy, are you talking about yourself?
Oh. No. Here, let me close up so that nobody else interrupts us right now. Okay. I want to show you something. No one else has seen this. Ready?
Some private one-on-one time. Okay.
Yeah. Check it out.
Okay.
Come on up.
I feel so special.
All right. Yeah, this is actually. Let me show you. It'll be better in my room. Hold on. Come on.
Okay. Oh my gosh. You got a little doll?
I do.
That's so cute. Did Solen bestow this upon you too?
No, you know how I got this? You know how I got this?
How?
You know, I used to be a very brave adventurer, and recently there's been a lot of monsters plaguing our town, so I decided to go outside. I decided to go outside and show them what a real adventure was like. So this is actually the corpse of one of the monsters that was terrorizing our town that I stuffed myself as a treasure, and now he's just a little squeaky toy.
That is so cool. Well, I thought you were retired, but I guess you still have it in you, huh?
You know, the adventure never leaves. The adventure just never leaves.
How did you, because, when you bury a body, or when you prepare a body for burial, you gotta go through a lot of steps. Did you know how to do all that, or is it?
Yeah. There's the steps. You gotta cut it open and then do the thing.
The body seems a bit deformed. Oh yeah, because
yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I was just saying, like the body seems a bit deformed compared to what it might have been originally. I mean, is it just an artistic intent?
I had to reshape it because my idea was I wanted to make it a little bit more portable, a little bit more compact.
Right.
Very, very simple. All of that's easy work for somebody with my experience.
You got so much experience. It's actually kind of mind blowing. I wish I had experience like you. I'm figuring things out bit by bit.
Yeah, if you ever need any help, I could take you under my wing. You just need to ask for help from good old Gran.
Okay. I mean, well, I guess I've been kind of taken under the wing of like several people, like your Promised Leader and Archon Luminous, and then I saw Vesper's leader, and she said I was cute.
Oh, you know what though? You know what they don't have?
What do they not have?
All the years of experience that I have. Adventurers like them have come and gone, but me, I'm still kicking it.
Oh. I guess that's a testament to your longevity, right? And I guess your stamina in the game, right? Right? Like you're still kicking. You're still. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, after I'm gonna probably talk to Xochi's character a little bit more, and then probably hop off for the night. Although I'm tempted to go back on. I have a movie tonight though. I have to go to a movie. This poor server. I know, right? Leo Horizon. A movie. Yeah, I'm gonna go see. What's it called? It's that new space movie. It's that new space movie with Ryan Gosling in it at 10 p.m. And I gotta also call in for Riki Poppet's birthday later today. So, but yeah, I hope you're all having fun. The last little bit wasn't too much RP, but it was so cool seeing the mechanics. Like I'm getting used to the combat and stuff. It's actually really, really fantastic. It's so fun. It is so fun. And oh my goodness, I took a little peek of Twitter when I like a while ago, like a couple hours ago, and I saw like the little clips. Thank you so much. That's super cute. That's super cute. It is so fun. I can't wait to look through the VOD and stuff too. But I'm gonna quickly go to the restroom, okay? Okay, speaking about the urine bottle. I'll be right back. That's crazy. Okay, be right back. You're all crazy for saying that I was using a urine bottle? That's what you're saying? That's insane of you. Hi, Leah. Hi, Sash. Hi, Nasa. Hi, Sakurine. Yeah. I think the servers, our poor people who are running the server, they're doing such a good job. They're technical. I bet they really want to roleplay too. Thanks for the headpad. Thank you. Thank you. I bet they really want to roleplay too, but they're being technical support today. So, thank you for the headpad, Kylos. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Hi, King. Hi, King. But yeah, I will probably ask, I think I know what I'm gonna do to wrap it up with Zochi, if I can. But yeah, it's been so fun, all these characters. And oh my goodness, someone drew Lear and my character. Wrap it up, huh? Not like that, you're crazy. That's crazy. Okay, let me find it. It's so cute. I can't believe it. Let me find it. Liminal. Let's see. Yeah, let me find it. It's on Liminal's Twitter. It's super cute. I gotta actually what do you call it? I have to retweet it and stuff like that when I can. Yeah, I saw that. You saw it? Isn't it adorable? I'm very happy about it. Let's see. Hopefully this shows. Let me see if I can find it. Dun, 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 dun. It's so cute. Yeah, Psylucky drew it. That is so adorable. Psylucky, thank you. I know Psylucky was here earlier. It's just so cute. It's absolutely adorable. Oh my goodness. It encapsulates like the dynamic really easily. And so purely. Like that is so cute. Hi, Alien Stage. Hi, Cosmic. Yeah, thank you, Psylucky. Oh my goodness. I gotta thank Psylucky when when I see them next. This is so cute. I love Lear's design too. Alien stage, right? Alien stage mentioned. Just D, I know, but you know, the moment I say alien stage D, everyone just pops up out of the woodwork, you know? You already know, right? Lear being such a charmer, I know, right? Like, my character, like, it is literal, like, how do you call it? If there was a food chain, I would be, like, the #1 sustenance. Otae would be the #1 sustenance for that kind of character. It's so bad. It's so bad. He would just got like trampled on, like immediately chewed out. Hi Wookie. Alien, yes, alien. Yo, 100%. Like literally, Otae has no chance. So hopefully things are back. Okay, but we're gonna wrap up after meeting with Zochi a little bit more. Okay. Well, it's super cute. Thank you again for hanging out, everybody, and for entertaining me as well in chat. I've been not able to respond to everything, but it's been super fun to see some of your reactions. But D, hope you're doing well, D. And Wookie, I hope you're doing well too, okay? Wookie is an amazing artist. I did my panels if you're new here. If you haven't seen my panels down below. Thanks to the cheek pull, Meeplo. So this is Gran's little home. I'm not just using you. No, I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. It's just I have this. This is enough to bring people out. Wait, can I even open things up? This is kind of dangerous, isn't it? Crying. Who's Ruki? I only know Taehoongie. Stop. Oh. Hi, Gran. It's been great. It's been so fun. Do you want me to get the alert? I'm just kidding.
I was like blacked out for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I think it's the humidity. It's raining so much, and when the temperature changes, like, you know, it's hard to, be all coherent and such.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I completely understand. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people have been like passing out randomly throughout today. So
yeah, I mean, there's been a lot that's been going on, right? It's a tiring day for many. Many people just traveled over here, so.
True.
So
have you gone on any dungeons yet, Otae?
We kind of dipped our toes into one. It was okay. But I will say it is pretty dangerous. It might. Maybe it's a good idea to like smack a few things first before going in, but I don't know. I feel like you could do it. You have experience.
Yeah, you know, I'm just it's just risking your life in those dungeons for scraps and scraps and scraps. I've had so many adventurers come in today letting me know that their whole parties died somehow.
That's the thing, you know. But with me, if I'm in your party, if I'm ever in your party, I would never let you go down, okay?
So you'd never let me die, Otae?
Yeah, I would never. Because I'm a good cleric, you know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
Not because you're you know, getting kind of close. Not that you'd not that I give you special treatment, but maybe I would because you're my business partner.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm sure you're the cleric that treats everybody well. You know, you seem like a really good one. So.
People have said that mayhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Anyways.
You know, what other plans do you have here while you're in the business district?
You know, I was just gonna ask you a favor. It's a bit far away, my place. And it's raining and it's getting late. I was wondering if you had like a spare bed or a spare guest room or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're in it right now.
Oh, is this it? Is this not?
Yeah.
Is this open to the public too?
No, not really.
Oh, you live like this?
Sometimes, you know, I don't spend much time here, always on the move, up and down, making business, you know.
Oh.
Just is what it is, but not too bad, not too shabby.
Okay.
Got a place to come home to.
I just feel bad because like I only see one single bed and I don't want to take your spot, you know? Like I think that's not a I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to encroach, you know. I'm a guest here.
Oh, Otae. You know, I'm used to sleeping on rocks, on dirt, in the guts of bleeding monsters, you know. Back in my day, beds were a luxury. I hardly even sleep in this one anymore.
Where do you normally sleep then?
Yeah, wherever I lay my head.
Oh, would you lay your head on this this taxidermied creature of yours?
Sure.
It's actually really crazy and kind of talented of you to be able to put like a squeaky toy inside like that. I think that betrays your amazing craftsmanship. That's really cool. That's really skillful of you.
Yeah. You wanna try? You wanna try squeaking it?
Sure. Okay. Did I squeak it good enough for you, sir? I mean, Gran?
Yeah, you did great. You did great.
Okay. I'm glad. Thank you.
You seem a little nervous. Everything okay?
It's just because I'm just so not used to, you know, receiving praise all too much, you know.
I see.
I gotta work on my confidence, I think.
Yeah, no, you gotta raise your head. You're so smart. You came up. I mean, think about it. You came up with that bathwater idea all for yourself. So we can make so much so we can spread the word of Selen.
Yeah, we can spread the word of Selen to everyone who wants it. And I even got this I got even this little number now, this little concoction here. I think we're unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna go worldwide, and anybody, you know, when we first got here, there was Lear and the other non-believer.
Yeah.
There's gonna be no non-believers when we're done because everyone's gonna have at least a couple of bottles of Selen's bathwater.
Exactly. Would you say that this bottle needs to be refrigerated?
I don't know. I think there's something. What do you think? You're the Selen expert. You tell me what your thoughts are on this bottle.
I mean, this relic, I've never seen anything like it before, but you know, after the battle at the gates of hell 50 years ago, I mean, so many new things have been appearing. I kind of, maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it'll be okay.
I mean, would you prefer that bottle to be warm or cold as one of Selen's devout followers?
I guess if I'm to be frank, nice and warm.
Then there's your answer. Nobody knows Selen better than you. You know,
right?
And I can tell that.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
Sorry, I got you backed into a corner. I'll back up a little.
No,
bit.
it's
My
okay.
eyesight's bad. It's hard to see.
It's totally fine. Like I walk into walls and back myself up into corners all the time. So. I really appreciate your kindness.
Yourself like that, you know. That's how I lost this eye right here.
How?
Jagged rock on the wall. Even adventurers make mistakes.
You tore your eye out on a jagged rock?
Yeah, I wasn't watching where I was going. That's why I'm telling you. You got to keep an eye out. Get
it? No. Can you explain it?
Because it ripped my eye out.
Oh, wait. You're right. Okay, wait. It took me a little bit to process that.
It's okay.
That's really funny. That's really funny.
Age like a fine wine. It's okay. Just like that bottle.
Just like you. I mean, just like that. That bottle. Like that bottle. Yeah. So, I think I'll take some time to rest here. Again, you can kick me out anytime. Okay. So.
Yeah. No, you're fine. You know what? Actually. Why don't you take a couple of minutes here, rest? I got something for you, all right? I'll be right back.
Okay.
Don't go too far, all right?
Okay, I'll stay right here.
All right. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm not moving. That was kind of nice. He just let me stay at his place. I'm a bit far from home. I don't know where my friends went, but I think he likes me in a good way. I think people are like actually wanting to be my friends and stuff. That's really cool. That's really cool. hopefully that means I'll be okay in this really scary place, you know? Ah. When's the rain gonna stop? I miss the sun already. People out there being busy, working their businesses. I hope my boss for the bathhouse comes soon. I'm scared that I'm gonna have to like work on it all by myself. It'd be too much work for me. Got a lot of burden, I suppose. But it's okay. I can do it. I can do it. Maybe it's a test. Maybe me running the bathhouse by myself is a test from Solen, you know? And I think I'll make sure to do her proud, and she'll be very pleased with what I do, right? And then I'll become maybe second in line to the Archon or something. Maybe I'll be another Archon or something like that. Maybe I'll actually be like a big priest or maybe, I don't know, maybe I could be like, what do you call it? Director of the worship team or something. I could play like the tambourine or something. What was that sound? Did you hear that? Or maybe I'll end up like this. Yeah, I'll end up like this. That's not a thought that helps. Maybe I should write some of these things down on my journal here. Okay. All right. Got a lot of work done. I hope Laurel's doing okay. I hope Lear's doing okay too. It's kind of scary out there. I don't know what these things are. Is that a Vesper creature? Anyone, you coming in?
Oh, hey.
Oh, sorry. I was enjoying the view, you know?
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. I made you something, you know?
Oh, what'd you make?
You know, since you're staying here, where I'm from, there's hospitality, so I decided to make you a,
You made
a
me an
sandwich
egg
myself.
sandwich? You can cook? You're able to do this? You're not just
Yeah, absolutely.
That's so kind of you. Thank you.
You know, when you're out in dungeons, you got to learn how to make food out of anything. So I've gotten a lot of experience with cooking anything, you know.
This looks so good. Like, did you ever have how do I explain this? Did you ever have someone that you cook for?
Besides my party, nah, not really. You know, an adventurer like me is always on the road.
Oh, yeah. I just thought, you know, there's, you know, when you're able to make food for someone, it's kind of one of like the best feelings in the world. You know, it's kind of like
Well, I mean, you're the first person I made food for that's outside of my party, so don't even worry about it.
Oh, actually, who's in your party?
No one right now. You know, I haven't really had a party since back in the day.
Oh,
we had
right.
a bit of a falling out, and yeah, you know, that's the last time I was in one.
You know, when things come down to it, if you need someone and I'm available, I'll make sure, like, I'll show you what I can do. Okay, look at this.
All right. Oh.
By Solen's light, you're protected.
Whoa, look at that. I feel so much stronger. I feel like I'm 20 years younger.
Yeah? You feel 20 years younger? That's so cool. Yeah, I got a few tricks up my sleeve. I do say so myself. Are you hurt in any? Oh, wait, let me see if I can heal your eye. I don't think it'll work, but we can try.
That's fine. Yeah, go for it.
Does that work? I guess.
I don't think it did. Maybe it's just been so long since my eye's been gone.
It's okay. You know, maybe there's a reason. There's a reason, right? For having lost that
I mean,
eye.
besides, I don't really need it anymore. It's not like anyone's gonna take an old man like me to a dungeon, right?
I mean, I'd take you to one if you wanted to.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like I just slow you youngins down at this point.
No, you see, the thing is, me being a cleric, I'm always at the back. I go by your pace.
Ah, I see. Okay. So would it be like my job to protect you or something?
Maybe, but I guess it's well, I protect you too, so I guess it's like kind of like equivalent exchange, you know? Right?
I guess you would, yeah? What would I do without you having my back, huh?
Exactly. um, well, thanks for yeah, giving me the sandwich. I'll make sure to eat this before I go to bed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely,
Or
absolutely.
I won't be gluttonous and uncouth, and I'll save half of it for tomorrow.
Hey, you eat what you want, you know? Adventures, we gotta eat where we can. What am I doing talking like I'm still one of the adventurers?
Oh, come on. You don't sell yourself so short, you know? I mean, the way that you conduct yourself, like you look like someone who can make a change in this world. I just hope that one day maybe you will see Solène in all the glory splendor that she is, and then we'll both be present when Solène changes the world in her vision, right?
Maybe, who knows? Maybe working with you, I'll finally be able to see some of that Solen's light that I've been missing.
I hope so. I hope so. Anyways, I'm gonna go to sleep now. So thank you so much for your kindness.
No worries. You get some rest, all right? I'm gonna go downstairs and tend to the shop, and you take your time. Wake up whenever
Thanks.
you feel like it.
Okay. If I don't see you when I wake up, I just wanted to say thank you, and I'll see you around. Okay.
Absolutely. You get some rest, all right? And hey, don't worry. I'll be downstairs. I'll make sure nobody gets to you.
Okay. Thank you. Good night, Gran. Good night.
All right. Good night, Otae. Sweet
Bye.
dreams.
Yeah. I guess time for bed. I don't want to sleep by this thing though, so I'm gonna make sure my head faces away from it. Reverse. Okay. Good night, world. Good night, Solène. Good night, Horizon's Edge. Hope everyone's doing okay. Hope everyone's having a good day. Good night, Laurel. Good night, Lear. Good night, Kuma Knight, and everyone else. Sir Yaps a lot. Good night. Ah, we did it! First day done. We did it. That was so cool. That was so cool. That was so cool. Oh, that was incredible stuff. I'm glad that the crashing didn't happen again. I did it. I did do it. Good night, Leah. And I was happy to like bookend it. I was finally able to. We met Zochi in the beginning, and then we met Zochi at the end, and we met a bunch of different characters, and we tried a bunch of different things. That was awesome. Well done, Stinky. Thank you, Rita. This is my OTP. OTP. Okay, you did it. Thank you, Pop and Candy. Thank you for being here in the daily order. Yeah, it was a full circle moment. That's what I really want to try to do as much as possible, you know, try to have like a nice full circle moment. But oh my god, the cast of characters that we met, how alive the world is already. That was awesome. I'm so satisfied, like narratively speaking. And I hope you got a good glimpse into Otae. Again, unlike Zochi like wrote like 6 pages of story and lore, right? For Otae, I have just various little. My mind works where I can write things down, and I have, but I have like various nebulous clouds of ideas that kind of conjoin together. There's more episodes? Oh yeah, there will be more episodes. Good job, Tay, you did so well though. Thank you, Cosmic. 8 pages. He made 8 pages. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Anyways, let me see if I can switch over here. Okay, everybody. We're gonna find someone to raid out. Thank you so much for being here today. If I end up going back online later tonight, I will let you all know. But I do need to oh wait, I need to make sure I don't have the wrong stuff on. I accidentally have my Switch open. If you lets me help If he lets me, I'm gonna help him with that. Today I got a pink voodoo Wooloo and named the sauce on the Cobblemon server. Yeah, by the way, we have a Cobblemon server that's live right now, and it's really cool. It's really sick. I think in a day or two, we'll have like a whitelist opening where people can, like, if you're subbed, you can join the Cobblemon server. But yeah, check it out. Definitely check it out, everybody. It is a fun time. I had a great time again role-playing with Soccer Arena over here. It's a semi-light RP, Cobblemon server too. You don't need to like really RP, but you can. It's awesome because you have like the Proud restaurant there. You have apartment buildings. It's really cool. In 3 days, thank you. In 3 days. Anyways, we're going to raid Zochi because we just ended our scene with Zochi, right? So we'll do that, right? Scone, I know, I love Scone Taehoongie. Thank you again for chilling with me today. Thank you so much for the kind raids and the kind follows and the gifted subs and everything. That was so much fun. I can't wait to do it tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe around the same time, but it really depends, I suppose. Okay, but thank you, everybody. Again, big thank you to frenchieaniminis for the pngtuber. Thank you to kazpixelart for the model, the Minecraft model. But we're going to raid our friend. We're gonna raid our friend Zochi Pili right now. Okay. Thank you for the streaming. No, of course. Thank you. Mortar's Grave. It was fun getting to meet Otae. It was so fun getting to meet you. What the hecky? I can't wait to tune into Lear next time he streams. Maybe if I'm not live, I'll be hanging out in there. But thank you again, everybody. It was awesome. It was so awesome. Thank you so much to Asna. Thank you so much to Liminal Lark. Thank you so much for Null on YouTube and TW_Jet for the raids. But thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. If you want, you can check out my Discord. You can check out my socials too. And please check out the really cool people that we met today. I think there will be a spreadsheet of people who are in this SMP, and you can find out all their socials too. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, DP Line. Thank you, Ruda. Thank you, Morton's Grave. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Size. Thank you, everybody. Say hi to Zochi for me, okay? Okay. Good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you, Silecky. Thank you so much for the art. Silecky, thank you so much for the art. I'm gonna make sure to repost it and comment on it and everything. It's so cute. It is so cute. Thank you so much, Silecky. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I really appreciate it. That was, it captured the essence of our characters so well. That was amazing. Thank you. Like, I'm gushing over that fan art. You have no idea. I'm so thankful. Thank you, W Silecky. Can I put it on my starting screen? Can I put it on my starting screen for next time? Thank you so much. I'm so happy that we have that piece to immortalize that. Can't wait to meet up with Lear again too. But thank you, everybody. Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'll put credits on it. Don't worry, okay? But thank you so much, and good night, everybody. I'll miss you all. Mwah, mwah, mwah. See you around. No, I just woke up. Bye, Arrow. I'm sorry, Arrow. Bye, good night.